Chapter 12:01. During these 10 days, Yi Qinghan did not cultivate. He accompanied Xiao He in the War Emperor Palace, chatting, resting, and letting his body and mind relax in preparation for the start of the great battle. 10 days later, as expected, the restriction in the private room was triggered again. Yi Qinghan immediately dashed out and saw that it was Zhu Yi's pretty maid who came to invite him to the meeting hall again. Yi Qinghan did not directly teleport out. The muscles on his body wriggled, and he transformed into Zhu Tai's appearance. He swaggered out, touched the pretty maid's face, and walked toward the hall with a big smile. When he walked into the hall, 3 war gods of lower 9th grade were already sitting at the side, looking at Zhu Yi with fiery eyes. Zhu Yi sat on the throne, looking at Yi Qinghan with a smile. "Master." When the 3 warriors of lower 9th grade saw Yi Qinghan, they obviously received Zhu Yi's instructions and bowed respectfully to him. Yi Qinghan nodded, smiled, and looked at Zhu Yi. "Everything has been arranged. This time, the fire god will definitely die." Zhu Yi gave Yi Qinghan a definite answer, and then suddenly transmitted a message. "Young Master Yi, can you transform into Zhu Tai's appearance? Also, you can control your breath like him and disguise yourself as a venerable. When the time comes, it will be a surprise." Yi Qinghan nodded and transmitted a message. "That's easy." "Good. Later, you will quietly transform and blend into the team of venerables. Follow behind us and listen to my instructions." After Zhu Yi finished giving instructions, she led the 3 warriors of lower 9th grade and directly flew outside. Yi Qinghan quietly transformed into Zhu Tai's appearance. At this time, Zhu Yi's personal maid unexpectedly followed Yi Qinghan and flew outside. Several venerables were already waiting outside. When they saw Zhu Yi flying out of the general's mansion and heading west, they hurriedly followed the team. Yi Qinghan sighed, secretly. It was obvious that these venerables were used to cover his death. In a battle between level 9 experts, no matter how many venerables there were, they would all die. However, what Yi Qinghan did not understand was why Zhu Yi would send her personal maidservant to her death as well. For a moment, Yi Qinghan did not know what arrangements Zhu Yi had made for her to dare to fly directly to Fire God Island. Did she have the confidence to face the joint attack of the patriarch of the Fire God clan and the Grand Elder? However, he was secretly on guard and opened up his spiritual sense. He was prepared to immediately flee if the situation was not right. As expected, they had only moved for a short while when a rank 9 powerhouse flew out from a huge island in the north and teleported straight toward Fire God Island. His speed was much faster than theirs. There were countless experts in the entire Fire God's secret territory flying towards the Fire God's secret territory. It was obvious that they were going to witness the grandest battle in the Fire God's secret territory that would change the power structure of the factions. Zhu Yi did not panic. She flew toward the west with a swagger. Her calm demeanor made countless people very confused. They did not know what Zhu Yi was doing and how she was going to break the joint attack of the patriarch of the Fire God clan and the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder and 8 lower rank 9 martial artists stood hundreds of thousands of miles to the east of Fire God Island. If Zhu Yi dared to attack Fire God Island, they would immediately launch a pincer attack with the patriarch of the Fire God clan. Hundreds of thousands of miles seemed very far, but in fact, they could travel there in 2 or 3 teleportations. The Fire God was guarding the Fire God Island and did not appear. Yi Qinghan used his spiritual sense to explore quietly and found that the space on the island was faintly trembling. It was obvious that there were powerful prohibitions everywhere on the island. Yi Qinghan was even more puzzled when he realized this. He did not understand how Zhu Yi could break through the prohibitions of Fire God Island and kill the Fire God under the watchful eyes of the Grand Elder. However, at this moment, he was disguised as Zhu Tai, the Venerable. He followed Zhu Yi and the others from a distance with the 4 venerables. Even if something happened, he would have time to escape. Therefore, he did not panic and flew slowly. More than an hour later, everyone entered the sphere of influence of the Fire God clan. The atmosphere began to become extremely oppressive. In the distance, the Grand Elder's party also released their aura at the same time. It was an obvious warning. Listen to my command. Prepare to attack. At this moment, Zhu Yi's voice came. Yi Qinghan's heart trembled. This Zhu Yi really dared to attack so openly. Immediately, the power of origin revolved around his body. The venerables beside him also had solemn expressions. The power of origin revolved around his body. Yi Qinghan observed quietly. Instead, he found that Zhu Yi's personal maidservant looked relaxed and extremely excited. He did not understand where her confidence came from. Everyone teleport. Our target is above Fire God Island. Suddenly, Zhu Yi shouted. Her graceful body and 3 lower-rank 9 martial artists suddenly disappeared in front of them. The pretty maidservant also shouted at the 3rd madam of Yi Qinghan, "Teleport!" Seeing that Zhu Yi was so confident, Yi Qinghan hesitated for a moment before teleporting over. However, his divine sense was wide open, locking onto Fire God Island and the Grand Elder in the distance. Buzz! As soon as Zhu Yi and the other 3 appeared above Fire God Island, the Grand Elder in the distance moved. The Fire God clan patriarch and a lower rank 9 martial artist also moved. By the time Yi Qinghan teleported down, the Fire God's body was already rushing toward the island below. The Grand Elder and the other 7 martial artists were already more than 10,000 miles away. One more teleport, and they would arrive. It was obvious that the Fire God and the Grand Elder had already secretly communicated with each other. They would attack together and kill Zhu Yi. Yi Qinghan's soul strength and space force quietly operated. His mind was at its peak. Once he realized that the situation was not right, he would run away first. Buzz! Suddenly, what shocked Yi Qinghan, the Fire God, and the Grand Elder was that Zhu Li and the other 2 lower-rank 9 war gods suddenly exploded with a fierce aura. The blazing aura burned the surrounding space. The 3 of them actually reached the same level as the Fire God and Grand Elder Zhu Yi by relying on their aura. Before the Grand Elder arrived, the Fire God was already scared out of his wits. Halfway through his charge, he hurriedly rushed toward the island below. His lower rank 9 subordinate also hurriedly ran away, completely ignoring the matter of joining hands with Big Yuan Bao. It was more important to use the restrictive spell to save their lives. It should be noted that at this moment, Yi Qinghan had not revealed himself. Yi Qinghan attacked together with the Grand Elder quickly. Zhu Yi's eyes suddenly lit up when she saw the Fire God running away. She immediately transmitted her voice to him. The origin energy revolved around her body like a war goddess above the 9th heaven. She flew toward the Grand Elder like a flickering light. Her jade-like hands moved, and invisible ripples twisted in the air. A cage, formed by the power of space, trapped the Grand Elder. At the same time, she angrily shouted at the lower rank 9 war gods beside the Grand Elder. "What are you waiting for?" Yi Qinghan saw that Zhu Li and the other lower rank 9 warriors chased after the Fire God with monstrous momentum, but they did not launch any attacks. Then he saw the 3 lower rank 9 warriors beside the Grand Elder suddenly attack their companions. For a moment, he roughly guessed Zhu Yi's plan. Zhu Li and the other 2 obviously cultivated some secret technique to make their momentum look like upper rank 9 warriors. In addition, he did not show himself, which was enough to scare away the fire god patriarch. And Zhu Yi used some unknown method to lure the 3 lower-rank 9 warriors from the Grand Elder's side to join her side. The fire god escaped. The Grand Elder's 3 subordinates betrayed him, and Zhu Yi and Yi Qinghan joined hands. Without the heart of the fire god, the Grand Elder would definitely die. Zhu Yi set up a huge trap. Her target was not the fire god patriarch, but the Grand Elder. If the Grand Elder died, would the fire god patriarch still be alive? This woman was so vicious. She was indeed a bamboo leaf snake. Buzz. Suddenly, the maidservant beside, Yi Qinghan, surged with energy and shot toward the Grand Elder's side. It was another lower-rank 9 warrior. Yi Qinghan no longer had any misgivings. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he locked on to the first senior statesman. He activated the Soul Exterminator. At the same time, the 10 God Slayer spears whistled through the air, heading straight for the first senior statesman. The God Slayer saber suddenly appeared in his hand. He was ready to let Xiao He devour all the lower rank 9 warriors on the Grand Elder's side. Chapter 12:02. Zhu Yi, UB*TCH. How dare you scheme against me? Zhu Shui, I'll F*CKU. Grand Elder was tall and strong. He had a long brown beard and a hooked nose. His eyes were filled with rage and urgency. He saw Zhu Shui, the Fire God clan leader, flee into Fire God Island in fear of Zhu Li and the other 2, not daring to come out again. He saw 3 of his subordinates betray him. The other party suddenly had a lower-rank 9 martial artist who was entangled with his 5 lower-rank 9 martial artists. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan disguised himself as a venerable and suddenly attacked. How could he not know Zhu Yi's scheme? Zhu Yi's scheme was to kill him. Zhu Yi's attack method was very strange. She could use spatial power to form a cage and temporarily imprison the enemy in the air. Not only could this move trap the enemy, but it could also repel the enemy. At the same time, Zhu Yi had a strange soul skill that attacked with spatial power. If one was not careful, one would be tricked by her. Hence, Grand Elder would rather face Zhu Shui, the Fire God clan leader, than this troublesome woman. As expected, in the next second, Zhu Yi's soul skill arrived. A gust of cold wind blew, almost freezing Grand Elder's body and soul. However, what terrified Grand Elder even more was that at this moment, countless golden soul threads suddenly emerged from his head and swarmed toward his almost frozen soul ocean. Yi Qinghan's soul skill came at the right time. It was even more turbulent than Zhu Yi's. Good chance. Zhu Yi and Yi Qinghan looked at each other. Their eyes lit up at the same time. They crazily used their strongest attacks. Zhu Yi waved her hands in front of her, and a powerful spatial energy surged towards the trapped Grand Elder like a tide. Her attack method was very strange. The spatial power turned into tides, each wave more turbulent than the last. When it reached Grand Elder's side, all the waves overlapped, and their power shook the sky. The expressions of the 2 lower-rank 9 martial artists who were fighting nearby changed, and they hurriedly retreated. Yi Qinghan's 10 God Slayer spears followed closely behind. He did not let any of them rotate. This was his life-saving trump card. Now that the 2 of them were working together, there was a high chance that they could kill the Grand Elder. Of course, he would not reveal it. Following the God Slayer spear, his body shot forward. The Grand Doyen was holding a pseudo-chaos divine crystal. He had to snatch it first. The Grand Elder was indeed an expert at the peak of level 9. It only took him a second to eliminate Zhu Yi's and Yi Qinghan's soul attacks. But at that moment, Zhu Yi's attack arrived. A tidal wave of spatial power surged towards the Grand Elder's head. The Grand Elder was scared out of his wits. Zhu Yi's attack was the most terrifying. That spatial trapping and soul skill didn't cause much damage to him, only causing him some trouble. However, these 1,000-layer waves were stronger than the previous one. Last time, he was severely injured by these 1,000-layer waves. The first Grand Elder immediately circulated his space energy to defend himself. Under the first Grand Elder's control, the space energy formed a huge fire disk that spun in front of him. The scorching hot aura and powerful pressure were so oppressive that even the low-level martial artists who were secretly observing from afar could feel the incomparably oppressive aura. Boom! The 1,000-layer waves and the spinning fire disk collided, causing a deafening explosion. The powerful energy collided, causing cracks to appear in the space. The surging shock waves surged in all directions. The visible spatial ripples turned into ripples and radiated in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The 1,000-layer waves smashed into the fire disk one after another. It was like the endless waves of the sea hitting the rocks at the edge of the cliff. The shock waves turned into layers of ripples and continued to spread. The nearby spatial cracks were like sparks formed by lightning in the dark night. It was ferocious and terrifying. The terrifying aura spread in all directions. The restriction of the fire god island below was activated, and a dazzling red light lit up. A fiery red shield enveloped the fire god island's dragon boat. The low-level martial artists and residents on the nearby islands couldn't withstand such a powerful pressure. They prostrated on the ground and didn't dare to move. They couldn't even breathe. Grand Elder, go to hell! Yi Qinghan activated his origin energy shield and shot forward. He wasn't afraid of this level of impact at all. His spiritual sense locked onto the fire disk in front of him. After Zhu Yi's 1,000-layer waves attacked the fire disk, although it barely managed to protect it and didn't shatter, it was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's God Slayer spear arrived. Could he still condense a fire disk in such a short time? Qi, the first God Slayer spear, arrived. As it flew at high speed, its penetrating power was terrifying. It pierced through the fire disk in an instant. Then, the God Slayer spear and the fire disk exploded. The remaining 9 God Slayer spears pierced towards the Grand Elder, whose eyes were filled with fear and despair. Buzz! Under the stimulation of death, the Grand Elder erupted with unprecedented potential. He twisted his hands and spat out a mouthful of blood. He barely condensed a fire disk that wasn't much bigger than his body. His body started to retreat rapidly, and the God Slayer spear followed closely behind. The scene in the battlefield looked like the Grand Elder was holding a shield and retreating rapidly. 9 sharp arrows shot over at lightning speed. No matter how fast he retreated, how could he be faster than the God Slayer spear? Bang! The second and third God Slayers' spear shot over and collided with the small fireplate. The small fireplate instantly exploded, and the first Doyen's hands also exploded bit by bit, turning into minced meat and a bloody mist. No, the Grand Elder vomited a mouthful of blood as he screamed in fear and flew back. However, the 7 God Slayer spears shot over at the same time. Just 4 spears were enough to shatter the Grand Elder's body. When the last 3 spears hit him, his head was completely smashed into minced meat. His soul spirit sea was shattered, and the Grand Elder's body floated weakly in the air. A divine crystal floated out, and his interspatial ring also automatically left his body. The source energy on the surface of his body also dissipated in the air. Xiaohei, swallow this body. There is still a large amount of life essence energy inside. Yi Qinghan made a grabbing motion, and the Grand Elder's divine crystal immediately kept. With a wave of the slaughter god saber, Xiao He flew out and covered the Grand Elder's body. Then, it instantly flew back into the slaughter god saber. Xiao He swallowed the Grand Elder's body very quickly. Outsiders might think that the transcendent-grade divine artifact spirit, had smashed the Grand Elder's body, although it seemed like it took a long time, from the moment the fire god patriarch escaped to the moment the Grand Elder died. Only a few seconds had passed. The Grand Elder's 5 lower grade 9 experts, the 3 traitors, and Zhu Yi's personal maidservant had only fought for 1 round, but the Grand Elder had already been killed by Zhu Yi and Yi Qinghan. The martial artists who were watching from afar, as well as the residents on the countless islands below, did not even see the battle clearly before they realized that the Grand Elder had disappeared. If it wasn't for the Grand Elder's blood still falling from the sky, and if it wasn't for the Grand Elder's divine crystal disappearing in a flash, no one would have known that the Grand Elder was already dead. Zhu Yi smiled. Her smile was like a blooming flower, overflowing with 100 charms. Her beauty was incomparable. Zhu Yi's maidservant smiled as well. She looked at Zhu Yi with a pair of beautiful eyes that were filled with excitement and ecstasy. Zhu Li and the other 2 also stopped moving. The aura on their bodies gradually dissipated. They could not even maintain the aura of a lower grade 9 expert. Their faces were pale, but their eyes were filled with smiles. The 3 lower grade 9 martial artists who had defected also heaved a sigh of relief. If Zhu Yi lost this battle, they would all die. The outcome was already decided. Once the Grand Elder died, Great General Lord Zhu Yi was destined to unify the Fire God mystic realm and become the supreme ruler of the Fire God tribe. Countless martial artists who were observing the situation in the surroundings had a change in expression. They all knew that the power structure of the Fire God mystic realm had changed. All the martial artists in the Fire God mystic realm would have to submit to Zhu Yi. Chapter 12:03. You still don't want to surrender? Zhu Yi giggled and looked at the 5 Grand Doyens, subordinates, coldly. The unique temperament of a queen made her look even more noble and elegant. Not surrendering? Then die. The 5 war gods under the Grand Doyen hesitated for a moment, but Yi Qinghan sneered and shouted angrily. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and the God Slayer spear whizzed out again. It split into 5 groups and charged at the 5 people. At the same time, he waved the God Slayer saber and transmitted a message. Xiao He, nourishing food is here. Devour them. Yi Qinghan, don't kill them. Zhu Yi saw that Yi Qinghan suddenly attacked, and her expression changed. She transmitted a message to him. It was true that she wanted to unify the Fire God mystic realm, and it was also true that he wanted to kill the Grand Doyen and the Fire God tribe patriarch. However, she didn't want to kill all the 9th grade experts in the Fire God mystic realm. Previously, the 5 subordinates of the Fire God were killed by Yi Qinghan, and that couldn't be helped. Now that the outcome was set, how could she let Yi Qinghan kill indiscriminately? If it was in the past, Yi Qinghan definitely wouldn't kill indiscriminately. However, now that Xiao He might evolve, Yi Qinghan couldn't care less. He pretended not to hear Zhu Yi's transmitted message, and immediately released the soul illusion. 10 God Slayer spears formed groups of 2 and stabbed at the 5 people. The 5 people were all 9th grade martial artists. Because the Grand Doyen died, they were distracted and fell into the soul illusion. Those who originally wanted to run away and submit to him panicked at this moment. They hurriedly released their spatial force and launched all kinds of attacks to protect themselves. The 4 people who were prepared to fight with the 5 people retreated in a hurry when they saw Yi Qinghan's God Slayer spear shooting at them. 10 God Slayer spears were so powerful, and with the help of the soul illusion, how could the five people deal with them? The first spear smashed the five people's attacks. The second spear hit the five people's origin energy, and they were all severely injured. Their bones were shattered, and their soul sea almost collapsed. Xiao He, Yi Qinghan bellowed angrily. At the same time, he activated the Soul Destroyer and attacked the five people at lightning speed. Xiao He turned into a gust of wind and swept toward the five people. The five soul seas were already on the verge of collapsing, and as soon as the golden soul threads attacked them, they immediately collapsed. They could no longer control their source energy. Coincidentally, the gust of wind that Xiao He had transformed into completely engulfed the five of them. In an instant, the five of them turned into dust. Not even their divinity crystals were left behind as they completely disappeared from the world. Zhu Yi's personal maidservant and the three lower-rank 9 martial artists who had defected looked at Yi Qinghan in terror. This man was definitely a murderous demon. He was an expert below the 9th rank of the 5th rank, yet he was easily killed by him. The maid's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Zhu Yi's face was also ashen. She stared at Yi Qinghan with a burning gaze. No one knew what she was thinking. Cough, cough. I'm sorry, Miss Zhu Yi, your telepathic message came too late. As long as I don't launch my attack, once I launch it, there will definitely be blood. Yi Qinghan withdrew Xiao He, turned around, and smiled apologetically. His faint smile sent chills down everyone's spine. Your Majesty, this man is too terrifying. He has too many tricks up his sleeves. That just now was definitely not a weapon soul. That monster has a terrifying devouring ability. Why don't we join forces and kill him now? The maid beside Zhu Yi was secretly shocked. She glanced at Zhu Yi and quietly transmitted her voice. In fact, Zhu Yi's heart was also surging with murderous intent. Yi Qinghan had taken advantage of her time and time again. Now, he was completely ignoring her orders and wantonly slaughtering rank 9 martial artists. One had to know that it was extremely difficult to break through to rank 9 powerhouses. Every one of them was a valuable asset to the Fire God clan. In the past, it was not a pity to kill them because of their hostility. Now, they were equivalent to Zhu Yi's subordinates. Of course, her heart ached. However, when Zhu Yi saw the fiery red shield on the Fire God island below, she secretly suppressed the murderous intent in her heart. As long as the Fire God was not dead, it was not the time to break off relations with Yi Qinghan. Moreover, if she fell out with Yi Qinghan at this moment, she might give the Fire God a sneak attack. In that case, the loss outweighed the gain. I'll let it go this time. Next time, don't kill indiscriminately, okay? No matter what, these people are Zhu Yi's clansmen. Since they are ready to surrender, we should give them a chance. Zhu Yi seemed to be smiling and angry at the same time. She rolled her eyes at Yi Qinghan with some reproach, looking like a lover flirting with each other. Well, I'll keep it in mind. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yi Qinghan said respectfully, giving Zhu Yi enough face. However, he was sneering in his heart. These are your clansmen, not my clansmen. I won't feel bad killing them. Hee hee. In fact, Yi Qinghan also wanted to test Zhu Yi's mind. He was very satisfied with the result. As long as the Fire God was not dead, Zhu Yi would not attack him. However, once the Fire God was dead, Zhu Yi would definitely attack immediately. Miss Zhu Yi, what should we do next? Can a direct attack break the protective shield of the island? Yi Qinghan looked at the island below with burning eyes. He thought that he could immediately attack the island with Zhu Yi, kill the patriarch of the Fire God clan, and obtain the heart of the Fire God. Then he could immediately escape and see his long-lost relatives. His heart was filled with excitement. Child Yi, Your thinking is too simple. Zhu Yi sighed and transmitted her voice. This Fire God Island is the rear base left by the Fire God clan. The restrictive shield of the Fire God Island was set up by a 9th-grade supreme martial artist who was proficient in restrictive spells. Only a 9th-grade supreme martial artist can break it. If the two of us attack continuously, it will take 100,000 years, and we can't stop. What? Yi Qinghan looked at the protective shield of the island below in disbelief. Attack continuously for tens of thousands of years? How strong was this protective shield exactly? Moreover, would the patriarch of the Fire God clan let the two of them attack continuously? If the two of them exhausted themselves, and the patriarch of the Fire God clan suddenly attacked, wouldn't all their previous efforts be wasted? The first thought that came to Yi Qinghan's mind was that Zhu Yi was messing with him. Immediately, the 10 God Slayer spears whizzed out and stabbed downward. He didn't believe that there would be such a powerful restrictive shield in this world. After the God Slayer spears were unleashed, Yi Qinghan didn't look at them. Instead, his divine sense quietly locked onto Zhu Yi and the experts around her, afraid that Zhu Yi would suddenly attack him. Boom! The 10 God Slayer spears pierced down with a sharp aura. However, when they collided with the fiery red protective shield, there wasn't the big explosion that Yi Qinghan imagined. Instead, it was like an iron rod smashing into a quagmire. It was silent. Not even a trace of energy was emitted. It disappeared just like that, as if it had penetrated the shield. Yi Qinghan's face turned slightly pale. Only he knew that the God Slayer spears didn't penetrate the shield. Instead, they were dissolved by the inexplicable energy inside the protective shield. This protective shield actually had dozens of layers. The God Slayer spears penetrated more than 10 layers before collapsing. Zhu Yi didn't move. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, as if she was very happy to see Yi Qinghan suffer. Yi Qinghan also believed Zhu Yi's words. The restrictive shield of the island below was indeed powerful. Even if he, Zhu Yi, and all the other 9th-grade martial artists attacked together, it was almost impossible to break it. As long as the Fire God stayed inside and didn't come out, it was almost impossible to kill him. For a moment, Yi Qinghan felt a little dull. Since he couldn't kill the Fire God and obtain the Fire God's heart, what was the point of staying here? It seemed that he had been tricked by Zhu Yi in the end. Chapter 1204. Don't worry, Child Yi, we can definitely kill the patriarch of the Fire God clan. Give Zhu Yi some time, and she will definitely be able to break this restrictive spell. Zhu Yi saw the sadness in Yi Qinghan's eyes and immediately sent a telepathic message over. Yi Qinghan said coldly, "Do you have any way to break it?" Zhu Yi smiled mysteriously and said, "Hee, no matter how strong a fortress is, it will be broken from the inside. Don't worry, Child Yi, you will know after a while." Yi Qinghan looked down in confusion. Of course, at the same time, he was secretly on guard against Zhu Yi's sneak attack. After a long time, Zhu Yi did not move, but the shield below moved. The huge shield trembled slightly and then calmed down again. Yi Qinghan and the group of people were baffled, but the eyes of Zhu Yi and her personal maid lit up as if their scheme had succeeded. Zhu Yi smiled tenderly. "All right, you really didn't disappoint me. The energy gathering array has been destroyed, and this powerful restriction can only last for 3,000 years at most. After 3,000 years, it will be the day of Zhu Shueishue's death." Yi Qinghan's body shook, and he used his divine sense to check. Sure enough, originally, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was constantly rushing toward the shield. Now, there was no more spiritual energy being absorbed by the shield. He was overjoyed. He immediately sent a message to Zhu Yi. "Why wait for 3,000 years. Let's see how long this shield can last with so many people attacking it with all our strength. Hee, Child Yi, you are still too anxious. Although this shield has no energy supply, it is still very difficult to break it with the energy it has stored. Most importantly, there is a killing array inside the shield. If you attack it by force and trigger the killing array, even a normal 9th grade supreme martial artist will die. Zhu Yi smiled sweetly. Her charming look made Yi Qinghan and the people around him feel their hearts flutter. Then she said, let's go back and rest and cultivate. After 3,000 years, Zhu Shui will definitely die. I will give you the heart of the fire god. After that, Zhu Yi ignored Yi Qinghan. Instead, he turned to the 3 subordinates behind him and said, Zhu Li, bring some men and take over all the islands. Kill those who don't submit. Zhu Li and the other 2 immediately agreed. They teleported toward the eastern islands with faces full of excitement. When they returned, they were ready to start conquering all the islands. Once the Grand Elder died, the fire god Tortoise could not come out. The most important thing was that the rank 5 and rank 9 subordinates under the Grand Elder were all killed by Yi Qinghan. At this moment, unifying the fire god arcane realm was not difficult at all. Yi Qinghan followed Zhu Yi and teleported toward the Flame King Island. Together with him were his personal maid and the 3 lower 9th grade war gods who betrayed the Great Elder. Back at the Great General's palace, Yi Qinghan returned to his private room alone. He quietly waited for Zhu Yi to settle her matters and come find him. His guess was right. After half a day, Zhu Yi arrived. Yi Qinghan secretly thought that if Zhu Yi wanted to ask him for the divine crystal of the Grand Elder, he would not give it to her even if he had to fall out with her. Moreover, the fire god was not dead. He did not believe that Zhu Yi would fall out with him. To his surprise, Zhu Yi did not mention anything about the pseudo-chaotic divine crystal. Instead, she said a bunch of polite words to win him over. Her tone could not be more pleasant. The content of the conversation was nothing more than thanking him for his help, continuing to work hard in the future, and getting rid of the fire god together. You get the heart of the fire god. I get the fire god arcane realm. Good for you, good for me, good for everyone. Yi Qinghan was not willing to be fooled by her. When he killed the 5 subordinates of the Grand Elder, although the murderous intent in Zhu Yi's eyes was deeply hidden, his soul strength was so abnormally strong. How could he not have detected it? At that moment, Yi Qinghan made up his mind and hugged Zhu Yi's delicate body domineeringly. He smiled wickedly and said, Miss Zhu Yi, now that the Grand Elder is dead, the fire god's arcane realm is destined to be under your skirt. I wonder, do I have the chance to be under your skirt too? Although Zhu Yi was furious, she did not dare to show it. She grabbed onto Yi Qinghan's hand that was moving up and rolled her eyes at him. Mr. Yi, why are you so lustful? Don't you know that this will make Zhu Yi look down on you? Hee. The smile at the corner of Yi Qinghan's mouth became even more devilish. The 2 of them had their own ulterior motives, yet they pretended to be harmonious on the surface. They even had to pretend to be lovers, which made him feel very excited. Zhu Yi wanted to tear him into pieces in her heart, but she looked very affectionate on the surface. This made Yi Qinghan want to play with her even more. Immediately, he pulled his hand out domineeringly and grabbed Zhu Yi's proud breasts. He used all his strength to knead them, taking advantage of them. His mouth moved closer and blew into her ear. He said ambiguously, If I can get Miss, don't talk about Miss looking down on me. Even if Miss kills me, I will be willing. I think about Miss day and night. I can't sleep or cultivate. Zhu Yi was furious and was about to use her murderous intent. However, she felt that Yi Qinghan's divine, Sense had locked onto her soul. She quickly suppressed it and pretended to twist her body. She shouted, "Mr. Yi, please conduct yourself with dignity. Give Zhu Yi a little more time, okay? I can give you time, but how much longer? Miss, you have to give me a deadline, right? Otherwise, I will be possessed by the devil." Yi Qinghan pretended to be very sincere, as if he had fallen in love with Zhu Yi or desired her body. However, he didn't let go. Instead, he turned Zhu Yi around and kissed her lips. His big hands moved up and down, no different from an impatient pervert. When Zhu Yi saw that Yi Qinghan's tone was relaxed, as if he was willing to wait for her, she was slightly relieved. However, she was suddenly violated again. This time, it wasn't just her mouth and breasts. Yi Qinghan's mysterious area was also wantonly played with. Zhu Yi felt a strange excitement when a few sensitive parts of her body were played with. Yi Qinghan's strong, manly scent made her mind go blank. After a while, Zhu Yi felt a chill on her upper body. She was shocked and completely woke up. She pushed Yi Qinghan away and retreated a few steps in a flash. She hurriedly tidied up her clothes. When she saw Yi Qinghan's burning gaze, she subconsciously lowered her head. She realized that she was actually a little afraid to see Yi Qinghan. She had always liked to play with men in the palm of her hand. However, when she was facing Yi Qinghan, she was at a disadvantage. She was being played with in the palm of his hand. She didn't know what went wrong. She didn't understand why Yi Qinghan wasn't afraid of her at all. Moreover, he dared to desecrate her in such a domineering manner. Wasn't he afraid that he wouldn't be able to get the heart of the fire god in the future? Or should she kill him in a fit of anger? "Young Master Yi is too rude to me. I'm ignoring you." Seeing Yi Qinghan rubbing his hands and sniffing his nose in an intoxicated manner, then slowly walking towards Zhu Yi with a fiery gaze, as if he wanted to force himself on her, Zhu Yi was so frightened that she hurriedly teleported away. "Humph, you want to play tricks with me? You're still not my match." Yi Qinghan laughed and chuckled. Zhu Yi couldn't figure out his trump card, but he had figured out Zhu Yi's tricks. He would definitely not lose 100 battles. Chapter 12:05. After confirming that Zhu Yi would not bother him during this period of time, Yi Qinghan sat down quietly. His divine sense began to scan the entire fire god's mystic realm. Once the Grand Elder died, Zhu Yi's subordinates led a group of venerables to sweep through the entire fire god's mystic realm, with several 9th-grade war gods leading the team and a group of venerables who would dare to resist. Within a few days, Zhu Li and his men swept through the entire fire god's mystic realm. Hundreds of thousands of islands had declared their allegiance to Zhu Yi. Only the fire god island stood alone in the west, its protective shield shining with red light. Zhu Yi said that the protective shield can only be broken after 3,000 years. Could it be some kind of trick? 3,000 years is enough to arrange many things. Could it be that she wants to get rid of me and the fire god tribe's patriarch? Yi Qinghan pondered silently. He still suspected that Zhu Yi was wrong when she said 3,000 years, but he did not dare to attack the protective shield. Without Zhu Yi's help, he could not break it alone. Furthermore, if there was really a killing array, his life would be over. He guessed that Zhu Yi definitely had some kind of arrangement, but he did not dare to probe her unscrupulously. Now he could only continue to cultivate and increase his strength. He wanted the 10 god slayer spears to be able to revolve. If he could make a breakthrough in the spatial combination and comprehend the Tao, he would become a venerable. That would be perfect. Ignoring Zhu Yi, Yi Qinghan entered the War Emperor Palace. He summoned the Slaughter God Blade and found that Xiaohe had already fallen into a deep sleep. Yi Qinghan was delighted. Xiaohe had devoured so many ninth grade experts. If he could really evolve, that would be great. At this moment, Blackie could easily swallow a lower rank 9 martial artist. If it could fight an upper rank 9 martial artist head-on after its evolution, that would be awesome. In 3,000 years, Yi Qinghan believed that he would definitely be able to turn all 10 God Slayer's spears. By then, with the evolved Xiaohe, even if Zhu Yi had any tricks up her sleeves, he could use his powerful strength to kill her. At that moment, Yi Qinghan was energized. He waved his hand, and 2 God Slayer spears appeared in the air. He started cultivating with all his might. "Your Majesty, is there really a killing array in Fire God Island's barrier?" Within Zhu Yi's pavilion, her personal maidservant asked suspiciously. Zhu Yi had not told her about this before. Of course not. This king was lying to that bastard. Zhu Yi sneered again and again. When she recalled how Yi Qinghan played with her body just now, her expression became unnatural again. The pretty maid was even more puzzled as she asked, "Then why didn't we attack together earlier and break through Fire God Island? Wouldn't that solve all problems once and for all? There are so many of us. If we work together to kill Yi Qinghan, he definitely won't be our match. Do you think he can fly away? First of all, this shield is indeed very difficult to break. Don't forget about Zhu Shui. If he counterattacks before his death, Yi Qinghan and I may be fine, but you guys will be in trouble." Zhu Yi sighed helplessly. She leaned on the pretty maid with a tired expression and said faintly, "Most importantly, I still can't see through Yi Qinghan. I think he is still hiding his strength or some other killer move. I wanted to test him just now, but I didn't expect him to take advantage of me. This is really infuriating. After 3,000 years, Zhu Shui will completely lose his sharpness. At that time, we can easily kill him. Furthermore, I need to use 3,000 years to set up the formation properly. At that time, we can kill Yi Qinghan as well. This king is determined to get the Fire God armor. If I don't turn Yi Qinghan's bones into ashes, I won't be able to endure this anger. I want to cripple him and torture him to death." The pretty maid's eyes were filled with hatred and murderous intent. She hugged Zhu Yi, and her face turned gentle again. She said softly, "Your Majesty, rest assured. Zhu Li and the other two's joint attack formation will be completed after 3,000 years. At that time, when the 3 of them work together, they will definitely have the strength of upper 9th grade. If we join hands and ambush him, Yi Qinghan will die for sure. I will help you vent your anger. Your Majesty, don't think about these annoying things. Let me serve you well." Zhu Yi moaned. Her lust had been aroused by Yi Qinghan, and now her beloved concubine was teasing her. She felt her entire body heating up. The 2 of them fell on the jade bed and started to have sex with each other. For the time being, the room was filled with the fragrance of spring, which they didn't want to share with anyone else. In the endless void, outside the Fire God's secret domain, a 9-story pagoda was slowly flying around the Fire God's secret domain. It had been more than 100 years. On the 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, people were sitting in a room. Yi Qingyu and Yi Qinggu were sitting in the main hall with Night Emperor's group of 4 sitting next to them. All of them wore a faint, worried countenance. Although they were talking about the strange things happening in different places, the atmosphere was a little heavy. Lord Devour was still cultivating in seclusion, but Mo Xiaoxiao was still in the small hall looking at the endless void and cultivating. There was a green jade talisman in the middle of the hall, which was Yi Qinghan's soul jade slip. Once Yi Qinghan died, this jade slip would explode. It had been more than 100 years. Theoretically, if Yi Qinghan could get the Fire God's heart, he would have gotten it long ago. If he couldn't get it, it meant that there was a super expert in the Fire God's secret domain. Either Yi Qinghan didn't dare to move, or Yi Qinghan was trapped or captured. No matter what the result was, people were so worried. As Yi Qinghan didn't come out, they had to wait outside the fire god's secret domain. If Yi Qinghan came out, they couldn't return to the reincarnation's secret domain. Although Lord Devour was strong, he wasn't much stronger than Yi Qinghan. If Yi Qinghan couldn't handle it, even if she brought this group of people in, it would be suicide. The atmosphere here was oppressive. In contrast, the divine world was full of peace. More than 10 years ago, Shinta came out of seclusion, and what accompanied him was a divine decree. The contents of the divine decree were made public in the divine world, and the divine world was in an uproar. The divine decree stated that Shinta was the lord of the divine world. Perhaps ordinary warriors didn't know what the divine decree represented, but those who reached the venerable level understood a little. The divine decree was automatically sent down by heaven and earth. Some said it represented the will of heaven and earth. Some said it represented the will of the Supreme God Emperor. And some said it represented the will of the Supreme Realm. But the Level 9 experts all knew that the divine decree represented the will of the Supreme God Emperor. The experts of the Divine Emperor Supreme Realm had never seen it, but many sovereigns knew that the Supreme God Emperor existed. No one knew how strong the Supreme God Emperor was, but no one could resist the will of the Supreme God Emperor. For example, in the planar war, once the divine decree was sent down, one had to participate, or else the God punishment would come. There was only one type of God punishment, and that was the destruction of the world. The most important thing was that Shinta became the lord of the divine world. He was definitely bestowed with will, which meant that he could control more space power. Originally, the space power that Shinta could control was already as big as the Star Ocean. Now, Qing Shan and Ice Queen estimated that he could control half of the divine world's space power, and the space power that Qing Shan and Ice Queen could control was only as much as the Misty Continent. Shinta strength had definitely reached the peak of Level 9 Supreme Realm, and he was comparable to the strongest Level 9 Supreme Realm experts in the ancient times, like the first chief of Fire God, Zhurong. The second day after the divine decree was made public, Qing Shan brought the Blood Knight monarch to Supreme Island. After seeing Shinta and feeling his aura, he completely submitted. Then, Ice Queen brought the Wind Moon monarch and rushed over, showing that they were willing to submit. Monarch Yanran, Mo Shanghuang, and the others had no choice but to rush to Supreme Island. The divine world was officially unified by Shinta. Under his orders, no one dared to go against him. After Shinta came out of seclusion, he gave out his first order. The entire divine world became busy. Find the place where Shi Jia and Yi Qinghan are hiding. Find them at all costs. The order was within everyone's expectations. Shi Jia and Yi Qinghan had always been a thorn in Shinta throat. After Shinta strength increased, the first thing he did was to remove this thorn. The Wind Moon Monarch was the other supreme artifact refiner in the divine world. Shinta gave her a death order to create a god artifact that could travel through space like the Soul Emperor Pavilion. At the same time, the entire divine world was filled with countless spies trying their best to find out where Yi Qinghan and Lord Shi were hiding. The trillions of martial artists in the divine world felt Shinta rage. A storm was brewing. Chapter 12:06. Inside the War Emperor Palace, a green figure was quietly sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. He had a leisurely expression on his face. 6 silver spears that emitted a suffocating aura were flying rapidly in the air beside him. Their speed was extremely fast, like a loach in the mud, incomparably nimble. All of a sudden, The 6 spears spun rapidly at the same time like 6 huge whirlpools on the surface of the sea. As the god slayer spears spun, 6 cracks were torn in the air. It was like the dark night had been torn apart by lightning. It was a shocking sight. At the same time, the restrictions in the War Emperor Palace lit up. The restrictions emitted a suppressive aura that seemed to freeze the entire space in the hall. The 6 spears spun for exactly the same amount of time, only 3 seconds. Then, they collapsed at the same time. The space returned to normal, the cracks disappeared, and the restrictions in the hall disappeared. The oppressive aura in the hall disappeared, and peace was restored. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes tiredly. Controlling the 6 spears spun at the same time had exhausted his mental strength. However, he was very excited that he managed to make the 6 spears spin perfectly. He grinned and fell asleep on the ground. 1,000 years had passed. Zhu Yi never came to find him again. He seemed to have forgotten that he was still in the fire god mystery realm. In the past 1,000 years, he didn't cultivate laws and focused on increasing the power of the god slayer spears. He was very clear that even if he comprehended the spatial combination, or if he went one step further and comprehended the Tao, even if he broke through to the supremacy realm, his strength wouldn't increase too much. However, the god slayer spears were different. As long as he could control the 10 spears to spin at the same time, he believed that even if he couldn't defeat Zhu Yi, he would still have the strength to fight her. As long as he could stall Zhu Yi for a while, he could leave the endless void. He had his greatest trump card. Zhu Yi thought that he couldn't open the teleportation formation without her. So she thought that he was a monkey that couldn't jump out of her palm. Zhu Yi didn't stop Yi Qinghan from obtaining the Grand Doyen's pseudo-chaos divine crystal, nor did she ask for it. Therefore, Yi Qinghan reckoned that even if he took the fire god's heart first, Zhu Yi wouldn't stop him. Instead, they would secretly prepare to kill him. Hence, Yi Qinghan cultivated in the War Imperial Palace with peace of mind, waiting for the great battle that would take place 3,000 years later. After sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights in the main hall, Yi Qinghan woke up feeling refreshed. After continuously cultivating for 1,000 years, although with his current strength, there was no difference between cultivating in seclusion for 1,000 or 10,000 years. Cultivating the God Slayer spear was extremely taxing on his mental energy. It still made him extremely tired. Lying on the ground with his eyes half open, Yi Qinghan rested for a moment. Only then did he sit cross-legged and begin his routine examination of his physical condition. In the end, 1,000 years had passed, and the soul space had once again undergone a significant change. His soul space has already expanded to millions of miles. It was almost the size of a small plane. This rate of growth was too terrifying. The amount of origin energy he had increased by dozens of times. It was likely that he wouldn't be able to use it all in his lifetime. That's not right. Yi Qinghan muttered. Suddenly, his eyes opened abruptly. Then, he immediately closed his eyes and looked inside himself. After a moment, when he opened his eyes again, his face was filled with bewilderment. My soul space is still growing, but why has my soul sea stopped growing? If my soul sea is not growing, isn't it the same as before? Under the lightning's tempering, it will slowly shrink. How strange. What's going on with this soul space? Right now, Yi Qinghan's soul space was like an egg. The soul sea inside was like an egg yolk that floated in the soul space. Originally, when the egg was continuously growing, the egg yolk also followed suit. Right now, the egg was continuously growing, but the egg yolk had stopped growing. Furthermore, under the continuous tempering of the lightning, it had started to shrink. Yi Qinghan was confused. In the past, he had imagined that his soul space might evolve into a plane. The soul sea was the plane's continent. The soul space surrounded by the origin energy was the plane's space. Right now, this plain space was continuously growing, but the continent was continuously shrinking. This, no matter how he looked at it, it did not look like a plain at all. I am a monster. Change, change, and it'll be best if I explode in the end. Yi Qinghan gloomily withdrew his divine sense. It was useless to care about it, so he might as well ignore it. This soul space had always been like a ticking time bomb, causing him to constantly tremble, as if he was walking on thin ice. He always had a sense of crisis, afraid that he would accidentally die. Therefore, he cherished every moment he had with his loved ones. Therefore, he liked to live a comfortable and peaceful life. It was just that Xiaohei's current appearance was the greatest guilt he had ever felt in his life. If he could not help Xiaohei reconstruct his true body, he would not be able to live in peace for the rest of his life. That was why he was working so hard. He hoped that he could finish everything before this time bomb exploded in his mind, so that he would not have any regrets in this trip to the other world. Forget it. I have wine today. I will drink today. I will worry tomorrow. I will think about it after I explode. Now, I should properly deal with Zhu Yi's bamboo leaf grass. Yi Qinghan decided that there were still 2,000 years left. In the future, he would not look into his soul and focus on cultivating. He did not care what the soul space would evolve into or whether it would explode. Otherwise, his heart would be in a mess, and he would not be able to cultivate, not to mention anything else. He would not be able to get past Zhu Yi 3,000 years later. Immediately, he threw away all his thoughts and immersed himself in cultivation. In the hall, the God-Slayer spear began to dance again. Fire God Mystic Realm. As expected, the protective shield of Fire God Island was constantly weakening. The light on it was much dimmer than 1,000 years ago. Fire God had been entrenched, but the martial artists on Fire God Island were all anxious and restless. Zhu Yi became the supreme ruler of Fire God Mystic Realm. Thousands of islands submitted to her, and there were no more wars. No one dared to oppose her directly, although some martial artists from the great General King's faction started to bully the martial artists from the other two factions. But under Zhu Yi's strict ban, a few troublemakers were killed, and no one dared to cause trouble anymore. On the surface, Fire God Island became peaceful and harmonious. Recently, Zhu Yi rarely appeared in public. However, the people on Fire King Island had started to migrate. Clearly, Fire King Island would become Zhu Yi's sole residence in the future, and it would become the sacred land of Fire God Mystic Realm. In the great General King's residence, in the backyard garden, the scenery was beautiful. Zhu Yi was lazily lying on a recliner, enjoying the warm sunlight and the gentle breeze. She was very satisfied, and her eyes were half closed. Her thin clothes were sticking to her voluptuous body, and it was tempting to commit a crime. Buzz! There was a fluctuation in the space, and that pretty servant teleported over. She twisted her waist and half knelt beside Zhu Yi. Her jade-like hands gently massaged Zhu Yi's body as she whispered into Zhu Yi's ear, "Your Majesty, Zhu Shueishue's subordinate, Zhu Dan, has escaped. He has already arrived at Fire King Island and submitted to you. At least he knows how to adapt to the circumstances." Zhu Yi didn't move, but she arched her waist slightly to make her lying position more comfortable. She asked, "Did you ask? Since he can escape, can he bring us in?" "It's very difficult." The pretty servant shook her head and said, "He said that the restriction on the island is completely controlled by Zhu Shueishue. It's easy to escape, but to enter, we can only attack." "Oh." Zhu Yi closed her eyes again, and her curved eyelashes trembled slightly. She waved her hand lightly and said, "Then we'll wait for another 2,000 years. Let Zhu Shueishue live for another 2,000 years." of course, let that bastard Yi Qinghan live for another 2,000 years too. The pretty servant's eyes turned cold, and her killing intent filled the air. She said faintly, "Your Majesty, rest assured. After 2,000 years, Yi Qinghan will definitely not be able to escape from the palm of our hands." Chapter 1207. Divine World, Supreme Island. There was still a golden palace floating above the island. This was Shinta residence. Those who could enter the palace in the god realm were all famous figures. Recently, Shinta had been in a bad mood. Monarch Wind Moon had been refining for 1,000 years, but he still hadn't made a treasure like the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Moreover, Shinta didn't ask him to make it big or fast. As long as it could resist the turbulent space current, it was fine. But Monarch Wind Moon still said that he needed more time. The entire divine world was on the move. Anyone related to Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour, or even those that had been in contact with them, was captured and interrogated on Supreme Island, hoping to get some clues. But they still couldn't get any information about where Yi Qinghan and the others were hiding. Yi Qinghan had sneaked back to the divine world several times. Shinta was sure that Yi Qinghan and the others were hiding in a plane that belonged to the divine world, or in a secret domain near the divine world. Lei Kuang was captured, and Venerable Li Kuan's clansmen, who were hiding in the divine world, were discovered. Fire Dragon City's traitor Grand Elder was captured, a Rain Butterfly clan's Grand Elder was captured, and even the Blue Rain clan's patriarch was captured. The War God Pavilion was spread all over the divine world. There were billions of war gods in every city. Moreover, all the sovereigns of the divine world had submitted, besides the Fire God, Beast God, and Water God's secret domains. The rest of the divine world had been searched. However, only a few people knew about the reincarnation secret domain. Later, Yi Qinghan brought his people away, and they found out about it. Even if they beat Lei Kuang and the others to death, they wouldn't get any information. Yi Qinghan had the secret domain that could change, hide, and travel in the endless void. These mysterious abilities made Shinta feel like he had a knot in his heart. Yi Qinghan could easily enter the divine world, kill people when he had nothing to do, and then leave casually. Shinta couldn't accept it. He had never been toyed with like this. Thus, he told himself that he must kill Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour. He must find them. Xiao. A figure suddenly teleported over from Supreme Island. The guards in the city quickly scanned over with their divine senses. When they saw who it was, they quickly knelt down on one knee in midair and said respectfully, "Greetings, young Master Wuxia." Shinta Wuxia, Shinta second son, the new Misty Monarch. Shinta Wuxia didn't even look at the guard who was kneeling in midair, and flew towards the eternal palace with an air of arrogance. Just looking at her bearing, it was obvious that she couldn't compare to Shinta Wuhen, who was killed by Yi Qinghan. No wonder Shinta favorite child was Shinta Wuhen. No wonder Qinghan hated him so much. Shinta Wuxia walked into the palace, ignoring the row of maids kneeling in the palace, and walked towards the back of the palace. He knew that his father liked to stay in the back of the palace alone. The rear hall was about the same size as the front hall. The interior of the hall was divided into two levels. On one side, there was a flight of stairs that rose slowly. On top of the stairs, there was a huge throne, and a golden-haired man was lying on it. Behind him, there were two beautiful maids massaging him, and two maids were kneeling on the ground, gently massaging his calves. The maids wore thin clothes, and their figures were enchanting. Shinta eyes were tightly shut, and he had an aquiline nose. Even with his eyes closed, he could feel a faint majesty from him. "Father!" Shinta Wuxia knelt down on one knee and looked at Shinta Xiong with admiration. Shinta Xiong didn't open his eyes and said indifferently, "What's the matter?" "Wuxia has a way to find Devour Jia Wu and Yi Qing Han," Shinta Wuxia said excitedly. He knew that in Shinta Xiong's eyes, he couldn't compare to Shinta Wuhan, so he had been trying his best to please Shinta Xiong. He knew that if he succeeded, his position as the Misty Monarch would definitely be secured. As expected, Shinta Xiong opened his eyes, and a vicious glint flashed across his eyes. He waved his hand to dismiss the maids beside him, and said in a deep voice, "Stand up and speak." "Yes." Shinta Wuxia became even more excited. His handsome face was full of vigor, and he spoke frankly with assurance. "Child, I found a clan called the Wood Spirit Clan. The people of this clan can completely conceal their aura, and they look no different from a dead object. Then I secretly sent 10 of the Wood Spirit Clan's experts to the Fire Dragon continent, and I found a great thing. As soon as I received the news, I immediately came to report." "Get to the point." Shinta Xiong's face revealed a trace of anger. This was what he didn't like about Shinta Wuxia. If it was Shinta Wuhan, he would have said it briefly and wouldn't ask for credit, so that he could have a plan. "Yes." Seeing that Shinta Xiong was angry, Shinta Wuxia didn't dare to keep him in suspense anymore, and immediately said, "The Wood Spirit Clan has been hiding for 10 years, and we have confirmed one thing. Right now, Devour Jia Wu is not in the Fire Dragon continent." "Is this true?" Shinta Xiong's eyes lit up with a dazzling light, like 2 suns. His aura surged out, and the fake 9th grade Shinta Wuxia couldn't stand steadily, and he directly knelt down. It could be seen how strong he had become. When Shinta Xiong found out, he slightly retracted his aura, and Shinta Wuxia stood up, saying quickly, "According to the information that the Wood Spirit Clan has gathered in Samsung City, Yi Qinghan has returned to the Fire Dragon continent several times. More than 1,000 years ago, Yi Qinghan came again, and he only took 1 person with him. But not long after, the Soul Emperor flew back again. He took away Devour Jia Wu and Yi Qinghan's women. However, Yi Qinghan's grandfather still has many relatives, and they are still in the Fire Dragon continent. Did Devour Jia Wu really leave? Or is it Devour Jia Wu's scheme? Does she want me to send some venerables to their deaths?" Shinta Xiong pondered. It wasn't that he didn't want to attack the Fire Dragon continent. After Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour had escaped from the Divine World, he had immediately sent several venerables to the Fire Dragon continent, preparing to destroy the Fire Dragon continent to vent his anger. But in the end, they were all killed by Lord Devour. Afterwards, when Shinta Xiong knew that Lord Devour was the Jade Rabbit Divine Beast and had a clone, he didn't have any intention of attacking the Fire Dragon continent. The Fire Dragon continent was a small material plane. If a grade 9 expert from another plane entered, it would definitely cause the Fire Dragon plane to collapse. If grade 9 experts couldn't enter, no matter how many venerables went, they would die. "Wuya!" Suddenly, Shinta Xiong shouted, and a handsome man who looked similar to Shinta Wuxia teleported over. He nodded towards Wuxia, then called out to Shinta Xiong, "Wuya is here. Father, what orders do you have?" "Immediately gather 100 venerables and send them to the Misty Continent. Let Wuxia teleport to the Fire Dragon plane. Remember, it doesn't matter if Devour Jia Wu is there or not. As long as you capture Yi Qinghan's relatives, you will have made a great contribution." Following Shinta Xiong's order, the Supreme Island immediately became busy. The 100 venerables secretly scattered and teleported towards the Misty Continent at their fastest speed. A few days later, a teleportation formation in the Misty City soared into the sky. The dazzling light shone on Shinta Wuya and Shinta Wuxia's sinister smiles. The martial artists passing by felt a chill in their hearts. Not long after, The sky of the fire dragon continent lit up. Golden gates tore through the void and teleported the venerables over. How powerful was the aura of 100 venerables! It could be seen from the frightened faces of the people of the fire dragon continent. Chapter 12:08. In the endless void outside the fire god's secret territory, the Soul Emperor Pavilion was still flying around slowly. Fireworks Yi Qingyu, Yi Qinggu, and Li Shui were whispering to each other, while the Night Emperor and the others were cultivating. Mo Xiao Xiao had turned into a stone statue, looking at the endless void and thinking about her cultivation path. Oh no! All of a sudden, a scream arose, interrupting their conversation. Then, Lord Devour appeared in the hall, his face frightened. The four of them changed their countenances. Mo Xiao Xiao also moved, turning her head suspiciously. Lord Devour didn't say anything, but followed the method the Yao Ji had taught him. He controlled the Soul Emperor Pavilion to make a beautiful turn in the sky, heading to the Fire Dragon continent. Yi Qingwu's face was as pale as snow. She opened her eyes wide, her voice trembling. Lord, what happened? Lord Devour had never shown such a frightened face in front of others. At this moment, he didn't care about Yi Qinghan anymore, flying directly to the Fire Dragon plane. Did something happen to the Fire Dragon plane? As people were watching him nervously, Lord Devour said coldly, "The Fire Dragon plane has arrived. So many venerables." Ah! Yi Qingwu's body staggered, and she fell on the chair behind her. Her body trembled in fear, and her tears flowed out. Yi Qingyu also understood what was going on, and her face turned snow white. Fireworks, Li Shui, and Mo Xiao Xiao furrowed their brows, their faces solemn. Don't rush. Perhaps it's not as bad as we thought. Sigh. Lord Devour heaved a deep sigh. Although his face was calm, the worry in his eyes was thicker. This time, Yi Qinghan wanted to take the Yao Ji away. Only she understood the restrictions. To ensure Yi Qinghan's safety, she had no choice but to leave the Fire Dragon continent, controlling the Soul Emperor Pavilion to come to the Fire God's secret territory to receive Yi Qinghan. She had originally thought that after so many years, she had killed so many venerables sent by the God World, that the God World would not send any more people. Furthermore, she thought that Yi Qinghan would not take too long to steal the Fire God's heart, and would be back soon. She had set up some restrictions in the Dark Castle. If anyone went in to investigate, she would know. He even gave Yi Tianlong and the others a jade talisman. If the immortal world sent people to investigate, Yi Tianlong and the others could crush the jade talisman as soon as they realized that something was amiss, and they would immediately rush back. The God realm was not sure whether she was there or not, so they would definitely not send people to their deaths immediately. Unexpectedly, Yi Tianlong and the others had crushed the jade talismans at the same time. According to the agreement, many venerables had come from the God world, and it was a sign that Yi Tianlong and the others were completely unable to contend against them. The Soul Emperor Pavilion flew towards the Flame Dragon plane at the fastest speed possible. The Fire God's arcane realm and the Fire Dragon plane were actually located in the same direction of the Divine Realm. In less than a month, the Soul Emperor Pavilion slowly landed outside of Tsang City. When Lord Devour and Yi Qingwu and the others teleported out and saw the scene in front of them, their faces turned ashen. Yi Qingwu screamed and fainted. Fireworks, Yi Qingyu and Li Shui hurried to hold Yi Qingwu, Night Emperor, and the others also looked extremely gloomy. The entire Tsang City, the holy land of the Flame Dragon continent, the biggest city, was now in ruins. Broken bones and broken limbs could be vaguely seen. The entire city was filled with the faint smell of blood and corpses. It was like hell. Swish! There was a fluctuation in the air, and more than 20 figures teleported. Looking at Lord Devour, whose face was full of murderous aura, they all knelt down and didn't dare to say a word. Big Brother Feng Zihua, my grandpa, and the others, when Yi Qingyu saw Feng Zi and Hua Hua kneeling down, she left Yi Qinggu and dashed to them. Although Yi Qingyu didn't have any feelings for Yi Tianlong and the others, they were Yi Qinghan's family. Lord, little you, Feng Zi is useless. We're not strong enough. Please punish us. Feng Zi's face was full of pain. She grabbed her hair and cried. Chief Yi Tianlong, Yi Qingyu, Yi Baihu, Yi Chang, and Senior Yi Luyan were captured. The others were all killed. No one escaped from Tsang City. Young Lady Sainan was in Tsang City at that time. She was killed too. The enemies were 100 venerables. After they arrived, they didn't say a word and just teleported to Tsang City. They captured all the God Realm warriors in Tsang City and destroyed the entire city. Then they left immediately. Hua Chao held back his tears and quickly reported the situation. He and Feng Zi both had daughters who were married to members of the Yi family. After such a long time, they were connected by marriage. It could be said that there were countless relatives in Tsang City, but now they were all dead. Tens of millions of people in Tsang City all turned into ashes. Everyone was silent as they stared at the ruins in front of them. Everyone was thinking, if Yi Qinghan came back and saw the tragic scene in front of him, with his personality that valued affection the most, how furious, sorrowful, and how much blood would he shed? It's my fault. I was too careless. Get up. It's not your fault. Lord Devour closed his eyes, his back facing the others. He didn't look happy or worried, and his voice was indifferent. However, everybody could see that Lord Devour was shivering. They didn't know how to face Yi Qinghan. Lord Devour didn't have the face to see Yi Qinghan. Tsang City had tens of millions of people, and the Yi family had at least several million descendants. But at this moment, they were all buried in Tsang City. Shintaxiong, I must kill you. I must kill you. I must kill you. The city was dead silent, but the next second, the Night Emperor's roar broke the silence. The Night Emperor's eyes were bloodshot, and the veins on his face bulged. Wind Lord hugged him tightly, and his voice was hysterical and sorrowful. He roared a few times, and then held his head helplessly. He knelt on the ground and cried. His body was curled up like a child who had lost his family. He was the founder of the Yi family. When he and Wind Lord and Moon Queen returned to the Fire Dragon continent, he was the happiest one. Seeing the Yi family full of descendants, he was extremely proud. He didn't look good with words, but his heart was filled with warmth. Now, his dream was shattered. His bloodline had less than 100 descendants. All the descendants of the Yi family in the Fire Dragon Island lived in Tsang City. For the time being, besides Lord Devour and Mo Xiao Xiao, everybody else shed tears. More and more warriors came to this place. They started to clean up the ruins in the city. Many corpses and bones were dug out, and they were placed in the open space outside the city. The Fire Dragon continent had done its worst massacre. The blood debt with Shintaxiong was getting deeper and deeper. Lord Devour asked Mo Xiao Xiao to take Yi Qingyu, Yi Qinggu, and the others who had fainted to the Soul Emperor Pavilion to rest. She stood alone outside Tsang City, looking at the new graves. A drop of tear rolled down from the corner of her eye. She had been thinking about a problem. If Yi Qinghan came back, how should she face him? Chapter 1209. Good job, Wuxia. Wuya did a great job this time. Inside the Eternal Palace, Shintaxiong looked at the dozens of God Realm martial artists in front of him, his face full of excitement. Originally, he was prepared to sacrifice these 100 venerables. He did not expect that Shijia Wu was really not in the fire dragon plane. The 100 venerables successfully captured all the God Realm experts in Song City and also destroyed Song City, slaughtering all of Yi Qinghan's clansmen. How could Shinta Xiong's heart only be satisfied? Is that Yi Tianlong? Shinta Xiong looked at the group of martial artists in front of him, who were basically refining divine crystals, and sneered. These people were all suppressed by the power of those venerables, and did not even have the chance to attack. With the addition of 100 people, they immediately sealed all the divine crystals and captured them. I am. Who are you? Yi Tianlong was short, and his old-fashioned face was filled with anger. His voice was as cold as ice. Countless disciples of Song City had been killed, and all of them were brought to the God Realm and thrown into spatial artifacts. At this moment, they suddenly appeared in this strange place. Who is Yi Qingyo? Shinta Xiong ignored Yi Tianlong and continued to speak coldly. Yi Qingyo did not have a good temper like Yi Tianlong and knew how to endure. He roared, "Is it me? What's wrong? Want to kill me? Come on, bastard." As he spoke, Yi Qingyo used one hand to play a finger-guessing game and rushed towards Shinta Xiong. However, without divine power, he was no different from a heavenly god realm martial artist with his physical strength. Shinta Wuxia, who was beside him, kicked at him, and Yi Qingyo was sent flying into the wall. Blood flowed from his head, and half of his bones and internal organs were shattered. "Don't move," Yi Tianlong shouted. He knew that if he was impulsive at this moment, he would die in vain. He was not afraid of death, but if he died for nothing, it would make Yi Qinghan even sadder. "Yi Bai Hu?" Shinta Xiong said calmly as he read out another name. These were all names that Shinta Wuxia had obtained from the wood spirit race. They were all the relatives that Yi Qinghan cared about the most. But this time, no one responded. Yi Bai, who had always been a shrewd person. He knew very well that the reason this person had captured them was to threaten Yi Qinghan. At this moment, he was confirming everyone's identity one by one. This meant that there was a problem. He was afraid that once this demonic, godlike man confirmed everyone's identity, he would leave the important ones behind and kill everyone else. If he did not admit his identity, then everyone would be able to survive. Bang! But he was wrong. Shinta Xiong glanced at Shinta Wuxia. Then Shinta Wuxia suddenly made a move, grabbing a deity realm martial artist beside him with a claw, directly tearing his head apart. He didn't even have the chance to scream. Before he died, instantly. That was a doyen of the Yi family. Who is Yi Bai Hu? Shinta Xiong's voice continued to sound. Yi Bai Hu stood up helplessly, his eyes filled with regret and rage. His body trembled continuously, but he did not act rashly under Yi Tianlong's stern gaze. Yi Chang, Yi Luyun, Yu Shishui, Dragon Bastard, names were read out one by one. Dragon Bastard had been a guest with Long Sinan in Song City and had also been captured. His daughter's tragic death seemed to have aged this little old man by tens of thousands of years. At this moment, if not for Yi Tianlong holding his hand tightly, he would have already charged forward. "All right, Wuxia, I'll leave the rest to you." Shinta Xiong's lips curled into a smile as he turned around and walked towards the back of the palace. Shinta Wuxia ordered people to separate Yi Tianlong and the other important people and began interrogating them. Secret realm of reincarnation? Half a month later, the results of the interrogation were out. Yi Tianlong and the others were stubborn, but some of the doyen and descendants of the Yi family were not as stubborn, especially some of the direct descendants who enjoyed all the glory and wealth and relied on their status to obtain divine crystals to become gods. Shinto Wuxie used all kinds of torture methods in the god world, and finally someone confessed. The secret realm of reincarnation was exposed. Ha! Yi Qinghan devouring butterfly dance. Let's see how you survive this time. You killed my children and stole my treasures. I'll definitely turn your bones to dust. Shinto Xiong laughed wantonly. Shinto Wuxie and Shinto Wuya looked at each other. Wuxie asked doubtfully, Lord Father, no one knows the location of the secret realm of reincarnation. How can we find them? Humph, we don't know, but there's one person who definitely knows. Shinto Xiong smiled and shook his head. You don't need to care about these things. Pass down my orders. Get Wind Moon Sovereign to speed up the refining of the spatial treasure. If he can't refine it within 10,000 years, there's no point in keeping him alive. Shinto Wuxie and Shinto Wuya were overjoyed. In the god world, the people who were most afraid of Yi Qinghan were the two of them. Shinto Xiong couldn't kill Yi Qinghan, but if they met Yi Qinghan, they would definitely be killed instantly. During this time, Shinto Wuxie didn't even dare to go to the Misty Continent. Pass down the message. Let all the spies be on high alert. I reckon that after Yi Qinghan receives the news, he will most likely come back for revenge. You too, don't go out. Don't kill Yi Qinghan's relatives either. Wait for Yi Qinghan to take the bait. Ha ha. Shinto Xiong gave a few more orders, then walked towards the back of the hall while laughing. Fire Dragon Continent. The sky was exceptionally gloomy. Although it was spring, the sun was shining brightly, and everything was recovering. Millions of people had died. The stench of rotten corpses and blood still lingered in the air. Lord Devour entered the Soul Emperor Pavilion and didn't come out. Yi Qingwu and the others also entered the Soul Emperor Pavilion after paying their respects to the dead, and didn't come out. Yi Qingwu was sick, very sick. Not to mention God, realm warriors. Even ordinary warriors wouldn't get sick. It was clear that the massacre of Tsang City had hurt Yi Qingwu a lot. Fireworks and Li Shui were taking care of Yi Qingwu, while Moon Queen was taking care of the Night Emperor, whose eyes were still lifeless. Mo Xiao, Xiao Fengjun, and Marshal Snow were arranging things outside, while Yi Qingyu was following Lord Devour to learn how to control the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The Soul Emperor Pavilion had to go and receive Yi Qinghan, but Lord Devour's body couldn't leave the Fire Dragon Continent. Who knew if the God World would send more people? The next time, it wouldn't just be a massacre, but the entire Fire Dragon Continent would be erased, of course. The most important thing was that Lord Devour didn't dare to see Yi Qinghan. Yi Qingyu had learned restrictions from the Yaoji for a long time. It wasn't complicated to control the Soul Emperor Pavilion. She didn't need to arrange any restrictions. She just needed to control it. My lord, do you think the reincarnation's secret realm needs to bring people here? Mo Xiao entered the Soul Emperor Pavilion, asking Lord Devour worriedly. Lord Devour had thought about this problem. He waved his hand and said, the reincarnation's secret realm is hidden. It's surrounded by space vortexes. Little Hans said that there was no record of the reincarnation's secret realm in the Beast Secret territory. Even if Shinto Xiong knows about it, it's okay. He can't find the reincarnation's secret realm. Moreover, my clone is there. I've set a restriction on the passage to get in. If Shinto Xiong comes, I'll make him fall into the space vortex forever. Yeah, that's good. I won't go out this time. I'll stay with you in the Fire Dragon Continent. Mo Xiao felt relieved. Then she looked at Lord Devour worriedly. She was afraid that Lord Devour would have no one to accompany him. Lord Devour waved his hand faintly. You have to go. They're too weak. Although the Soul Emperor Pavilion is safe in the void, you've experienced many things. You can make the decision. Mo Xiao sighed begrudgingly, then left. Several months later, under Yi Qingyu's control and Mo Xiao's command, the Soul Emperor Pavilion brought people to the Fire Dragon's secret realm. They were ready to bring Yi Qinghan home or wait for the Soul Jade Slip in the Soul Emperor Pavilion to explode, which would kill Yi Qinghan. Chapter 12:10. Yi Qinghan knew nothing about what was happening outside. He didn't even know what was happening inside the Fire God mystery realm. The control of the God Slayer's spear got harder as it progressed, but its power got stronger. The 10 God Slayer spears were like 10 poisonous hidden weapons that attacked the enemy from all directions. As long as one of them broke through the defense and attacked the origin energy, there was a high chance of killing the enemy if it suddenly rotated. In the first 1,000 years, Yi Qinghan could rotate 6 God Slayer spears. But in the second 1,000 years, he could only control 9 God Slayer spears to rotate at the same time. It had already been 2,600 years, but he still couldn't make 10 God Slayers' spears rotate at the same time. No, I will go crazy if I continue to practice like this. The God Slayer's spears in the air exploded bit by bit. The precious origin energy couldn't be kept and dissipated in the air. Yi Qinghan held his head. The veins on his face bulged, and his face was filled with pain. He had always wanted to make the 10 God Slayers' spears rotate at the same time to reach perfection. He had a feeling that if the 10 God Slayers' spears rotated at the same time, it would be extremely powerful. When it reached perfection, it would be even more powerful. That was why he spent 600 years stubbornly, but he still couldn't achieve it. Kneeling on the ground, Yi Qinghan held his head and shook it continuously. He felt like his head was going to explode. He didn't know if there was a problem with his soul, or if his soul wasn't strong enough to control the 10 God Slayers' spears to rotate at the same time. But he didn't dare to check his soul space. He could only stubbornly practice it again and again. He was very afraid. 1,600 years ago, he suddenly felt a throbbing in the depths of his soul. He knew that something must have happened. He even thought of disregarding everything and abandoning the Fire God's heart. He wanted to rush out and go home to take a look, but he forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart and practiced the God Slayer's spear again and again, causing himself to enter a state of madness. With the help of practice, he didn't think too much. He didn't think about those things that he was extremely afraid of. He was very clear that if something really happened with his impulsive character, he would definitely think of a way to sneak attack Shintu Xiong and kill him. With Shintu Xiong's strength at the pinnacle of 9th grade sovereign realm, there was only one outcome for him, death. Therefore, he told himself that even if he had to go out, he had to obtain the Fire God's heart. All these years of hard work couldn't go to waste. With the Fire God's heart and the activation of the Fire God's battle armor, he could escape. No matter how impulsive he was, he could still preserve his life. Only by preserving his life would he have the chance to kill Shintu Xiong. I will definitely obtain the heart of the Fire God. Zhu, don't force me. Don't force me to attack you. Yi Qinghan growled in a low voice over and over again, trying to forget the swelling pain in his head that felt like it was about to explode, trying to forget the worry and fear deep in his soul. A long time passed. The swelling pain in Yi Qinghan's brain finally disappeared. He fell to the ground weakly, gasping for air, and fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown period of time, Yi Qinghan woke up slowly. He opened his eyes and stared blankly at the stone wall above his head. In a trance, he didn't know where he was, who he was, and what he was going to do. His mind started to wake up gradually. At this moment, Yi Qinghan had a strong feeling deep in his soul, as if his soul was sending him a message, asking him to investigate and pay attention. This feeling came very suddenly, and it was very inexplicable. It made Yi Qinghan's entire body break out in cold sweat. Was his soul finally going to undergo another great change? Yi Qinghan knew that what he had been running away from was about to happen. He widened his eyes in horror and looked around, a little at a loss. If he died like this, he really didn't dare to imagine how sad his family, his women, and his children would be. How disappointed would Li Shui, Lord Devourer, and Demon Devourer be? He forced himself not to pay attention to the soul space, but his soul consciousness started to explore it. His eyes opened wider, and the fear on his face grew thicker. He was a level 9 expert, Han Yijun, and he was also the #1 genius in the divine world. But he was also a human, and he would be afraid, and he would have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Of course, he would be at a loss, and he would be frightened. After 1,600 years, the soul space had become even stranger. At this moment, the soul space was definitely bigger than an ordinary material plane. However, the soul sea floating in the space had become as big as a fist. The lightning within the origin energy encircling the space continued to strike the fist-like sea of souls from all directions in a tyrannical manner. The soul sea had become a golden sphere, emitting a beautiful halo. At the same time, the soul pressure in it was getting stronger and stronger. Before Yi Qinghan's soul sea had undergone any change, it had been quenched by the lightning and thunder, and it had started to shrink. At this moment, as Yi Qinghan had expected, the soul sea of 1,000,000 miles had been compressed into the size of a fist in the past 1,600 years. Such a huge soul sea had been compressed to such a small size, and the density inside was absolutely high. The absence of an explosion had already exceeded Yi Qinghan's expectations. But at this moment, it was still shrinking. When something was compressed to the limit, there was only one ending, a big explosion. Last time, Yi Qinghan didn't know why he didn't die, and instead formed such a strange new soul space. This time, Yi Qinghan didn't believe that he would have such good luck. Most importantly, the last time his soul had undergone a change, it was because of the collision between the dark force and the light force. This time, the essence was different. When the soul sea was compressed to the limit, it would definitely explode. If the soul sea was torn apart and collapsed, how could he survive? I can't wait. I must get the Heart of Fire God and get out immediately. I must think of all ways to kill Shin Xiong in a short period of time. I don't have the time to wait, and I can't gamble. The fear of death caused Yi Qinghan to make a decision. He decided to come out of seclusion and force Xu Yi to kill the fire god. Then he would leave immediately with the fire god battle armor. He would think of all ways to kill Shin Xiong, obtain the secret technique of possession, help Xiaohe reconstruct his true body, and allow everyone to return to the deity world. This sphere formed by the soul sea was showing signs of exploding at any moment. He estimated that in at most 500 years, it would definitely be compressed to the limit, and then explode. He had to make one last gamble before he died. After thinking through everything, Yi Qinghan relaxed. When a person knew that he was going to die, he wouldn't be so afraid of death. Swish! 10 god slayers' spears whizzed out and revolved in the air for a moment. Yi Qinghan began his final experiment. In the end, 9 spears could revolve at the same time, but the 10th spear still revolved for a moment before collapsing and exploding. This also caused the other 9 god slayers' spears to explode as well. He laughed bitterly. He knew that with his current soul spirit strength, he wouldn't be able to revolve 10 god slayers' spears at the same time. Yi Qinghan stopped thinking about it. With 9 god slayers' spears that could revolve, he already had the confidence to deal with Xu Yi. With one hand, he summoned the god slayer's spear. Yi Qinghan scanned with his divine senses and realized that Xiaohei was still in a deep sleep. He sighed silently. He didn't know if he could see Xiaohei wake up and evolve again before he died. In the Battle Imperial Palace, Yi Qinghan immediately released his domineering divine senses and scanned the entire Fire God mystic realm. When he saw the Fire God Island's barrier dimming, he was shocked. With the God Slayer saber in his hand, he locked onto Zhu Yi's figure and flew towards Zhu Yi's back garden. Chapter 12:11. Zhu Yi's back garden was very beautiful. During this period of time, it had undergone extensive remodeling. Many rare flowers and trees had been transplanted. It was currently dusk, and the sunset glow in the distance looked like it was being braised. Between the shadows of the trees, the red light shone on the beautiful green trees, the red flowers, and the blue water. It was a breathtaking scene. Zhu Yi reclined on a jade cushion in a pavilion. There were 4 maids attending to her at the side. The maids were all as beautiful as flowers. However, when they stood beside Zhu Yi, they were like a few green leaves setting off a red flower. Today, Zhu Yi was wearing a pink and white satin dress. This woman was born to wear clothes. The pink and white dress and the red rays of the sun made her skin look like it was white and rosy, bright and alluring. At this moment, she reclined with a lazy posture and a pleasant demeanor. The faint aura of a queen aroused the desire of men to conquer her. Yi Qinghan released his aura and flew towards the back garden without any scruples. This caused the guards and maids in the great general palace to be alarmed. They all rushed towards the back garden. What was Zhu Yi's current status? How could she allow Yi Qinghan to barge around as he pleased? If not for Yi Qinghan's special status and formidable strength, he would have been killed by the guards. Can't wait to obtain the fire god's heart. He. Zhu Yi glanced at Yi Qinghan's direction and waved her hand to dismiss the maids. She didn't move and continued to pretend to sleep while waiting for Yi Qinghan's arrival. The maids obediently retreated, but the personal maids stayed behind. Previously, Yi Qinghan had taken advantage of Zhu Yi. She wouldn't be at ease to let Zhu Yi face Yi Qinghan alone. The guards in the palace received the personal maid's message and dispersed. Yi Qinghan also flew to the back garden and directly landed. The personal maid activated the barrier of the back garden to prevent the conversation between the 3 of them from being heard by outsiders. Young Master Yi is out of seclusion. Congratulations. Please take a seat. Zhu Yi didn't get up. Her snow-white arm pointed at the jade chair in front of her. Yi Qinghan didn't sit down. He only glanced at the lower 9th rank maid and said, "I have something to discuss with Miss Zhu Yi. Let the others wait." Irrelevant people, there was a hint of anger in the maidservant's eyes as she stared directly at Yi Qinghan. As Zhu Yi's beloved concubine, and her strength had reached level 9, she was now above tens of thousands of people in the fire god's secret land. How could Yi Qinghan say that she was a nobody? What? You have a problem with that? Yi Qinghan's tiger-like eyes were filled with coldness as he stared at the serving girl. His killing intent was extremely obvious as he locked onto the serving girl. It seemed like he would kill her in an instant if there was any disagreement. "Young Master Yi, you've misunderstood me. She's not my maid. She's one of us. There's no harm in saying anything." Zhu Yi smiled faintly. She dissolved Yi Qinghan's murderous aura. "One of us? Humph, they're really a pair of lilies." Yi Qinghan snorted coldly. He thought to himself, no wonder Zhu Yi was so easily aroused by a casual touch. After so many years, I didn't find out that she had a man. It turns out that she had a woman. Looking at the faint mocking expression on the maid's face, Yi Qinghan's killing intent soared in his eyes. He shouted coldly, "This time I'm going to talk about something very important. Miss Zhu Yi, please ask your Servant to leave. As soon as Yi Qinghan's words came out, the maid's face suddenly turned livid. Zhu Yi's pretty face also changed slightly. How could Yi Qinghan be so overbearing? Who did he think he was? Where did he think this place was? The killing intent in the maid's eyes soared. The surface of her body had already begun to condense a faint power of origin. Zhu Yi was also angry. Isn't this Yi Qinghan too arrogant? She just thought that she would be able to kill the patriarch of the fire god tribe in a few hundred years. At that time, she could completely torture and kill Yi Qinghan. Zhu Yi forcefully suppressed the killing intent in her heart. She waved her hand and said to the maid, "You can leave first." The maid left embarrassedly with a venomous gaze. Zhu Yi opened the shield again. She then sat up and said leisurely, "Young Master Yi, what's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment. He thought that if he let Zhu Yi attack the Fire God Island just like that, she might find all kinds of excuses to evade. At that time, if she insisted on not going, Yi Qinghan wouldn't be able to kill the patriarch of the Fire God tribe alone. His eyes turned, and he had an idea. He said with a fiery gaze, "Miss Zhu Yi, last time you said that you wanted me to give you some time. Now that more than 2,000 years have passed, isn't that long enough? I'm sincere to you. I hope you won't give me an answer that will disappoint me." This again, Zhu Yi looked at Yi Qinghan's incomparably fiery gaze and cursed in her heart. Just now, she asked the maid to come down to prevent Yi Qinghan from making excessive requests. Although Zhu Li and the other two were practicing the joint attack formation, it was actually not very powerful. If it was used to scare people, it could still be useful if they fought with the patriarch of the Fire God tribe. Unless they launched a sneak attack, it was absolutely impossible for them to cooperate with her to kill the patriarch of the Fire God tribe. However, the three of them had been exposed last time. Would the patriarch of the Fire God tribe give them a chance to launch a sneak attack? Yi Qinghan was different. Last time, he and Yi Qinghan cooperated perfectly and successfully killed the Grand Elder. With Yi Qinghan around, the Fire God tribe couldn't fly out even if he had wings. She could only smile and say, "Young Master Yi, can you wait until after we kill the patriarch of the Fire God tribe? At that time, Zhu Yi will fulfill her wish. I will definitely fly together with you." Humph. Miss Zhu Yi, are you playing with me? What a waste of my infatuation with you. You rejected me because of the maid just now, right? Don't think that I can't see that you are playing with me. It seems that you don't plan to give me the heart of the fire god. Since that's the case, I will take my leave. Yi Qinghan stood up cheerfully. His face was cold, and his words were even more pressing. Then he flicked his sleeves and turned to fly into the sky. It was the direction of the teleportation formation. Moreover, his speed was extremely fast. It didn't seem like he was putting on an act at all. Zhu Yi sneered. Without her, could Yi Qinghan open the teleportation formation? However, after a moment, seeing Yi Qinghan break the shield of the back garden and rush toward the teleportation formation at lightning speed, Zhu Yi was a little flustered. Could it be that he knew about restrictions and could really open the teleportation formation? Immediately, her body turned into a flying feather and flew into the sky. She shouted, "Yi Qinghan, stop right there." In a moment of desperation, Zhu Yi shouted loudly, alarming the entire Fire King Island. At this moment, Yi Qinghan did not use the ghost transformation. There was no trace of the Fire God clan's aura on his body. Suddenly, countless divine senses swept over. The entire Fire King Island was alarmed. Countless supremacies teleported out, surrounded by the power of origin and filled with killing intent. At the same time, several martial artists below grade 9 on the island were also alarmed. All of them teleported out and locked onto Yi Qinghan immediately preparing to attack. "Those who block me will die." Yi Qinghan waved his hand. 10 God-Slayer spears revolved around his body. The power of origin surrounded his body. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were cold, as if an ancient god of war had descended, insufferably arrogant. Several martial artists below grade 9 quickly retracted their attacks. They did not recognize Yi Qinghan, but they recognized the God-Slayer spears. The Grand Elder was killed by this silver spear. Countless supremacies were even worse off. As soon as Yi Qinghan condensed the power of space, they were immediately pressed down and smashed to the ground, spewing blood. Chapter 12:12. Young Master Yi, what is the meaning of this? Zhu Yi saw that Yi Qinghan was about to make a move, so she transmitted her voice angrily. Her body was also surrounded by the power of Source, and the power of space quietly condensed. The pretty maid teleported and appeared beside her, ready to make a move. What is the meaning of this? Yi Qinghan looked back and transmitted his voice coldly. "I am sincere to Miss, but Miss has teased me several times. My heart is cold. I will go and see if I can open the teleportation array now. If I can't, I will go to the endless void and try my luck. If I can't return to the immortal world and my power of Source is exhausted, I can only blame my bad luck. Why? Miss Zhu Yi wants to keep me here? Do it, and see if Yi Qinghan will even frown. Even if I can't get Miss, dying in your hands is also a kind of joy." After transmitting his voice angrily, Yi Qinghan actually put away the God-Slayer spear and the power of Source. He stood proudly in the sky and looked at Zhu Yi indifferently. It was as if he was facing death calmly and was willing to sacrifice himself for love. Zhu Yi's beautiful eyes lit up, and she was about to release the power of space. Although she didn't know if Yi Qinghan was sincere, Yi Qinghan's heroic spirit at this moment still moved her slightly. The anger in her body immediately disappeared. And then she thought that if it wasn't for Yi Qinghan, she wouldn't be very confident in dealing with the fire god patriarch. She softened and put away the power of Source. She pretended to be moved and transmitted her voice. "Young Master Yi, can we go back first? We can talk about it when we go back. Zhu Yi is begging you." "All go back. Young Master Yi is this king's most distinguished guest." Zhu Yi glanced at the 9th grade martial artist in the sky and said coldly. After that, she looked at Yi Qinghan with a pleading expression, as if everything could be discussed when they go back. "All right, I hope Miss won't lie to Yi Qinghan this time." Yi Qinghan was delighted. He had achieved his goal. His expression softened as he followed Zhu Yi back to the back garden. As soon as they returned to the backyard and opened the barrier, Zhu Yi pulled Yi Qinghan's hand and comforted him with soft words. She made him sit on the soft couch and picked up the teacup at the side, pretending to pour tea for Yi Qinghan. However, her mind was spinning quickly. He was thinking about how to fool Yi Qinghan. As long as he could drag it out for another few hundred years, he would have to wait for Zhu Li and the other two to master their battle formation. If they killed the fire god patriarch together, no matter if Yi Qinghan made a fuss or not, he would be dead. Unexpectedly, Yi Qinghan stretched out his hand and directly hugged her from behind. He rolled on the jade couch. His hands flew up and down, and her robe turned into rags. Before she could react, she had been stripped naked. Then Yi Qinghan's body shook, and his robe turned into blue rags. He looked at Zhu Yi, who was twisting her body in anger and about to attack, and said with a firm expression, "If I can't have Miss, I'd rather die. If Miss is not willing, please kill Yi Qinghan." Zhu Yi's beautiful face paled, and she was about to retaliate in anger, but she hesitated after hearing Yi Qinghan's words. She hesitated for only half a second, but it was only half a second before her lower body was filled with a fiery heat. Zhu Yi shouted, and her whole body trembled. A feeling that she had never felt before occupied her soul. She thought that when she was having fun with that pretty maid, they could only rely on each other's tongues and cold tools. After being hugged by Yi Qinghan, she was disturbed by his masculine aura. She already had a strange feeling in her heart. At this moment, her lower body felt hot and full, and it was more stimulating than ever. Yi Qinghan, how dare you? Suddenly, something strange happened. With Yi Qinghan's fierce attack, billions of golden soul threads suddenly began to quietly attack her soul. At the same time, a flow of God power quietly entered her body from Yi Qinghan's lower body, rushing towards her divine crystal like lightning. The thing she was most worried about had happened. She had actually been quietly sealed by Yi Qinghan with her divine crystal. She had always been unwilling to have sex with Yi Qinghan. Besides the fact that she didn't like men, there was another important reason. She was afraid that Yi Qinghan would suddenly attack her when they were having intercourse. As a result, Yi Qinghan had really attacked her. She was frightened, looking at the man with the evil smile on his face. She felt that he was very scary. She suddenly realized that she had understood many things. Today's situation had been planned by Yi Qinghan all along. In other words, she had been tricked by Yi Qinghan all along. Today, Yi Qinghan's first confession had messed up her heart. Then, he had resolutely left, which had enraged her. Then, he had faced death with equanimity, which had softened her heart once again. Finally, he had forcefully entered her body, which had caused her to be even more confused. While her mind was in a mess, he suddenly attacked her soul, which disturbed her soul. Since her soul was in a mess, she naturally couldn't control the power source that protected the divine crystal in her body. Thus, her divine crystal had been easily sealed by Yi Qinghan. The divine crystal was the foundation of a martial artist. Without God power, not to mention condensing the power of space, they couldn't even open the space ring and send messages. Be good, don't move. Your soul skill isn't even worth mentioning in front of me. I forgot to tell you, the strength of my soul has already reached the pinnacle of the 9th grade. Yi Qinghan smiled evilly and continued to enjoy Zhu Yi's beautiful body. However, his gaze was incomparably deep as he looked into Zhu Yi's eyes, as if he could tell what she was thinking. Zhu Yi's body turned cold, and she didn't dare to move anymore. She looked at the man in front of her, who could only be considered delicate and handsome. This was the first time she felt that he was so scary. She believed that she was smarter than others and always liked to play others in the palm of her hand. She didn't expect that at this moment she would be played by Yi Qinghan, and in the most humiliating way. She had lost. She had been utterly defeated. Yi Qinghan didn't care about Zhu Yi's resentful gaze. He happily vented the evil fire and grievances that he had suppressed for many years. His divine sense was locked onto Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi's soul was only at the honorable realm. She was no match for him in terms of soul skills. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. He didn't want to fail miserably. Wasn't Zhu Yi who was in pain and happiness under his body just because she was careless? Finally, after a long time, along with Yi Qinghan's wolf howl, millions of offspring sprayed on Zhu Yi's beautiful face. Only then did he lazily stand up and take out a robe. After putting it on, he poured himself a cup of tea and looked coldly at Zhu Yi. Miss Zhu Yi, give me your soul fire, or I'll send you your woman and everyone from Fire King Island to the Netherworld realm. Zhu Yi sat up coldly. She grabbed a rag beside her and wiped the white liquid off her face. She looked at Yi Qinghan with incomparable resentment and said, Yi Qinghan, You're really ruthless. You want me to be your sole slave. Dream on. Humph, kill me if you have the guts. Do you think you can still live after killing me? Without me, you definitely can't open the transportation array. Returning to the divine realm through the endless void is even more suicidal. Without me, you are no match for Fire God. Therefore, without me, you will definitely die. Ha ha, Zhu Yi, you stupid woman. Do you think I don't know that you have been feigning civility with me since the beginning? Do you think I don't know that you have always wanted to kill me? Do you think I don't know that you want to obtain my Fire God's battle armor? Do you really think that I can't return to the divine realm without you? Let me tell you, forget about returning to the divine realm. Even if I fly for tens of thousands of years in the endless void, I don't need to worry about not having enough origin energy. Look carefully. Yi Qinghan laughed loudly. Immediately, surging origin energy surged out from his body. The origin energy surrounded Yi Qinghan's body in circles. Only after it had surrounded Yi Qinghan a few hundred times did he retract his origin energy. Zhu Yi's face turned completely pale. She looked at Yi Qinghan in disbelief. At this moment, she finally understood why Yi Qinghan had always been so unscrupulous. It turned out that he had been hiding such a trump card. With so much origin energy, he could escape from the endless void and return to the divine realm at any time. She didn't lose unjustly. Chapter 12:13. Supreme Divine Emperor, I, Yi Qinghan, swear that as long as Zhu Yi helps me kill the patriarch of the Fire God tribe and obtain the heart of the Fire God, I will return the heart of soul to her and never step into the Fire God's secret realm again. If I break this oath, please punish me and kill me. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan raised one hand and swore to the sky with a solemn expression. Zhu Yi was astonished, then her eyes brightened. Yi Qinghan smiled and said, Zhu Yi, if you had cooperated with me from the beginning, I would not have done such a beastly thing today. Give me the flame of soul. Otherwise, I will have to destroy you. Zhu Yi looked at Yi Qinghan's handsome face, and her heart was filled with complicated emotions. After a moment, she sighed deeply, and a white flame floated out from between her eyebrows. It entered Yi Qinghan's forehead and disappeared. Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief. This time, he was gambling. His sea of soul could explode in 500 years, so he had to gamble. He wanted to obtain the heart of the Fire God in the shortest time possible, then return to the realm of gods and find a way to kill Shintu Xiong. If Zhu Yi was not subdued, firstly, he might be plotted against by Zhu Yi. Secondly, without Zhu Yi, he did not have the ability to kill the patriarch of the Fire God tribe and obtained the heart of the Fire God. Therefore, today he had no choice but to use despicable means to ambush Zhu Yi and seal her divine crystal. However, after obtaining Zhu Yi's flame of soul, Yi Qinghan's guilt towards Zhu Yi completely disappeared. The flame of soul was the source of the soul. It contained Zhu Yi's memories, so Yi Qinghan easily knew what Zhu Yi was thinking. She was truly a bamboo leaf snake. Her mind was filled with countless schemes, all aimed at him. One of them was to secretly poison Yi Qinghan. This poison was colorless and odorless. It could be spread in the air, and people would be poisoned unknowingly. The three traitors of the Great Elder, the lower ninth grade war gods, were poisoned by this poison and had no choice but to betray him. If it weren't for his good luck today, he would have died after killing the Fire God Patriarch. In Zhu Yi's memory, she had never had sex with a man. Her people were all killed when she was very young, and the women in her clan were raped. Zhu Yi did not lie to him about this. Zhu Yi hated men very much. She had always been doing things with that made with fake phoenixes. No wonder when she was violated by him a few times, she was a little flustered and aroused. This time, When he forced himself on her, it made her even more confused for a second, which was why it was so easy to control her this time. Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief. When a martial artist reached their level, there would be a warning in the depths of their soul. If Yi Qinghan wanted to kill them, Zhu Yi would be even more vigilant. However, Yi Qinghan had no intention of killing her at all. He only wanted to seal her, which was why Zhu Yi's heart did not react, and he was lucky enough to capture her. Looking at Zhu Yi's gloomy face, her beautiful naked body, sitting on the jade chair, she did not even wipe off the remaining bodily fluids on her hair. Yi Qinghan's heart softened again, and he said softly, "Zhu Yi, don't blame me. Since you want to kill me, it's only natural for me to deal with you and even kill you. I have sworn the divine Emperor Blood oath to enter the Fire God mystic realm. I only want to obtain the heart of the Fire God, not to enslave the Fire God tribe. Once I obtain the heart of the Fire God, I will naturally return your flame of spirit and leave immediately. If you still hate me, you can find me, Yi Qinghan, for revenge. If you have the ability to kill me, Yi Qinghan will definitely not blame you." Zhu Yi sighed faintly and looked at Yi Qinghan with a complicated expression. "Sigh, I, Zhu Yi, have been scheming my entire life. I never expected to be schemed against by you today. I admit defeat. Yi Qinghan, you are a great person. Zhu Yi falling into your hands is not embarrassing. Put on your clothes. I will violate your beautiful body again." Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and glanced at Zhu Yi's twin peaks and the mysterious zone. Zhu Yi's face turned green and red immediately. She took out a dress and put it on. Yi Qinghan drank his tea and looked at the beauty putting on her clothes. He felt a sense of satisfaction. He had been in the Fire God mystic realm for so many years, but today was the best day. It felt great to be in control of everything. It was a pity that such days would come to an end when he returned to the divine world. "When can we attack the Fire God Island?" Recollecting his thoughts, Yi Qinghan began to talk about serious matters. Zhu Yi's life was in Yi Qinghan's hands. In addition, she knew that as long as the Fire God tribe leader was killed, her bitter days would come to an end. She quickly said, "Anytime Zhu Li and the other two are almost done with their combined battle formation. With the three of them and the two of us, Zhu Shui will definitely die." "That's good." Yi Qinghan grinned and said excitedly, "Rest for 3 days and think about the pros and cons. 3 days later, we will go to the Fire God Island. Don't think of any tricks to deal with me. Your soul flame is in my hands. With my powerful soul force, I know exactly what you are thinking. Let's cooperate well. Go out and calm your subordinates' emotions first." Zhu Yi was very clear about it. She sighed inwardly that Yi Qinghan's methods were much stronger than hers. Yi Qinghan made a divine Emperor Blood oath that he would leave immediately after obtaining the Fire God's heart and return her soul flame. Just based on this, Zhu Yi didn't dare to have any other thoughts. If Yi Qinghan didn't make this blood oath, Zhu Yi felt that she wouldn't be able to live anymore. It was very likely that she would perish together with Yi Qinghan. As soon as the barrier opened, a pretty maid immediately teleported in. Seeing the torn clothes on the jade table and the lingering scent of their bodily fluids in the air, her expression immediately changed. Her killing intent soared as she glared at Yi Qinghan and shouted, "You swish!" Yi Qinghan glanced over and activated the soul extinguisher. He then condensed a palm with the power of space and slapped forward. Boom! The maid was only a lower 9th grade. Yi Qinghan's soul extinguisher attack was strange. She was hit and flew backward while spurting out blood. Zhu Yi wanted to move, but her expression only changed. She didn't move. Instead, she looked at Yi Qinghan and begged, "Beloved, Don't be impulsive. Young Master Yi, please show mercy. Yi Qinghan picked up the cup of tea and leisurely took a sip. He looked at Zhu Yi and said, "If I don't show mercy, would she still be alive? And next time, don't blame me for not giving you face." Zhu Yi quickly nodded and flashed over. She carried the maid and immediately left the backyard. The maid's eyes were filled with hatred, but she could only slowly heal her body. The two of them flashed and went to Zhu Yi's private room. "Your Majesty, how could you have an affair with her? How could you?" Yi Qinghan showed mercy. The maid's internal organs were only shaken. After a while, most of them were healed. She immediately looked at the dejected Zhu Yi and roared with a ferocious expression. He was as angry as a man who saw his woman being toyed with. "Don't say any more. Beloved, I lost. I lost completely." Two streams of tears flowed down from Zhu Yi's eyes, thinking of the humiliation she had just suffered, especially when Yi Qinghan wantonly played with her body. Her delicate body trembled uncontrollably. "What's wrong? Your Majesty, what happened?" The maid felt that something was wrong. When she thought of Yi Qinghan's unscrupulous behavior, she had a bad feeling. "My flame of soul was taken by Yi Qinghan." Zhu Yi hugged the maid like a helpless child. She cried bitterly and told the maid what had happened. After the maid finished listening, she sat on the ground powerlessly. Her eyes were filled with fear. She lost her voice and murmured, "He is not from the bloodline of the beast god. He is a devil from the devil realm. He is too terrifying. Even your Majesty was tricked by him." Yi Qinghan's divine sense had been locked onto Zhu Yi. She had given Zhu Yi 3 days to let her vent her emotions. After 3 days, she would be able to stabilize her emotions and use her full strength to kill the fire god patriarch in one fell swoop. In the current situation, he could not afford to make any mistakes. Otherwise, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. 3 days later, Zhu Yi indeed stabilized her emotions. Yi Qinghan's fighting spirit was soaring. He smiled faintly and waved his hand. As if he was the king of the fire god mystery realm, he took Zhu Yi and all the 9th grade war gods and flew toward the fire god island. Chapter 12:14. Done? Good. Good. Inside the eternal palace, Shintaxiong had just received a message. He scanned it with his divine sense and immediately became excited. He pushed away the maids beside him and walked outside. "Wuxie Wuya, follow me to the Wind Moon continent." Shintaxiong's shout immediately startled Shintu Wuxie and Shintu Wuya, who were in the side chamber. They teleported over and saw Shintaxiong's excited face. They hurriedly asked with joy, "Father, is there a joyous occasion?" "Haha, just follow me." Shintaxiong did not say much and teleported with the two of them. The eternal palace disappeared from Supreme Island, and the 3 of them teleported towards the north. Shintaxiong's strength could be seen from the distance he teleported. In just 3 or 4 teleportations, he appeared in the valley where the Wind Moon Monarch was at. The Wind Moon Monarch had already guessed that Shintaxiong would come and was waiting respectfully outside. "Where is it?" Shintaxiong's eyes were burning as he stared at the Wind Moon Monarch. He thought it would take a few thousand years to build the city. He did not expect it to be completed in just 1,000 years. The Wind Moon Monarch's face was also filled with excitement as he said to Shintaxiong, "Lord, follow me." The few teleported to the back of the valley. There was a huge door on the wall. The Wind Moon Monarch waved his god power, and the door opened, revealing a bright passage. The few of them walked in. The passage became wider and wider until they reached a huge underground plaza. The walls around the plaza shone with light, making it look like daytime inside. A huge black bird-shaped strange divine tool was placed on the ground. The Wind Moon Monarch pointed at the blackbird and said, "I call this Flying Phoenix. I designed it based on the celestial bird. Its speed is 10 times faster than a celestial bird, comparable to a lower ninth grade war god, and it can fly in the sky. Of course, the prerequisite is that it needs a martial artist of the venerable rank and above to constantly inject origin energy. Without the infusion of origin energy, one hit by the space-shattering blade current will immediately turn it into ashes." "All right, that's it. Wuya, summon 100 venerables. I want to give it a try immediately. If it is really as you say, Wind Moon Monarch, this sovereign will greatly reward you." Shinta Xiong nodded his head. He was already very satisfied with this design. The most important thing was the energy supply. Only venerables were needed to fly in the void. What he was most afraid of was not having enough origin energy. If his origin energy was exhausted, then even if he was extremely powerful, he would still die. In Shinta Xiong's eyes, a venerable was no different from an ordinary martial artist. In the immortal realm, ninth grade war gods were rare, but with so many martial artists, there would be someone breaking through to become a venerable every once in a while. Shinta Xiong wouldn't feel the slightest bit of heartache even if the quintessence energy of these 100 exalts were completely exhausted this time, or even if all of them died. Half a day later, 100 supremacies teleported over. Shinta Xiong immediately said to Elders Feng, "And you, keep this flying phoenix in your spatial artifact. Let's go to the endless void and test it out." Not long after, Shinta Xiong brought Shinta Wuya, Shinta Wuxia, and 100 venerables to the endless void. Monarch Feng, and you took out the metal lump bird from their spatial artifact. This flying phoenix was 100 meters long and looked similar to a celestial phoenix. Under the control of Monarch Feng and you, its entire body emitted a green light. At its waist, a huge door opened, like the mouth of a monster. Everyone entered the flying phoenix. It was very spacious inside, and just like the celestial phoenix, it was divided into a front hall, a middle hall, and a back hall. Monarch Feng, and you brought 100 venerables to the back hall. Not long after, the flying phoenix's body trembled, and a faint origin energy slowly revolved around its body. It began to rapidly fly around the surface of the immortal realm. "Lord, this flying phoenix requires 10 venerables to control at the same time. 10 venerables will pour their origin energy into it. Based on the origin energy in an ordinary venerable's body, under normal circumstances, the origin energy of 10 venerables can fly for half a year. Of course, if they continuously encounter the space-shattering blade stream, they will lose too much origin energy, so the time will be shorter." Monarch Feng and you proudly teleported over. They opened the restriction inside, allowing Shinta Xiong and his sons to see the endless void outside, and began to explain. "Half a year? That's enough." A cold light flashed in Shinta Xiong's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "Fly around the immortal realm for a year and encounter a few more space-shattering blade streams to test if there will be any problems." Monarch Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of dissatisfaction. This Shinta Xiong clearly did not believe him, and was afraid that he would harm him. However, due to Shinta Xiong's strength, Monarch Feng did not dare to say anything, and obediently went to the back hall to control it. Shinta Wuxia thought of a question, and asked, "Father, this divine tool that can cross the void is almost done. But how do we confirm the reincarnation plane that Yi Qinghan and the rest are hiding in? Also, will they leave in advance, return to the Flame Dragon continent, or other planes?" Shinta Xiong coldly snorted and said, "The Flame Dragon plane is impossible, and the material planes are also impossible. The material planes are too small, and they are afraid that I will casually sacrifice a 9th grade war god, and use my divine might to collapse the space of the material planes. As for the medium-sized planes, there are not many subsidiary medium-sized planes in the immortal realm. Once I get the plane map, where can they run to? Plane map? Father, where can I find a detailed plane map of the immortal realm? Shinto Wuya asked doubtfully. Shinto Xiong stood up, and his gaze passed through the phoenix, looking at the void in the distance, and said in a deep voice, "The Supreme Being Divine Emperor has it. You have forgotten. Father is now the Lord of the immortal realm. I have the right to go to Mount Pan and ask for the plane map of the immortal realm. Who else knows this plane better than the Supreme Being Divine Emperor?" The Supreme Being Divine Emperor, Shinto Wuxie and Shinto Wuya, were filled with deep veneration, and their gazes followed Shinto Xiong, looking at the endless void, and their hearts were filled with longing. It was as if they could see the center of the plain battlefield, the lofty Mount Pan, that stood above the countless plains and warriors. Gray City Yenran Little House. Monarch Yenran was wearing a light green dress, her graceful figure sitting cross-legged in front of the pavilion. Both of her hands were playing the zither, and her eyes were looking at the slowly flowing river in front of her. The lonely tinkling sound of the river blended perfectly with the desolate zither music, and the entire Yenran Little House was shrouded in a sorrowful atmosphere. Although the zither music was beautiful, Monarch Yenran was even more beautiful. However, on her oval face, her pearl-like eyes had a faint trace of sorrow, and her two thin eyebrows were slightly furrowed, which made people feel sorry for her. Clang! All of a sudden, the zither music stopped. Monarch Yenran looked at the broken strings in her hands, and the worry on her face deepened. "Yi Qinghan, why haven't you found Yenran yet? Don't you know that your situation is very dangerous?" Monarch Yenran sighed, mumbling softly. Her voice was so soft that it was incomparably pleasant to the ears. Monarch Yenran didn't know many of Shinto Xiong's plans. In fact, even the South Mountain Monarch and Qingshan, who were close to her, didn't know. However, Monarch Yenran knew that Shinto Xiong was secretly planning to deal with Lord Devour and Yi Qinghan. Moreover, she had a feeling that Shinto Xiong was about to succeed. Sigh, "Yi Qinghan, if you die, Yenran can only submit to Shinto Wuxie. Shinto Wuxie has promised me that he will take revenge for me, no matter who it is. Father, mother, no matter what, I will take revenge for you." A sorrowful sigh rang out in the room, causing the atmosphere in the room to become even more bleak and lonely. Chapter 12:15. The Fire God's Mystery Land was in chaos. Countless Emperor God martial artists flew towards the Fire God Island, ready to witness the final peak battle in the Fire God's Mystery Land. All the Level 9 experts on Zhu Yi's side flew towards the Fire God Island without any scruples. Their purpose was self-evident. The powerful shield left by the Level 9 Supreme Martial Artist on the Fire God Island was still shining with a fiery red light, but it was much dimmer than it was 2,000 years ago. The people on the islands near the Fire God Island had long evacuated. They all knew that Zhu Yi would come to kill the Fire God clan patriarch sooner or later. There would definitely be a great battle here. By then, the aftermath of the battle could kill the ordinary martial artists on the island. An hour later, the vicinity of the Fire God Island was filled with countless Emperor God martial artists. They were all hiding in the sea and on the deserted island. They looked at the sky fervently, waiting for the arrival of Zhu Yi and the others. Not long after, 10 figures tore through the sky from afar and shot over violently. What shocked everyone was that the one at the front was not Zhu Yi. Instead, it was an unfamiliar man in a green robe. Who was he? Many questions popped up in everyone's mind. What shocked them even more was that this person was not from the Fire God clan, and his strength did not seem to be very strong. But why was Zhu Yi following behind the man like a subordinate? And the rest of the level 9 experts did not have any objections. Was the Fire God's mystery land going to change again? Yi Qinghan ignored the countless martial artists below. He knew this world too well. Strength was everything, and the strong were respected. Now that he controlled Zhu Yi, he was the strongest person in the Fire God's mystery land. If he wanted to, he could wipe out all the lives in the entire Fire God's mystery land. Let's do it. Looking at the Fire God Island below, Yi Qinghan's eyes were filled with coldness. Zhu Yi nodded and shouted, "Zhu Li, the three of you get ready to attack together. The rest of you, once the shield of the Fire God Island is broken, stand with Zhu Li immediately. I don't ask you to do anything, just protect yourselves together." Everyone nodded. Then the space power in the sky suddenly flowed. 2/3 of the space power in the entire Fire God mystery land surged towards the Fire God Island. 10 rank, 9 martial artists began to condense spatial force at the same time. Low-level warriors could not feel the space power, but when 10 level 9 experts condensed the space power at the same time, the whole Fire Secret Realm was shrouded in an inexplicable pressure, as if a storm was about to pour down. Billions of people of the Fire God tribe in the Fire Secret Realm felt suffocated, and their hearts palpitated. Attack! Zhu Yi let out a tender cry, and her spatial force transformed into 1,000 layers of waves that surged towards the Fire God Island. The 10 God Slayer spears around Yi Qinghan emitted a tyrannical aura that pierced through the sky as they pierced towards Fire God Island at the same time. The other 8 experts under level 9 also released their attacks at the same time. The powerful pressure made it feel like the sky was collapsing. The entire Fire God Island seemed to be trembling. Boom! Fire God Island really trembled. The whole Fire God Island shook, and the seawater on all sides suddenly set off huge waves that were thousands of meters high. Then they turned into terrifying tsunamis that surged in all directions. Countless fish and sea beasts at the bottom of the sea were flipped over and killed directly. An earth-shattering bang resounded through the entire Fire God's secret realm. The martial artists who were hiding around were all pressed down by this great power, and they could not move at all. The fiery red shield on the Fire God Island burst into a dazzling light at this moment, like the most dazzling demonic sun. At the same time, it released an inexplicable pressure that shook the nearby space, causing cracks to appear. However, this dazzling light only flashed for a moment, and then it immediately weakened. The shield swayed as if it was about to explode. 8 of you attack again together. Zhu Yi and Yi Qinghan glanced at each other. Zhu Yi ordered the 8 martial arts practitioners below level 9. She and Yi Qinghan revolved their power of origin and condensed their power of space. They were prepared to work together to suppress Zhu Shui, the patriarch of the Fire God clan. Zhu Li and the other 7 people condensed the power of space again and smashed it against the shield. Then they immediately huddled together and used the power of origin to protect themselves. At the same time, Zhu Li and the other 2 launched their joint attack formation, raising their chi power to the upper level 9. The 8 of them prepared to join forces to protect themselves. Boom! The shield of the Fire God Island finally burst, revealing countless martial artists below in horror. However, the Fire God clan patriarch Zhu Shui was nowhere to be seen. Yi Qinghan fully opened up his divine consciousness. While guarding against the sneak attack of the people around Zhu Yi, he also searched for Zhu Shui's figure. There he is! Zhu Yi and Yi Qinghan immediately locked onto Zhu Shui's figure. On the top of a mountain peak, on the Fire God Island. Zhu Shueishue's face was full of a hideous and insidious smile. He looked at the people in the air, and a diamond-shaped red gem in his hand was emitting a soul-stirring light. Heart of the Fire God. Kill. Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. He locked onto Zhu Shueishue with the God Slayer's spear and shouted at Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi's thousand-layer waves also smashed down. Haha, you want to kill me? Dream on. Zhu Shueishue laughed wildly, but his figure disappeared from the top of the mountain peak. The God Slayer's spear and thousand-layer waves smashed down, completely erasing the entire mountain peak. The Fire God Island shook again. The martial artists on the island felt as if the end of the world had come, and they fled in all directions in fear. Zhu Shueishue, where can you escape to? The Heart of the Fire God can only be used for 3 months at most. When the time comes, you won't be able to teleport anymore. Won't you still die? Zhu Yi shouted and disappeared from the top of the Fire God Island with Yi Qinghan at the same time teleporting to the north. At this moment, Zhu Shueishue's figure was constantly teleporting to the north. The chase had begun. Zhu Shueishue was very clear that his strength was definitely not a match for Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi's combined forces. Even the Grand Doyen had been instantly killed by Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi. He was very clear that he was not stronger than the Grand Doyen. Therefore, Zhu Shueishue did not stop and teleported all the way to the north. Yi Qinghan's divine sense had been locking on to Zhu Shueishue and then immediately releasing the soul extermination art. But the moment he locked on to Zhu Shueishue, he immediately teleported. He could only chase after Zhu Shueishue with Zhu Yi. After Zhu Shueishue teleported to the north, he did not stop and teleported to the east. You want to destroy my royal residence. Zhu Shueishue, you can try. Zhu Yi saw Zhu Shueishue teleporting all the way to the Fire King Island, and her face was filled with anger. If Zhu Shueishue crossed the Fire King Island and casually patted it, the great general royal residence would be razed to the ground. All the people in the residence would die. He won't destroy your royal residence. He wants to go to the teleportation array. You go to the teleportation array as fast as possible. Yi Qinghan guessed Zhu Shueishue's thoughts and transmitted his voice to Zhu Yi. Zhu Shueishue was very clear that he and Zhu Yi both had soul skills. Once they stopped, they would immediately be attacked. Of course, he would not foolishly do such a stupid thing just to vent his anger. He escaped from the north and turned to the east. His purpose was self-evident. He wanted to go to the teleportation array. As long as he teleported to the divine realm, it would be difficult for Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi to kill him. Zhu Yi came to her senses and did not chase after Zhu Shueishue. She teleported straight in the direction of the teleportation array. She and Yi Qinghan both had the ability to fight with Zhu Shueishue. Once Zhu Shueishue chose to fight with one of them, as long as he could not kill the other instantly, he would be attacked by both of them. He would definitely die. Want to kill me? Follow me if you have the guts. Zhu Shueishue realized that his attempt had been discovered. His face became even more ferocious. This time, he did not teleport to the east. Instead, he teleported directly to the sky. He was actually trying to escape through the endless void. Ha! You brought this upon yourself. Yi Qinghan was stunned. Looking at Zhu Shueishue, who was constantly teleporting to the sky, he had the urge to hold his belly and laugh. Go to the endless void. Who else in this world was more unafraid of the endless void than him? Zhu Yi was also stunned. She shook her head and sneered. Perhaps even a 9th-grade supreme martial artist did not have as much source energy as Yi Qinghan, right? Zhu Shueishue wanted to perish together with Yi Qinghan in the endless void. What a great joke! Chapter 12:16. Outside the Fire Mystic Realm. The Soul Emperor Pavilion was still flying around slowly. Yi Qingyu was controlling the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Yi Qinggu, Fireworks, Moon Queen, and the Night Emperor were there. Mo Xiaoxiao was the strongest and had experienced the most. Lord Devour had asked her to take charge. Yi Qinggu and the Night Emperor had recovered their composure. The women were sitting in the hall, chatting. The Night Emperor went to cultivate, while Mo Xiaoxiao was still standing by the hall, looking at the endless void. No one knew if she was thinking or cultivating. What? All of a sudden, Mo Xiaoxiao's eyes brightened. She was surprised, making a nasal sound. Yi Qinggu, Fireworks, and the others in the hall were startled. They all turned to look at her. Xiao Yu, fly at full speed. Get out of here first. Mo Xiaoxiao shouted. Yi Qingyu was bewildered. She didn't hesitate, controlling the Soul Emperor Pavilion to fly at full speed. Everybody was startled. They released their divine consciousness and looked at Mo Xiaoxiao, waiting for her explanation. Look, someone is coming out of the fire mystic realm. He's at least at level 9. Mo Xiaoxiao pointed at a place far away, her face solemn. Everybody turned to look and saw a fiery red figure with the power of the origin. He got out of the fire mystic realm and flew away. Look, that's all of a sudden, 2 more figures appeared where the fiery red figure had come from. One of them was a green figure with a cold face. He was flying fast in the void, dashing toward the fiery red figure. Little Han. It's Little Han. The green robe, the familiar weak figure, and the familiar handsome face. Everybody shivered. Then, they were thrilled. Yi Qinggu and the others were so excited that they had tears in their eyes. They had waited for more than 2,000 years. They had been worried for more than 2,000 years. Today, he finally appeared. Yi Qinghan had come out. Go after him. Mo Xiaoxiao shouted. Yi Qingyu hurried to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. She controlled the Soul Emperor Pavilion to turn into a shooting star, flying toward Yi Qinghan's group. Soul Emperor Pavilion. Although Yi Qinghan's body was shooting towards Zhu Shuishui, his divine sense was wide open, and he discovered the rapidly approaching Soul Emperor Pavilion. He was overjoyed and quickly transmitted a message. Zhu Yi, don't resist. Follow me into the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Zhu Yi also noticed the strange pagoda. Her soul flame was controlled by Yi Qinghan. She did not dare to resist and nodded obediently. Yi Qinghan's spiritual sense locked onto the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Yi Qingyu felt it and immediately opened the barrier, allowing Yi Qinghan's spiritual sense to seep in. Little Yu, pull the 2 of us in and bring us to the first floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Although Yi Qinghan was skeptical as to why it wasn't Lord Devour controlling the Soul Emperor Pavilion, he didn't think much about it. He asked Yi Qingyu to transport them to the first floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Then, he told Zhu Yi something and teleported them to the 9th floor. Little Han, brother, Qinghan. As soon as he reached the 9th floor, 3 fiery figures pounced on him, all of them crying in a daze. Yi Qinghan was so happy as he hugged them. After a while, he pulled himself together and shouted, "Don't talk. Little Yu, control the Soul Emperor Pavilion at full speed. Catch up with that man. He has the fire god's heart." Seeing Yi Qinghan's stern face, they didn't dare to say more. The Soul Emperor Pavilion flew at its maximum speed, which could be compared to Zhu Shuishui's. Zhu Shuishui also found this strange pagoda. She was surprised to see Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi disappear into the pagoda. However, what could she do at this moment? She could only grit her teeth and fly towards the divine world. The space-shattering saber flows that filled the sky howled and smashed into Zhu Shuishui's body. As metal clanged, countless strands of origin energy drifted far away, with the space-shattering saber flows. Zhu Shui Shui, hand over the fire god's heart, and I'll spare your life. Yi Qinghan's voice was amplified by the Soul Emperor Pavilion's spells, echoing through the endless void. Zhu Shui Shui turned her head, a ferocious smile on her face. She angrily shouted, "How can the Fire God clan's treasure fall into the hands of outsiders? Zhu Yi, you despicable slut, you dare to ally with outsiders to deal with your clansmen? If you fall into my hands, I'll make you beg for death." At this time, the Soul Emperor Pavilion wasn't too far from Zhu Shui Shui. In addition, Yi Qinghan's voice was muffled. Zhu Yi heard Zhu Shui Shui's curses, and her face filled with anger. She remembered she was once ridden by Yi Qinghan. She immediately felt ashamed. She spread out her divine sense and locked onto Yi Qinghan's figure. She sent a sound transmission. "Let me out. I want to tear this bastard apart." "No rush. Let him consume some of his source strength. I'll teleport you out in a bit." Yi Qinghan coldly sent a sound transmission and continued to have Yi Qingyu chase after Zhu Shui Shui. His divine sense locked onto Zhu Shui Shui, not saying a word to anyone else. The Soul Emperor Pavilion and Zhu Shui Shui's speed was about the same, but the Soul Emperor Pavilion was a bit larger. Just now, the Soul Emperor Pavilion had used the space-shattering saber current to attack, so its speed was a bit slower. The distance between Zhu Shui Shui and it had increased to hundreds of thousands of miles. One person and one pagoda turned into two meteors streaking across the void. Their speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed millions of miles. The fire god mystic realm wasn't too far from the divine world, but with Zhu Shui Shui and the Soul Emperor Pavilion speed, it would take at least 3 to 5 months. And Zhu Shui Shui's source strength absolutely couldn't last that long. Half a month later, Zhu Shui Shui's body suddenly stopped in midair. She no longer flew. Instead, she turned around, holding the fire god's heart in one hand. She grinned and shouted, "Stop! If you dare to chase, no one will get the fire god's heart. Little you, stop! Send me and that woman from the first floor out." Yi Qinghan's eyes were dignified and worried. Zhu Yi had said that the fire god's heart was as hard as a transcendent-grade divine artifact. It absolutely couldn't be crushed. But at this time, where Zhu Shui Shui was standing, there was a spatial whirlpool nearby. If Zhu Shui Shui threw the fire god's heart into the spatial whirlpool, then all their efforts of thousands of years would be wasted. "Zhu Shui Shui, what do you want?" Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi teleported out and had the Soul Emperor Pavilion retreat. The two of them didn't dare to move recklessly. At this time, they were 100,000 miles away from Zhu Shui Shui. Although soul skills could be used to attack, if Zhu Shui Shui were to immediately throw the fire god's heart into the spatial whirlpool, then the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. "What do I want?" "Kill this cheap woman and make a divine emperor blood oath to let me go. Then the fire god's heart will be yours." Zhu Shui Shui fiendishly grinned as he looked at Zhu Yi. His eyes were filled with madness. He didn't have much source strength left. If this continued, he would die sooner or later. He could only give it his all. Zhu Yi's complexion changed. She subconsciously glanced at Yi Qinghan. If Yi Qinghan wanted to kill her, then she really couldn't resist. Although Yi Qinghan had made a divine emperor blood oath, this sort of oath didn't seem very reliable. Humph! How could Yi Qinghan not understand that this was Zhu Shui Shui's plan to drive a wedge between them? Moreover, he had made a divine emperor blood oath that he wouldn't kill Zhu Yi. He was afraid that a bolt of divine thunder would fall from the void and destroy him. It had to be known that this world really did have divine emperors. Yi Qinghan felt a headache coming on. He didn't know if he should advance or retreat. If the fire god's heart was thrown into the spatial whirlpool, he would definitely be angered to the point of vomiting blood. For a moment, the three of them were in a deadlock. At this time, Yi Qinghan suddenly felt the restrictions of the Battle Emperor Palace move. He hurriedly sent a strand of his divine sense in. Suddenly, his mind jolted as an illusory figure emerged from the slaughter god blade and stood in the main hall. Xiaohe had woken up. Chapter 1217. Yi Qinghan's expression didn't change, as if he was troubled and thinking about the pros and cons. But in his mind, he was communicating with Xiaohe in the War Imperial Palace. After a while, Yi Qinghan's eyes flashed with joy. He raised his head and pretended to have an answer. He used his divine power and said loudly, "Xu Shui Shui, I have an agreement with Xu Yi. I won't kill her. Plus, she's stronger than me, so I can't kill her. Change the conditions. For example, we can both make a divine emperor blood oath to protect you and send you to the divine realm. How about that?" "No." Zhu Shuishui shook his head and looked at Zhu Yi with hatred. "I don't trust her. This woman is full of tricks. I won't feel at ease if I don't kill her. There's no room for discussion. I'd rather die together with her." Zhu Yi shouted angrily, "Zhu Shuishui, do you believe that we don't want the fire god's heart? If you don't come to your senses, you'll be dead. Without the fire god armor, what's the use of the fire god's heart?" "Ha ha!" Zhu Shuishui laughed and said, "Beast man, if you don't have the fire god armor, why would you enter the fire god's secret realm? You can't kill Zhu Yi? Who are you kidding? You're not stronger than Zhu Yi. Why would this bitch listen to you? Stop talking nonsense. If you don't do it, I'll throw the fire god's heart into the spatial whirlpool." Zhu Shuishui's mouth was cold. The fire god's heart in his hand shone brightly. He raised his hand high as if he was going to throw the fire god's heart into the spatial whirlpool. He wasn't stupid. He could see that Zhu Yi was completely obedient to Yi Qinghan's orders. He thought that Yi Qinghan was hiding his true strength and was a 9th-grade supreme martial artist. Zhu Yi collaborated with outsiders to kill the Grand Doyen. Now, she wanted to kill him. Zhu Shuishui, who had the purest bloodline of the fire god tribe, was furious. Yi Qinghan glanced at the space around Zhu Shuishui and revealed a cruel smile. He turned to Zhu Yi and said shamefully, "Zhu Yi, I'm sorry." 10 god slayers' spears appeared and locked onto Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi's expression changed greatly. She didn't understand. If Yi Qinghan wanted to deal with her, all he had to do was crush her soul fire, and she would die immediately. Why would he do this? Zhu Yi, do it. Who would have thought? The 10 god slayers' spears did not shoot towards Zhu Yi. Instead, they turned and shot towards Zhu Shuishui. Zhu Yi came to her senses and immediately activated her soul skill. At the same time, her spatial power condensed into 1,000 layered waves that surged toward Zhu Shuishui. "Humph! You want to kill me? The heart of the fire god. No one can even think about getting it." Zhu Shuishui suddenly felt billions of golden soul threads crazily rushing into a sea of consciousness. How could he not know that Yi Qinghan had made his move? Zhu Shuishui immediately made up his mind. He no longer cared about his soul sea. His hand shook with divine power, and the fire god's heart emitted a magnificent fiery red light. He threw it towards the space whirlpool next to him. "Hee, even if you don't want it, Lord Xiaohe, want it. La la la." Just as the fire god's heart was about to be thrown into the space whirlpool, a figure suddenly condensed outside the space whirlpool. It was a small beast. It grabbed the fire god's heart and shot far away. It immediately escaped. What kind of monster is this? Zhu Shuishui was shocked. However, countless golden soul threads had already entered his soul sea, and his soul was already in a mess. Then, under his terrified gaze, the 10 god slayers' spears struck his body like 10 bolts of lightning. The 9 god slayers' spears revolved at the same time and pierced through his origin energy. 9 holes appeared in his body. The god slayer's spear that did not revolve struck his head and shattered his chaotic soul sea. Zhu Yi, stop your attack! Yi Qinghan shouted. When his god slayer's spear approached the origin energy outside Zhu Shueishue's body, he knew that Zhu Shueishue would definitely die. He deliberately controlled the Godslayer's spear to not shatter his divine crystal. This was a pseudo-chaotic divine crystal, which could be used to create fake level 9 experts. Of course, he could not let Zhu Yi shatter it at this moment. Zhu Yi hurriedly withdrew her space power. However, she looked at the small beast that was flying towards her from afar in astonishment. What kind of monster was this? It could actually move stealthily in the hollow. She and Zhu Shueishue had not noticed it. Moreover, she felt that the strength of this small beast was very strong. Yi Qinghan grabbed Zhu Shueishue's divine crystal and flew towards Xiaohe while laughing. He took the fire god's heart from Xiaohe and looked at Xiaohe excitedly. His eyes were filled with love and gratitude. Xiaohe had evolved again. Zhu Yi's exact strength was not clear, but she had just transmitted a message to Yi Qinghan. After his evolution, he had obtained a very abnormal ability. He could hide his body in the chi of heaven and earth. A devil monarch could hide his body in the demonic aura. As long as his body was not exposed, he could never be killed by a level 9 supreme martial artist. Xiaohe was even more abnormal now. As long as there was chi of heaven and earth, he could hide. As long as he did not expose himself, even a level 9 supreme martial artist might not be able to find him. Swish! The Soul Emperor Pavilion flew over immediately when it saw that the battle had ended. Yi Qinghan was full of smiles. He said to Zhu Yi, whose eyes were flickering with worry, "Don't worry. I will definitely keep my promise. Enter the Soul Emperor Pavilion. I will send you back to the Fire Mystic Realm." Zhu Yi looked at Yi Qinghan's sincere eyes and felt slightly relieved. However, the expression in her eyes became even more complicated. This man had too many secrets, not to mention that strange small beast. Just this strange Soul Emperor Pavilion was enough to surprise her. She did not lose unjustly. Flashing into the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yi Qinghan was surrounded by everyone in the Great Hall. Zhu Yi was still arranged to be on the first floor. Zhu Yi was very powerful, and even though Yi Qinghan was holding on to her fire of the soul, he still had to guard against her. If Zhu Yi were to attack Fireworks and the others, he would be in deep trouble. After obtaining the fire god's heart, Yi Qinghan was completely relieved. Under everyone's expectant gaze, he took out the fire god's heart and the fire god battle armor. He placed the fire god's heart into the diamond-shaped gap on the fire god helmet. Buzz! A soft red light lit up. Following that, the entire fire god battle armor automatically floated in the Great Hall. A suffocating aura was released from the fire god battle armor. Yi Qinggu and the others did not dare to breathe. The fire god battle armor had finally been activated. Yi Qinghan looked at the beautiful battle armor floating in the air. He watched as the fire god battle armor released a magnificent light. The countless fire dragons on it slowly swam. The entire battle armor was brimming with a domineering, mysterious, and ancient aura. His heart was burning. This was a supreme spiritual treasure, and it was ranked number 1 in the divine realm. At this moment, it finally belonged to him. Come! Yi Qinghan's divine sense locked onto the fire god battle armor. The fire god battle armor seemed to hear his summons. It flew towards him and finally disappeared into Yi Qinghan's body. Yi Qinghan's mind moved. The fire god battle armor immediately appeared outside his body. It tightly wrapped around his body as if it had become a part of him. the domineering aura, and the faint light made Yi Qinghan look even more domineering and mighty. It was as if an ancient god of war had descended, insufferably arrogant. Oh, I wonder if the defense of this battle armor is as strong as the rumors say. Yi Qinghan reached out his hand to caress the fire god battle armor, as if he was caressing his most beloved woman. All of a sudden, his brows arched as if he recalled something. He said suspiciously, "Right, why didn't Lord Devour come with us? If she were here, we could attack to test its defense." "Lord," everybody's faces darkened. Yi Qinggu and Yi Qingyu's eyes reddened, tears rolling down their cheeks. Half a month ago, because they didn't want to disturb Yi Qinghan, they chose to keep quiet. But now, they had to tell Yi Qinghan about the destruction of Tsang City. Mother Ker, Shinta Xiong, this young master will destroy your entire family. A moment later, an earth-shattering roar came from the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The voice was full of grief and indignation. Even Zhu Yi, who was on the first floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, was frightened. Chapter 12:18. Just as Yi Qinghan exited the Fire God realm and killed the Fire God races, Zhu Shui, in the endless space outside the God realm, over 100 martial artists suddenly appeared. The martial artists that could stand in the endless space were at least at the Venerable realm. There were indeed 100 Venerables, and, of course, there were a few 9th grade war gods. Wuxia Wuya! When I am not here, you definitely cannot leave the Eternal Hall. Qingshan, protect Wuxia and Wuya. If Yi Qinghan appears, you can only send one person to chase after him. There must be one person guarding the Eternal Hall. As long as you are guarding Yi Tianlong, Yi Qinghan won't be able to do anything. You understand? A suppressive voice rang out. This person had a head full of golden hair, an aquiline nose, a square head, and big ears. Shinta Xiong didn't release any aura, and his voice was extremely calm. However, there was an aura that suppressed everyone present so much that they didn't dare to breathe. "Yes, Father, we will follow your orders." The evil-looking Shintu Wuxia and the wooden Shintu Wuya replied respectfully. "Yes, sir." Qing Shan and Ice Queen nodded. Only then did Shinta Xiong retract his gaze in satisfaction. He turned around and looked at South Mountain Sovereigning Kuei and Wind Moon Sovereign. "Let's go." Wind Moon Sovereign didn't waste any time. He waved his hand, and a giant metal ball appeared in the air. 100 Venerables entered it. Finally, Shinta Xiong, Wind Moon Sovereign, and Inkue entered too. Flying Phoenix's body shook, and a green light lit up on its surface. Then it was covered by a pure, white source energy. With a shio, Flying Phoenix flew through the air and disappeared from everyone's sight. "Let's go back." The moment Shinta Xiong left, Shintu Wuxia became excited. She waved her hands towards everyone and led the way towards the weakest space in the God realm. Shintu Wuya followed, closely behind. Qing Shan and Ice Queen looked at one another and followed the two of them helplessly. Shinta Xiong's strength was too strong, so strong that the two of them could not resist, so strong that the two of them, who were at the peak of level 9, could only obediently become the bodyguards of the two Shinta young master. After returning to the divine world, the 4 of them directly flew towards the Eternal Palace. Shinta Xiong did not bring the Eternal Palace with him, but left it behind to protect Shintu Wuya and Shintu Wuxia. Of course, the most important reason was to lure Yi Qinghan to rescue Yi Tianlong and the others. Before leaving, Shintu Xiong taught Shintu Wuxia and Shintu Wuya how to control the Eternal Palace. If Yi Qinghan rashly came to save them, unless his strength had reached the 9th grade Supreme Martial Artist level, he would definitely die. With the suppression of the Eternal Palace, Yi Qinghan couldn't run even if he wanted to. He could only become a live target and be beaten to death. Queen, where's the present you said you were going to give us, brothers? The moment she entered the Eternal Hall, Shentu Wuxia was pumped up. She stared at Ice Queen like she wanted to melt her. Young Master Wuxia, the people of the Ice Snow race are arrogant. Please don't humiliate them. Ice Queen was originally ice cold. When she saw the lustful glow in Shintu Wuxia's eyes, her body turned even colder. Seeing that Ice Queen finally agreed, Shintu Wuxia was delighted. Queen, don't worry, Wuxia loves them. Shintu Wuya, who was a little slow, was filled with excitement when he heard that Ice Queen was willing to give them ice snow girls. He rubbed his hands, and his neck turned red. Qing Shan saw all of this and sighed. No wonder Shinta Xiong liked Shinta Wuhan, who was killed by Yi Qinghan. One of them was lustful and the other was slow. They were far from comparable to Shintu Wuhan. Half a day later, four ice snow girls teleported over after receiving Ice Queen's message. They were all honorables, and all of them were top beauties. Seeing how Shintu Wuxia and Shintu Wuya's blood was boiling, Qing Shan and Ice Queen exchanged glances with one another. The two of them flashed to the side hall and closed their eyes to cultivate. Queen, be careful. I think Shintu Wuxia has that kind of feelings for you. Qing Shan glanced at the ashen-faced Ice Queen and reminded her, if he dares, I will rip him apart. Scoff. Ice Queen scoffed coldly. She didn't open her eyes, but her expression became more and more impatient. Of course, she knew that Shintu Wuxia's brain was filled with lust. When he looked at her, his gaze was filled with possessiveness. She was also clear that if her strength wasn't peak grade 9, Shintu Wuxia would think of a way to get her. Qing Shan smiled. He doesn't dare. However, that brat Yanran, I think she... Scoff. Shintu Xiong is a hero. So how did he give birth to two idiots? Shintu Wuhan is not bad. Unfortunately, he was killed by Yi Qinghan. Qing Shan said a few words. Seeing that Ice Queen didn't reply to him, he shut his mouth in embarrassment. His eyes swept towards Ice Queen, and he sighed. Such a top beauty, so strong, along with her cold aura. No wonder Shintu Wuxia was tempted. Men were just despicable. The harder it was to get, the more they wanted it. Qing Shan, follow me out. Half a month later, Qing Shan, who was in secluded meditation, was woken up by a voice transmission. Hearing that it was Shintu Wuxia's voice, Qing Shan sighed helplessly and walked out. Young master, sir told you not to go out. He walked out and saw Shintu Wuxia sitting impatiently in the hall. His eyes were filled with passion as he said, Young master, Ice Queen isn't fun? Why are you going out? What fun? She's cold like a dead person and doesn't know how to suck up to people. Only that blockhead Wuya likes her. Shintu Wuxia said, unhappily. Then she thought of something, and her eyes instantly lit up. Let's go. Accompany me to the Grace mainland. When I think of Miss Yenron's peerless charm, I can't sit still for a moment. Young master, let's wait for sir to come back. If something happens to you, I won't be able to bear the responsibility. Qing Shan acted like he was in a tough spot, but in his heart he was laughing coldly. Aren't you here? What can happen? Shintu Wuxia said, unhappily. Wait for Shintu Xiong to come back. What would he do when he came back? Although King Yanran was only lower grade 9, how many grade 9 experts did the God world have? If it was like ancient times, not to mention a lower grade 9, even if it was Ice Queen level, he would still be able to play with her. But there were just too few grade 9 experts in the God world. If Shintu Xiong was here and King Yanran messed around, Shintu Xiong would definitely slap him away. The God world had reached its weakest period in history. There were very few grade 9 experts. if they lost the planar war and other planes attacked the god world, the god world would definitely be conquered and enslaved. Otherwise, with Shinta Xiong's temper, why would he let Mo Shanghuang and other lower grade 9 experts who were close to Yi Qinghan live? Therefore, Shinta Wuxia was very clear that if he wanted to get his hands on Yanran, it was the best chance for Shinta Xiong to go to the endless void. Yi Qinghan's methods are strange. Although I am not afraid of him, if he hurts young master and Sir comes back, I will not be able to escape the blame. Qing Shan said faintly after losing his appetite. A cold light flashed in Shinta Wuxia's eyes. He waved his hand and said, "Humph, now that father has gone to attack his nest, Yi Qinghan still has the mood to come to the god world. Besides, he hasn't appeared for more than 2,000 years. He might be cultivating in seclusion or something. Even if he appears with your peak grade 9 strength, you can't kill him, but protecting me shouldn't be a problem, right? Qing Shan, as long as you help me get King Yanran this time, I will owe you a huge favor. If anything happens, I will take responsibility for father." Qing Shan's eyes flashed with the light of his plan succeeding, but he pretended to be reluctant and said, "Okay." Shinta Wuxia's spirit was lifted. He quickly sent a message to Ice Queen, then flew out of the Eternal Palace with Qing Shan and teleported towards Grace Mainland. Chapter 1219. Zhu Yi, attack me with 3 layers of space power. In the endless void, 2 figures stood proudly in the void. The one on the left was a woman wearing a beige dress. She had an enchanting figure and beautiful facial features. Her expression involuntarily exuded the temperament of a noble queen. She was tempting to commit crimes, but at the same time, she made people feel that they should not be profaned. It was extremely contradictory. In front of her was a black-haired man. He wasn't tall or mighty and was rather frail. However, he was wearing a fiery red armor, and his entire body was enveloped in a faint glow. There was a magnificent gem on his forehead, and it gave off a heart-palpitating aura. It made people feel as if he was an ancient god of war who had descended, insufferably arrogant. Zhu Yi's hands danced, and the surrounding spatial energy swept towards her. She then pushed her hands forward, and as the ripples in front of her chest surged, formless waves rapidly surged towards Yi Qinghan. One after another, they instantly formed 1,000 layers of waves. Like a tsunami, they enveloped Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan's power of origin surrounded the armor. He stood proudly, his eyes cold. He used his body to resist the huge energy attack that was enough to flatten a mountain. Boom! A deafening sound, and a light as bright as the sun rang out at the same time. At the same time, Yi Qinghan's eyes also lit up. An energy that was equal to a full blow from a lower level 9 martial artist hit him, and he actually did not retreat even half a step. It is indeed the first supreme spiritual treasure in the divinity realm. Zhu Yi, attack with 6 layers of space power. Yi Qinghan shouted. His chi power became stronger, and his eyes shone with a cold light, looking majestic. "Be careful." A trace of sadness flashed in Zhu Yi's eyes. Of course, she knew the abnormal defensive power of this fire god armor. She once had a chance to obtain this fire god armor, but one wrong step led to many wrong steps. At this moment, she had fallen to the point of becoming someone's sole slave. The 6 layers of space power turned into stormy waves and covered Yi Qinghan, except for a loud sound and a dazzling flame. When the waves dissipated, Yi Qinghan's body was still standing in the same place, not retreating even half a step. Attack with all your might. The light in Yi Qinghan's eyes grew brighter. Zhu Yi did not hold back anymore. Peak rank 9 was about strength. How powerful would a full force attack be? At this moment, it was clearly manifested. Along with the formless and silent thousand-layer wave, the space shook layer by layer and was torn apart layer by layer. White scar-like cracks appeared in the void. It was a ghastly sight. The thousand-layer waves carried a destructive aura as it surged towards Yi Qinghan. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's heart palpitated, and he almost teleported away. This thing was much more powerful than the spatial shattering blade stream, and its might would definitely be countless times greater. He did not expect to be attacked head-on by a peak rank 9 martial artist with such a shocking momentum. It felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart, as if doomsday had arrived. In the end, Yi Qinghan chose to believe in the fire god armor. It was just that the origin energy on the surface of his body, the origin energy that protected his divine crystal and had increased slightly. Boom! Yi Qinghan's figure finally flew backward, accompanied by the turbulent thousand-layer waves shooting into the distance. But in the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared. In the next second, he teleported back to his original position. He was not injured at all, just a slight stuffiness. As expected of the divine, realm's #1 supreme spirit treasure. Good stuff. Yi Qinghan stroked the fiery red armor on his body. Looking at the fire dragons swimming around the armor, his face suddenly lit up with pride. Although he was not sure if this thing could withstand dozens of attacks from a rank 9 supreme martial artist without dying, he knew that as long as this armor was here, a peak rank 9 would not be able to hurt him at all. Swoosh! The Soul Emperor Pavilion floated over from afar. Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi disappeared from the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Full speed ahead. Go to the Fire God's arcane realm first and send Zhu Yi back. Yi Qinghan immediately ordered after teleporting from the 1st floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion to the 9th floor. Yi Qingyu was very familiar with the surroundings. She immediately controlled the Soul Emperor Pavilion and flew quickly. Little Han, this armor is so strong. The Night Emperor looked at Yi Qinghan, the dim light in his eyes brightening. The stronger Yi Qinghan was, the greater the chance of revenge. Everyone's eyes also brightened. At least, Yi Qinghan's chance of survival was higher. As long as he was alive, there was hope. Yi Qinghan secretly smiled bitterly. As long as he was alive, there was indeed hope. But he was very clear that there was a bomb in his mind, a bomb that could blow him up at any time. And this bomb would definitely explode in 500 years. He had to kill Shinta Xiong in 500 years. He had to obtain the secret possession technique, help Xiaohe transform, and let everyone return to the divine realm. Yi Qinghan's gaze fell on Xiaohe, who was looking at him worriedly. Xiaohe had evolved. His strength had increased greatly, and his mystical abilities had become more and more strange. But he was very clear about Yi Qinghan's current mood. He was not as playful as he was in the past. He transformed into his human form and stood silently with Li Shui. Because of Yi Qinghan's silence, the atmosphere in the hall became awkward and oppressive. No one spoke. They sat silently and looked at the endless void outside. The massacre of Tsang City was a huge blow to Yi Qinghan. When Yi Qinghan heard the news, he only roared angrily. After that, he did not mention this matter again. He also became even less talkative. Fireworks wanted to say a few words of comfort, but in the end, she did not speak. The Soul Emperor Pavilion flew silently, like a ghost in the void. This time, they flew in a straight line. In just half a month, they arrived outside the Fire God's arcane realm. Zhu Yi, you are free. A soul fire emerged from between Yi Qinghan's eyebrows and entered between Zhu Yi's eyebrows. Then he forced a smile and said, I had no choice but to violate you. I'm sorry. If your strength improves in the future and you want to find me for revenge, I welcome you at any time. but I may not live to that day. Goodbye, let's meet again if fate wills it. Yi Qinghan looked deeply at Zhu Yi. The hatred he had for her in the past had disappeared without a trace after she violated him. Now he felt a little guilty. Originally they were enemies. You wanted to kill me, I wanted to kill you. It was understandable that they used all kinds of methods. But no matter what, Zhu Yi was a woman. In Yi Qinghan's eyes, women were weak. And not only was she defeated by him, but she was also violated. Zhu Yi watched as Yi Qinghan's figure rapidly flew towards the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Her ears were still echoing with Yi Qinghan's sincere words. For a moment, her beautiful eyes were filled with all kinds of complex emotions: resentment, unwillingness, relief, or something else, but she watched as the Soul Emperor Pavilion turned into a meteor and floated away. After disappearing from her sight, Zhu Yi's heart suddenly surged with an indescribable sense of emptiness. It was as if Yi Qinghan had finished venting and pulled the artifact out of her body that day. After a long time, Zhu Yi faintly sighed and turned to enter the fire god's mystic realm. She knew that it would be difficult for her to forget this man for the rest of her life. Brother, where are we going now? Back to the Flame Dragon continent. After Yi Qinghan returned to the Soul Emperor Pavilion, he kept looking at Zhu Yi. Everyone knew that the relationship between the two wasn't ordinary, but Yi Qinghan didn't say anything, and no one asked. In the end, Yi Qingyu cautiously asked. Yi Qinghan shook his head, turned around, and pointed at the huge, bright moon-like plain in the distance. His entire body was bursting with killing intent, causing everyone to feel a chill in the depths of their souls. Then, an even colder sentence came out of Yi Qinghan's mouth. Flame Dragon Continent, I have no face to return now, to the God Realm. Shintu Xiong killed my Yi family's disciples and massacred my Song city. I will kill his 2 sons, carry his son's head, and offer it to our Yi family's disciples. Chapter 1220. Grace City. Yanran's little building was still as beautiful as before. The sky above the building was still shrouded by a faint, sorrowful aura, which made the beautiful scenery seem to be covered by a layer of gray fog. My lady, go to the endless void and find Child Yi. It will be too late if you don't leave now. In front of the building, Lord Yanran was still playing the zither calmly. However, the sound of the zither was not as melodious as before. Instead, it sounded messy and unpleasant. Yanran wore a bright yellow dress and sat cross-legged on the carpet in front of the building. In front of her, 2 women knelt down and looked at the calm Lord Yanran anxiously. Clang. After a while, the sound of the zither came to an abrupt end as a string broke. Monarch Yanran stared at the broken string in a daze. After a long time, she sighed faintly and said, "What will you do now that I'm gone? What about the revenge of my parents? What about the millions of people in Grace City? Besides, I don't know where Yi Qinghan is. Where can I find him?" One of the 2 kneeling women was wearing a white dress. Seeing the desolate and confused look on Lady Yanran's face, she became more anxious and said hurriedly, "My lady, you should go to a secret territory and hide for a while." The other woman also said anxiously, "Yes, my lady, I think Qingshan has already found out that you are from the Black Phoenix clan. He must have encouraged Shintu Wuxie to take your body. You should leave now. Tomorrow is the last day of the 3 months. No need to guess. That's for sure. Hee, I used to fantasize about giving myself to Shintu Wuxie so that he could ask Shintu Xiong to kill Qingshan. How childish. How laughable." Yanran shook her head helplessly. Her face was full of self-mockery. The desolate look on her face was heart-wrenching. She stretched out her white hand and plucked the strings of the zither. She sighed and said, "You should leave now." "I can't. Shinto Wuxia has locked onto me. They are coming." "What?" The two women's expressions changed dramatically. Both of them were from the Black Phoenix clan, but their bloodline was not as pure as Lord Yenran's. They didn't have her talent either. They could clearly see the determination on Yenran's face. If Yenran died, the Black Phoenix clan would never be able to take revenge. "Go." Monarch Yenran's voice became extremely cold and firm. The two women didn't move at all. The woman in white smiled sadly and said, "Since that's the case, let Yan Hong and Yenlu go with Miss." Buzz. At this moment, space trembled, and an incomparably evil youth and a tall, burly man who looked like a demon god appeared outside the pavilion. The evil-looking man bowed elegantly, and the smile on his face was enough to move a girl's heart. "Miss Yenran, have you thought it through? Wuxia is willing to protect Miss forever." Monarch Yenran stood up gracefully and waved her hand for the two women to stand behind her. She then looked at Shinto Wuxia and said lightly, "Mr. Wuxia, Yenran would like to speak with you in private." Shinto Wuxia was overjoyed, and she was just about to agree when Qingshan spoke first. "I'm sorry, the Lord has ordered that I'm not allowed to take half a step away from young master." Shinto Wuxia was startled. He immediately recalled that Yenran was much stronger than him and did not speak. Shinto Xiong was not here, and if he was killed, it would be in vain. Monarch Yenran laughed mockingly and looked at Shinto Wuxia indifferently. "Mr. Wuxia, is this all you've got? When you sleep with Yenran, do you want Qingshan to be by your side to protect you?" This Shinto Wuxia was embarrassed. It was not a good feeling to be despised, and to be despised by a goddess that he dreamed of, it almost drove him crazy. "Young master, you can invite her to the Eternal Palace. Your safety is guaranteed there." Just as Shinto Wuxia ordered Qingshan to leave, Qingshan's voice came. Shinto Wuxia was overjoyed, and he quickly said, "Miss, please follow me back to the Eternal Palace. As long as we reach the Eternal Palace, no matter what you want, I can promise you anything. Shinto Wuxia swears that if I betray Miss Yenran in this life, I will be punished by the Supreme God Emperor, and I will be killed, and I will fall into the 9 hells forever." Yenran looked at the cold sneer on Qingshan's face, and she knew that her plan had been seen through. She sighed helplessly and leisurely walked towards the pavilion and said coldly, "Mister, please go back. You can't even satisfy a small request of mine. How can I believe your words?" Shinto Wuxia was provoked, and his face darkened. He turned to Qingshan and said coldly, "Qingshan, you leave first." Qingshan cursed inwardly, but he had no choice but to teleport away. He did not teleport too far, but hid in a mountain range in the Grace mainland and used his divine sense to explore. If Shinto Wuxia was killed, although Shinto Xiong would not kill him, the trust he had built with Shinto Xiong would immediately collapse. "Miss Yenran, do you believe Wuxia's sincerity now?" Shinto Wuxia's face recovered instantly. His handsome face, evil smile, and the fact that he was the strongest person in the god realm, he indeed had the ability to make women fall in love. "You go first. I will have a chat with Mr. Wuxia." Monarch Yenran smiled faintly and turned to Yan Hong and the other two girls. The two women took a deep look at Yenran and left in dejection. "Miss Yenran," Shinto Wuxia took a few steps forward and held Yenran's small hand. He stared at Yenran with a face full of love and said softly, "Wuxia has missed you so much. Take off your clothes. After you are done, do one thing for me, and if you can't do it, Yenran will not let you go even if I go to the underworld. However," Miss Yenran gently withdrew her hand and then said something that made Shinto Wuxia's blood boil. Then his eyes suddenly widened. He saw monarch Yenren slowly unbuttoning her shirt, revealing a snow-white skin that could make any man in the world suffocate. Xiao, just as Shinto Wuxia was like a bull in heat, tearing apart the clothes on her body, Miss Yenren suddenly stopped taking off her clothes. Her pair of limpid eyes suddenly lit up, and then Shinto Wuxia's eyes suddenly became blank. Monarch Yenren activated her soul skill and directly stunned the defenseless Shinto Wuxia. How dare you, Yenran? If you dare to touch Lord Wuxia, I will make sure you die without a complete corpse. An angry roar sounded, and a demonic figure appeared out of thin air above Yenran's little building. Qing Shan's face was cold, and his killing intent soared into the sky, enveloping the entire building. He held a black spear in his hand, and it released a suffocating aura. Ha! Qing Shan, you dog, Shinto Wuxia was killed under your protection. Now that Shinto Wuxia is back, let's see how you explain yourself. Even if I can't kill you, I will make your life miserable. Monarch Yenren sneered. She grabbed Shinto Wuxia's head with one hand and his waist with the other. Her target was Shinto Wuxia's divine crystal. How dare you? Qing Shan's face changed, but he did not dare to move, because no matter how fast he was not as fast as Yenran. If Yenran did not want to live, Shinto Wuxia would have to die with her. Humph, Qing Shan, you dog, one day you will get what you deserve. Yi Qing Han, Yenran will go first. Yenran smiled miserably, and then her hand suddenly burst forth with divine power. She grabbed at Shinto Wuxia's head, and at the same time, her hand below suddenly grabbed at his back. You're courting death. Qing Shan was enraged, and the entire pavilion was torn apart by his aura. Flowers, grass, and trees were sent flying. At the same time, he brandished the spear in his hand, and a strange beast shadow condensed from the power of space roared and rushed towards Yenran. The domineering power made even the tens of millions of warriors in Grace City, 100 miles away, instantly change their expressions. Monarch Yenran was not afraid of the strange beast condensed by Qing Shan's space power. She was very clear that she was absolutely no match for Qing Shan. But at this moment, what made her incomparably terrified was that Shinto Wuxia's body actually moved. He quickly crushed a jade talisman in his hand, and his body actually lit up. Then, a powerful suction force pulled Shinto Wuxia away. Monarch Yenran was pushed back a few steps by an inexplicable force. Qing Shan, don't kill her. Wait for me. I want to torture this bitch to death. Before Shinto Wuxia's body disappeared, a voice transmission sounded in Qing Shan's ear. Qing Shan was overjoyed and instantly understood that this must be the jade talisman that Shinto Xiong gave to Shinto Wuxia to save his life, and it was probably related to the Eternal Palace. In the past, Lord Devour also created such a jade talisman, and it instantly sucked people into the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Immediately, he grinned and slightly retracted part of his space power. With a loud bang, Monarch Yenran was hit, and blood spurted out from her mouth. Bitch, you want to harm me? I want to see with my own eyes how you will be humiliated to death by Shinto Wuxia. Ha! Qing Shan strode downwards and flew towards Monarch Yenran, who had half of her body smashed into the ground. His hand formed a claw, and he wanted to grab Yenran. Get lost! Suddenly, a loud roar sounded, and then, under Qing Shan's astonished gaze, a fiery red figure quietly teleported over. On the surface of his body, there were 10 silver spears revolving around his body, and his eyes were cold, as if an ancient god of war had descended. It's you, Yi Qing Han. You are finally here. All of Monarch Yenran's bones and internal organs were shattered, and her face was drained of blood. Her body was in excruciating pain, but at this moment, her beautiful eyes suddenly brightened. Looking at the familiar back, she smiled sweetly. At this moment, she felt that even if she died now, it would be worth it. Yi Qinghan, huh? There was a path to heaven, but you didn't take it. Instead, you barged into the doorless hell. Die for me. Qing Shan laughed out loud. His hair and robes fluttered even though there was no wind. His long spear turned into a series of afterimages as it danced in the air. Then, an even bigger beast shadow smashed towards Yi Qinghan and Yan Ran. Don't talk, don't resist, and take care of your wounds. Yi Qinghan looked at the phantom in the sky mockingly and said gently to Yan Ran. The moment the phantom beast smashed down, he took Yan Ran into the War Imperial Palace, and then stood proudly, preparing to resist Qing Shan's attack head-on. Boom! The ground within 100 miles shook, and even Grace City, which was 100 miles away, shook violently. Dust covered the sky, and a huge, deep pit appeared in Yanran's little hut. The explosion resounded in the sky, and even the cities thousands of miles away could hear it. Before the dust had completely settled, Qing Shan's originally ecstatic expression instantly turned ashen. His eyes were filled with disbelief. A fiery red figure flew out from the deep pit, carrying monarch Yanran on his back. He looked at Qing Shan arrogantly and sneered, "Humph, Shinta is not in the divine world. Who else in the divine world can fight with me? Qing Shan, prepare to die." Chapter 12:21. His strongest attack. Yi Qinghan was completely unscathed. Qing Shan was at a loss. Even an ordinary 9th-grade supreme martial artist would vomit a few mouthfuls of blood after being hit by him. Could it be that Yi Qinghan's strength had reached Shinta Xiong's level? This was simply impossible. No matter how talented Yi Qinghan was, it was still impossible. Moreover, if Yi Qinghan had such strength, he would have been dead the moment they met. Qing Shan was slightly relieved at this thought, but he was still retreating rapidly until he was above Divine Grace City. Only then did he look at Yi Qinghan with a hideous smile. At the same time, he quickly sent a message to Shintu Wuxia, asking him to send the Ice Queen over as soon as possible. Since he had completely surrendered to Yi Qinghan was his mortal enemy. If Yi Qinghan wanted to deal with Shinta Xiong, he would kill them first. Yi Qinghan did not move. He just stood in the air above Yanran's little hut. He turned his head and stared at Yanran, who was behind him, and sent a message. Just now, Yanran sent a message saying that Shinta Xiong had gone to the endless void and would not be back for a while. This news shocked him greatly. At this moment, he could not care less about killing Qing Shan. He needed to understand the situation first. After a while, Yi Qinghan had completely grasped the situation that Yanran had grasped. His eyes turned, and he had a plan. He immediately sent a message to Yanran. "Do you have any other important people? Let me bring you to a safe place first." Only Yanhong, and the other two are also members of the Black Phoenix tribe. Yanran had a faint smile on her face. Her pale, oval face was flushed, and the blood at the corner of her mouth made her look even more alluring. Although her injuries were almost healed by Yi Qinghan's soul ring, she was still entangled with Yi Qinghan like an octopus. She felt that ever since the moment her parents and clansmen were killed, she had never felt as safe and warm as she did now. Yi Qinghan's timely appearance had revived her originally dead heart. His tyrannical strength had also given her hope, and her heart was also intoxicated. Which woman in the immortal world didn't like the strong? Moreover, it was an expert who was loyal and affectionate to him. Yi Qinghan teleported downwards and shouted at the two women who were still stunned, "Don't resist, I'll take you away." After throwing Yanran and her two tribesmen into the War Monarch Palace, Yi Qinghan turned into a dragon and flew up into the sky without even looking at Qing Shan, who had been targeting him. "Leave?" Qing Shan shouted angrily. The black spear in his hand danced, and another strange beast image condensed in the air. A strong pressure suppressed all the cultivators in Divine Grace City who wanted to fly over to watch the show. It's Qing Shan's sovereign. Who is he fighting with? Why does that man in fiery red armor look so familiar? Why is Sovereign Yanran being carried by him? Yi Qinghan, it's Yi Qinghan. How dare he appear in the immortal world so openly? Is Sovereign Yanran being controlled by him? Although it happened abruptly, a few venerables in the city immediately used their divine senses to investigate. As soon as Qing Shan made his move, all the cultivators in the city were alarmed. Countless cultivators flew out from the nearby cities and flew towards Qing Shan. Obviously, no one knew what had happened. However, the name Yi Qinghan alone was enough to cause a sensation in the immortal world. In an instant, countless cultivators from the immortal world teleported to Qing Shan's location. Facing Qing Shan's attack, Yi Qinghan's lips curled into a mocking smile. He did not counterattack. Instead, under the shocked gazes of Qing Shan and the countless cultivators, a fiery red rhombus-shaped gem on his forehead flashed with a red light. Then he disappeared. In the next second, Yi Qinghan's figure appeared hundreds of thousands of miles away. When he continued to fly high up in the sky, everyone was dumbfounded. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. At that time, the phantom of the exotic beast that Qing Shan had condensed with the power of space was only 10,000 meters away from Yi Qinghan. The surrounding space was vibrating because of Qing Shan's attack. How could Yi Qinghan teleport? That was the biggest joke in the world. But the truth was the same as the mistress. Whether you believed it or not, she was there, ignoring all the losers. All she cared about was money, infertility. When Yi Qinghan's figure turned into a small dot and disappeared in the sky, everyone came to their senses. They all knew that the perverted Yi Qinghan had just returned, and now he had left again. But this time, he seemed even more perverted. Qing Shan's mouth opened slightly. His eyes were filled with confusion, fear, and of course disbelief. The fire god battle armor was an ancient treasure. Very few people in the god world knew about it, much less this fire god battle armor. One couldn't teleport when space was shaking. This was a widely recognized rule in the god world. If space was unstable, how could one use space to teleport? But Yi Qinghan did it. Qing Shan blinked his eyes. He thought about how he was perfectly fine when he attacked him with all his strength. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his soul. A moment later, when Qing Shan still didn't understand how Yi Qinghan did it, the space above God Grace City started to shake. Then, a few people appeared. Where is Yi Qinghan? Where is that *TCH Yanran? Qing Shan, I am asking you where he is. Where is he? Shintu Wuxia and Ice Queen appeared together. Shintu Wuya was in charge of the Eternal Hall. After he was sucked into the Eternal Hall, Ice Queen teleported him over at the fastest speed possible. Halfway there, he heard that Yi Qinghan had appeared. He was even more anxious. At this moment, he didn't see a single person. He couldn't help but holler in frustration. He ran. Qing Shan said embarrassedly, Yi Qinghan saved the *TCH Yanran. Hua, Blood Knight Monarch, Mo Shanghuang, and the others who had just rushed over were in an uproar when they heard this. Yi Qinghan actually escaped from under Qing Shan's nose, and even saved Monarch Yanran? Did Qing Shan turn into a piece of trash? Or did he purposely let her go? Or Yi Qinghan's strength had reached grade 9, Supreme Martial Artist? The last point was obviously impossible. Shintu Wuxia shouted angrily, "Trash!" The moment she said that, Qing Shan and everyone else's expression changed. Qing Shan was at the peak of grade 9. Even Shinta Xiong didn't dare to say that. Qing Shan's face turned green. Just as he was about to explode, a slight movement in the sky attracted everyone's attention. Everyone was shocked. They looked up in disbelief at the red shadow that was getting closer and closer to them. Yi Qinghan actually came back. He actually came back in broad daylight. The first thought that came to everyone's mind was that Yi Qinghan had gone mad. But Qing Shan's expression changed. He remembered what Yi Qinghan said. Shinta Xiong isn't in the God world. Who in the God world can fight me? When Qing Shan thought about the strange things that had happened to Yi Qinghan earlier, a strong sense of danger welled up in his heart, and an indescribable thought surged up in his heart. Leave this place immediately, otherwise he would die, and everyone here would die. Chapter 12:22. Yi Qinghan. Kill him. Shinta Wuxia hadn't seen Yi Qinghan before, but he had seen his portrait. No matter where he was, he would hear about this person. Not only was this person the top genius of the God world, but he also had an irreconcilable blood feud with the Shintu family. Although Shinta Wuhen was killed by Yi Qinghan, Shinta Wuxia was actually grateful to Yi Qinghan. However, if he could kill Yi Qinghan now, Shinta Xiong's impression of him would totally change. He shouted out in joy. Only Qing Shan didn't move. Ice Queen didn't move. Tianqi Monarch, Mo Shanghuang, and Hidden Ruler didn't move. Only the Blood Knight Monarch shot up into the sky furiously. Last time, he was heavily injured by Yi Qinghan in one move, causing his face to hit rock bottom, and he couldn't even lift his head up. Now that he had such a chance, why not take it back? Qing Shan saw Blood Knight Monarch charge up and gritted his teeth. In the end, Ice Queen and Mo Shanghuang exchanged glances with one another and flew into the sky helplessly. However, it was obvious that their speed was a little slow. Only then did Shinta Wuxia fly up. However, his body was behind Qing Shan and Ice Queen. He didn't want to be insta-killed by Yi Qinghan like Shinta Wuji. Yi Qinghan die. After Blood Knight Monarch charged out and saw that no one moved, he was terrified. He nearly turned around and fled. At this moment, everyone had their source energy protecting their bodies. Space power was condensed, so they were much more confident and hollered. The axe in his hand turned into a series of afterimages as it danced in the air. Then a huge fireball suddenly appeared in the sky, burning the air. It was like a comet crashing towards Yi Qinghan with a whistling sound. Qing Shan wasn't willing to give up. He condensed a beast image that roared and charged towards Yi Qinghan. Ice Queen and Mo Shanghuang also condensed all sorts of attacks, especially the bird-like beast that Ice Queen condensed. The moment it appeared, the nearby space froze up. The temperature dropped by hundreds of degrees, and even the air started to freeze. However, the three of them did not attack. They were just sitting there. Trash like you. Yi Qinghan stood proudly in the sky, coldly looking down at the Blood Knight Monarch. His biting, cold-killing intent enveloped everyone. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he activated the soul illusion. Then, the fire god's heart lit up again as his body disappeared from where he was standing. What? Qing Shan didn't tell everyone about his attack on Yi Qinghan and how Yi Qinghan could teleport under the effect of spatial oscillation. When they saw Yi Qinghan's figure suddenly disappear, they were all shocked. What frightened them more was that the scene in front of them started to change. Everything around them became a vast expanse of whiteness. Grace City and Yi Qinghan had disappeared. Their soul consciousnesses could only reach several hundred miles away, and they couldn't even see Grace City. The Blood Knight Monarch was scared half to death. He hurriedly came to a stop and stood guard. His divine sense spread out in all directions, and his origin energy surged out and surrounded his body. Mo Shanghuang and Mo Shanghuang didn't even attack. They were delighted and retracted their space energy. However, they didn't know whether or not Yi Qinghan would attack them because of their past relationship. They started to feel really uneasy. What is that thing? Shintu Wuxie was so terrified that half of her soul dropped. She quickly leaned towards Qingshan and only relaxed when she was behind him. Ice Queen and Qingshan were astonished. However, their souls shook and they noticed that the white mist in front of them was slowly fading. They knew that this thing was only useful against grade 9 and didn't affect them at all. They relaxed slightly. Young Master Wuxie teleport back to Eternal Hall. Yi Qinghan's methods are too weird. I am afraid that I won't be able to protect you. Qingshan transmitted his voice to Shintu Wuxie as he fled into the distance. On the contrary, Ice Queen didn't move and continued to defend on the spot. Mo Shanghuang, Hidden Ruler, and Ice Queen understood Yi Qinghan's personality. Although they weren't friends with Yi Qinghan, they weren't enemies either. Yi Qinghan wouldn't attack them. Of course, at this moment, the three of them wouldn't be so dumb as to attack Yi Qinghan. From the start, the three of them didn't plan to attack him. Qingshan, I can't teleport anymore. I only have one talisman, and I used it just now. Qingshan, bring me along. Qingshan's speed was very fast, and in just a second, he had already traversed thousands of miles. However, when he heard Shintu Wuxie's voice transmission, his body suddenly stopped in midair, and he turned his head to look behind him with a sullen expression. At this moment, Shintu Wuxie was running in the direction that she was at a loss. She was panicking and didn't care about where she was going. *CKU, why didn't you find Ice Queen? I can't even protect myself now. And you want me to protect you? Qingshan cursed. Just as he was hesitating whether he should escape or bring Shintu Wuxie along, his eyes suddenly constricted. This was because he saw Yi Qinghan's figure suddenly appear in front of him. Then, the 10 silver spears on his body danced wildly in the air. In the end, they turned into 10 silver dragons and shot towards him from all directions. Stay where you are and don't move. Qingshan transmitted his voice. He didn't care about Shintu Wuxie's life anymore. A strange beast with the body of a lion deer roared and appeared. Although Yi Qinghan's methods today were strange and made his hair stand on end. However, Qingshan didn't believe that Yi Qinghan had already reached the strength of a 9th grade supreme martial artist, especially when Yi Qinghan used the Godslayer spear. He could easily feel that Yi Qinghan's attack strength was only at the lower 9th grade. He was shocked. As expected, the huge strange beast with the body of a lion deer collided with the 2 Godslayer spears. It was like a metal beast colliding with a wooden stick. The 2 Godslayer spears instantly disintegrated. Then, the strange beast surrounded Qingshan's body and destroyed the Godslayer spears one by one. However, the light on his body dimmed a little. Looks like this kid's strength didn't increase by much. Every time he teleported, the red diamond on his helmet would light up. Could it be that his terrifying defense and teleportation ability is due to this battle armor? Could it be that this is the legendary supreme spiritual treasure? Qingshan's mind worked crazily. Yi Qinghan had cultivated for less than 10,000 years. No matter how talented others were, it was already amazing that they could break through to the God Emperor stage. Even if Yi Qinghan was lucky enough to comprehend the eternity of space and reach the 9th grade, it was impossible for his strength to improve so quickly. He thought of the legendary supreme spiritual treasure from the ancient times. His eyes suddenly lit up. Other than the supreme spiritual treasure, he didn't believe that any battle armor would have such a heaven-defying ability. His heart was burning with passion. So what if it was a supreme spiritual treasure? The quality of a treasure depended on the person using it, didn't it? Yi Qinghan's strength below the 9th grade was like a child wielding a peerless sword. Now, he was facing off against an adult. Yi Qinghan couldn't kill him, and he couldn't kill him for the time being. But even if he had the supreme spiritual treasure, could his body withstand a few more attacks? Could his soul withstand it? The supreme spiritual treasure is mine. Qing Shan figured out the crux of the matter in an instant. He immediately destroyed all 10 of Yi Qinghan's spears and controlled the strange beast with the head of a lion and the body of a deer to charge at Yi Qinghan while roaring. Even if a child had a sword that could cut through iron like mud, how long could he wield it? Qing Shan's plan was very good. However, Yi Qinghan saw the changes in his expression. With a cold laugh, Yi Qinghan and the other strange beasts attacked him. He immediately teleported, then waved the 10 God Slayer's spears and continued to shoot at Qing Shan. As for the Ice Queen, Shintu Wuxie, and the others, he didn't even look at them. Shintu Xiong wasn't in the immortal realm. There was really no one in the immortal realm who could kill him. As long as Qing Shan died, could Shintu Wuxie fly to the sky? Chapter 12:23. Let's see how many times you can teleport. With your strength, the supreme spiritual treasure won't last long, right? Yi Qinghan attacked again. Qing Shan was not angry, but happy. At this moment, he was sure that Yi Qinghan could not hurt him. He only hoped that Yi Qinghan would not run away. He could wait for Yi Qinghan to exhaust his spiritual force after using the supreme spiritual treasure for too long. Then he could shatter his divine crystal soul ocean and take the supreme spiritual treasure. Of course, Yi Qinghan was not afraid of exhausting his spiritual force after using the fire god armor for too long. In fact, the fire god armor did not consume spiritual force. Once the fire god armor was activated, there was only a time limit. As for the time, it could be used for 3 months at a time. After that, the fire god armor would automatically absorb the essence of the world to replenish its energy. After that, it could be used again. Therefore, Yi Qinghan was not worried at all. He only condensed 2/3 of the space power in each attack, forcing Qing Shan to attack him with all his strength. Boom! The exotic beast with the head of a lion and the body of a deer collided with Yi Qinghan's God Slayer spear again and again, making earth-shattering noises. The shock waves turned into ripples and radiated in all directions. This caused the people below to exclaim in surprise and exclaim. More and more warriors gathered in Grace City, and the teleportation formation was still flashing, sending more and more experts from the divine world. Everyone was admiring this rare and incomparable battle. Not only were they here to watch the show, but they were also hoping to see if they could comprehend something from the battle between the peak experts. What they did not understand was, why were so many level 9 experts just standing there and watching? Only Emperor Qing Shan and the legendary Yi Qinghan were fighting there. And wasn't it said that Emperor Qing Shan's strength was second only to Shintu Xiong, the Star King? Why did they seem to be evenly matched? Yi Qinghan had cultivated for less than 10,000 years, but he was already at the peak of level 9. It's almost time. Yi Qinghan smiled coldly. He teleported again and pretended to change his expression. His body shook and immediately condensed 10 God Slayer spears. 2 of them shot towards Shintu Wuxie in the distance, 7 shot towards Qing Shan, and 1 shot towards the Blood Knight Sovereign. Humph! You still want to hurt people in front of me? After defeating 3 of Yi Qinghan's attacks, Qing Shan's confidence was greatly boosted. At this moment, when he saw Yi Qinghan's expression change and his body sway slightly, he was immediately overjoyed. He hurriedly condensed another strange beast. It first destroyed the 7 spears that were shot at him, and then it whizzed towards Shintu Wuxie's 2 spears. As for the Blood Knight Monarch, he didn't bother about him. No matter how weak the Blood Knight monarch was, he should be able to resist the God Slayer's spear, right? But suddenly, the spear turned around and didn't stab at the Blood Knight monarch. Instead, it made a circle in the air as if it knew it couldn't kill the Blood Knight monarch with one strike. Instead, it shot toward Qingshan. Humph! Qingshan had destroyed countless of Yi Qinghan's Godslayer spears. Naturally, he was clear that the might of these Godslayer spears was not great. Even if one of the spears hit him, he would at most suffer some minor injuries. At this moment, the strange beast that he condensed with the power of space had already intercepted the two Godslayer spears that were attacking Shinto Wuxia. At this moment, he could only take it head-on. Boom! The strange beast with the head of a lion and the body of a deer easily destroyed the two spears that were attacking Shinto Wuxia. The surface of Qingshan's body was surrounded by the power of Source, and he was prepared to take the last spear head-on without any fear. Swish! But at this moment, Qingshan's soul suddenly trembled. The billions of golden soul threads in his mind crazily penetrated into his soul sea. Although Qingshan's soul trembled, he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he sneered in his heart. He thought that Yi Qinghan had probably revealed his true intentions at this moment. Tisk! In the next second, Qingshan's entire body trembled. That seemingly weak Godslayer spear had finally collided with the power of Source outside his body. There wasn't a violent collision as he had imagined. Instead, that Godslayer spear actually spun crazily. Then, it actually caused the power of Source on the surface of Qingshan's body to spin along with it. It easily penetrated the power of Source on the surface of Qingshan's body and finally struck his divine crystal, causing it to explode. Then there was no then. Qingshan's pair of bell-like eyes opened wide. The corner of his mouth still had a mocking smile as his body fell down powerlessly. Boom! Under the frightened gazes of tens of millions of warriors, Qingshan's body fell heavily on the square of Grace City. There wasn't even a speck of dust raised. His eyes were still wide open as he looked up at the sky, as if he still couldn't believe that he had died just like that. There were already 30 to 40 million warriors in Grace City. However, at this moment, all of them widened their eyes and looked at the square, at Qingshan, who had half of his body sunk into the ground, in silence. Only the faint sound of the teleportation formation was heard, which made the situation in the square extremely strange. He actually killed Qingshan. He has cultivated for less than 10,000 years, but he can actually kill an upper level 9 expert head-on. He really is the #1 peerless genius in the god world. Ice Queen's cold and pretty face suddenly blushed. Her small mouth slightly opened. Her startled expression, along with her peerless beauty, was breathtaking. The others were still in the soul illusion, but they could still vaguely sense Grace City below them. Most importantly, the battle had stopped, but Qingshan's aura had disappeared. However, Yi Qinghan's aura was still faintly present. Everyone's expression changed, especially the Blood Knight monarch and Shinto Wuxia. Their bodies trembled, and a feeling of despair surged in their hearts. Yanran, I have avenged your clansmen. A cold voice rang out. It wasn't loud, but it rang in the ears of the experts in the sky and the tens of millions of warriors below. Shinto Wuxia and the Blood Knight monarch trembled even more violently. The two of them actually shot in 2 different directions, escaping crazily. Blood Knight, if you dare to run even half a step, I will slaughter your entire city. A voice that was even colder than before rang out. The Blood Knight monarch's fleeing body suddenly stopped, as if he hadn't moved at all. This voice suddenly made him understand one thing. Without Shinto Xiong, he would die no matter where he ran, and he would drag his clansmen down. Qi, the Blood Knight monarch, only took half a second to figure it out. He knelt down in midair and the sound of the wind could be heard as he knelt. With a bitter expression, he continuously kowtowed and howled, "Yi Qinghan, Lord, ye spare my life. Yi Qinghan, you dare to kill me? I will make your grandfather and all your relatives die, without a complete corpse." Shinto Wuxia simply stopped running. He stood on the spot and roared angrily. His appearance was ferocious and terrifying, like an injured beast. What answered him was 10 ghost-like godslayer's spears. The terrifying aura and murderous aura from the spears made Shinto Wuxia lose his courage. He hugged his head and shouted in the air, "Yi Qinghan, don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, everything is negotiable." Boom! 9 godslayers' spears returned, and the last one violently slammed into Shinto Wuxia's body. In an instant, his body flew out like a ball. Blood spurted out, and his limbs hung limply. His internal organs and bones were shattered. In the next second, Yi Qinghan's figure teleported and appeared in the middle of Shinto Wuxia's flight. He raised his long legs high and turned into a series of afterimages, smashing down heavily on Shinto Wuxia's waist. Shinto Wuxia turned into a ball again and smashed towards Divine Grace City below. Boom! Beside Qing Shan's corpse, another deep pit appeared. Shinto Wuxia's body was badly mutilated, and more than half of his body was smashed into the deep pit. He was only breathing in, but not out. He was already in a half-dead state. Xiao! Yi Qinghan's figure teleported again, scaring the nearby martial artists into hurriedly retreating. After that, Yi Qinghan half-knelt beside Shinto Wuxia. The soul ring in his hand flashed, helping Shinto Wuxia heal his injuries. After that, when Shinto Wuxia woke up and looked over in surprise, a huge fist was smashing fiercely towards his chest, directly smashing a bloody hole in his chest. The soul ring continued to light up, followed by another punch. Continue to heal, continue to smash. Gotta. Fresh blood splattered all over the ground, staining Shinto Wuxia and Yi Qinghan's delicate and pretty faces red. Divine Grace City was dead silent. Only the sound of teeth chattering could be heard. The rumors were not wrong. This Yi Qinghan is indeed a demon in human form. So savage, so violent. Everyone looked at Yi Qinghan, half kneeling on the square, lifting Shinto Wuxia up again and again, healing him and then smashing him into the ground again and again. They felt a chill run down their spine, from head to toe. After a long while, Yi Qinghan's movements finally stopped. He lifted up the badly mutilated Shinto Wuxia and wiped the blood off his face. He grinned at Shinto Wuxia and said faintly, "My kin, my clansmen, one less. I will make your life more painful than death. Bastard, when I use my methods, even I am afraid of myself. You understand?" Chapter 1224. Shinto Wuxia's body convulsed, and his handsome face was completely deformed. The muscles on his face trembled, and a tearing pain came from all over his body. However, this pain was already numb, and he could not feel it. He struggled to open his eyelids, which were sticky with blood, and looked at Yi Qinghan's slightly hideous face. His soul trembled. How could there be such a cruel person in this world? Shinto Wuxia, who had grown up in the Eternal Palace and had never been humiliated in the slightest, had a strong psychological endurance. At this moment, he almost collapsed. Yongyong used all his strength and nodded. He opened his mouth and weakly said, "Don't hit me. I'll help you save him. Please don't hit me. I will die." Yi Qinghan nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, under Shinto Wuxia's horrified gaze, he threw another punch, smashing Shinto Wuxia into the ground. This time, Shinto Wuxia's entire body was smashed to the point that only her legs were left on the ground. Trembling slightly, hiss gasps sounded. When Yi Qinghan stood up, His gaze swept across the crowd. Everyone hurriedly retreated. There were even some who could not bear the cold, murderous intent in Yi Qinghan's eyes and fell to the ground in fright. Finally, Yi Qinghan looked at the Blood Knight sovereign in the sky. His cold and emotionless voice rang out again. "Blood Knight, get down here!" Whoosh! The Blood Knight sovereign felt a chill, but he did not think for long. He immediately flew down and knelt on one knee. His face was flushed, and he pleaded in a low voice, "My lord, Knight, was blinded by the demon blood. Please be magnanimous and spare me this once. I promise." The crowd in the city sighed again. They had seen people kneel and beg for mercy before. But a ninth-grade war god, a supreme existence of the continent's sovereign, kneeling and begging for mercy, was a first. But thinking about it, if the Blood Knight sovereign did not beg for mercy with the hatred between him and Yi Qinghan, and with Yi Qinghan's current level of brutality, it would be normal for Yi Qinghan to crush him to death. Was face or life more important? When a person was faced with a choice, that person's character could be best reflected. It was obvious that Blood Knight Monarch's character wasn't very unyielding. "Yi Qinghan, stop killing. Leave a spark for the divine world. Otherwise, the divine world will suffer a crushing defeat in the next planar war." Before Yi Qinghan could say anything, a cold voice sounded in his ears. Yi Qinghan looked at the Ice Queen in the air and didn't say anything. He turned around and picked up Shinto Wuxia, teleporting away. Yi Qinghan had left, and the murderous aura that had shrouded the entire Gray City had also disappeared. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They felt excited and scared at the same time. Then they thought of the battle between Yi Qinghan and Shen Tuxiong, which would bring chaos to the entire divine world and blood into rivers. The soul illusion in the sky was removed. Mo Shanghuang and Blood Knight Monarch looked down at Qingshan's corpse and were filled with emotions. Yi Qinghan didn't touch them, which meant that Yi Qinghan was still the same Yi Qinghan. However, his strength made the two of them feel ashamed and regretful. If they had followed him, then they wouldn't have to suffer such humiliation and awkwardness. The Ice Queen didn't have any expression on her face. She stood coldly in the sky and watched as Yi Qinghan teleported towards the Star Ocean. In the end, she sighed. "Shinto Wuxia, have you heard of a demon beast called the bone-devouring bug? It's said that these bone-devouring bugs can devour human bones slowly, bit by bit. I've never experienced that kind of pain, but I've seen it before in a material plane. If you can't save my family, I'll put 10,000 bone-devouring bugs on you and let you have a taste. How does that taste? You know that I have the soul ring, and I definitely won't let you die. Do you understand what I mean?" On the starry sea, Yi Qinghan carried Shinto Wuxia and stood proudly in midair. The barrier of the supreme island in the distance had already been activated, and the eternal palace in the sky had already disappeared. Evidently, they had received the news. I know. I will get Wuya to let them go, but, sir, can you promise not to kill me?" Shinto Wuxia nodded her head obediently, and then asked carefully. It was like she was afraid that if she angered Yi Qinghan, he would punch her a few hundred more times. Yi Qinghan said expressionlessly, "You should know how I am. If your father knows how to be a person, I will let you live." This. Shinto Wuxia felt that Yi Qinghan's words were a little ambiguous and said hesitantly, "Scoff. I can kill Qingshan, but you don't believe that I can break Supreme Island's barrier. Eternal Palace was crafted by Battle Emperor. Don't you know about my relationship with him? I'll give you one last chance. Or else..." Yi Qinghan exerted some force in his hand and suddenly grabbed Shinto Wuxia's neck. With just a little bit of force, Shinto Wuxia felt as though her neck was about to be broken. Immediately after, she saw the source energy on Yi Qinghan's fist start to emerge again. Immediately, she was so frightened that she nodded her head vigorously like a little chick pecking rice. Shinta Xiong's useless son is so different from the son I killed. Yi Qinghan sneered and quickly flew towards Supreme Island. Since Shinta Xiong wasn't in the realm of gods, there was really no one in the realm of gods that could stop him. His divine sense was extremely powerful, and he could even vaguely sense the eternal palace in the sky above Supreme Island. Therefore, he was certain that Shinta Xiong wouldn't be hiding in the realm of gods. Otherwise, he would have appeared long ago. Yanren wouldn't lie to him either. "Sir, wait, I will send a message to Wuya." After flying above the Supreme Island, Shinta Wuxia immediately sent a message. But after a while, her face turned bitter. She looked at Yi Qinghan and said, Wuya, there's no reply." "Humph." Yi Qinghan snorted and slowly raised his hand. The surrounding power of space surged towards him, and a huge palm suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, it slammed towards the void in front of him. Buzz! The huge palm floated towards the distance. However, wherever the palm passed, the space would tremble and turn into ripples. Then, a magnificent golden palace slowly appeared. The eternal palace that was hidden in the parallel space was shaken out. "Send a message to Shinta Wuya. If he doesn't hand over the person, I can only destroy the eternal palace by force. Although the eternal palace's restriction is powerful, I can tell you clearly that I am the successor of the Battle Emperor. I believe you have heard of the Battle Emperor's palace before. It is in my hands right now." Shinta Wuxia believed Yi Qinghan's words a little because they knew a little about the Battle Emperor. Shinta Xiong was the disciple of the Battle Emperor. He was very clear about this. Sealed God Valley was the tomb of the Battle Emperor. He also knew that Yi Qinghan was able to walk out of Sealed God Valley back then. If he said that he had nothing to do with the Battle Emperor, no one would believe it. To give up the eternal palace and his and Wuya's lives for a few ordinary people, Shinta Wuxia didn't need to consider this option. Therefore, he sent more messages. After a moment, Shinta Wuya finally sent a message. He stated a condition: release Shinta Wuxia, and he will release the person. Release the person first, and we can discuss anything. If you don't, you will bear the consequences. Yi Qinghan didn't give in. In the end, Shinta Wuya's message was cut off again. Shinta Wuxia was so angry that he almost cursed. However, Shinta Wuya had a dull and inflexible personality. He couldn't do anything about it. "You won't repent until you see the coffin." Yi Qinghan snorted. 10 spears whizzed out and stabbed towards the eternal palace. Chapter 1225. Boom! When the God Slayer's spear touched the eternal palace, it started spinning crazily. Its speed and power reached the limit, and it collided with the eternal palace. The eternal palace suddenly lit up with a golden light that radiated tens of thousands of feet. Then, the entire palace shook violently and was sent flying hundreds of thousands of miles away. The light on it also dimmed. "I'll send you a message. Do you believe that I can shatter the restriction of the eternal palace after 30 attacks?" After attacking, Yi Qinghan did not continue to attack, nor did he chase after them. He only said to Shinta Wuxia coldly. He started to feel nervous. In fact, he was not confident that he could break the restriction of the eternal palace. If Battle Emperor's remnant soul helped him, it might be possible. He could only try to trick Shinta Wuxia and Yi Qinghan. When Shinta Wuxia saw that a casual strike from Yi Qinghan had actually sent the eternal palace flying so far away, coupled with the fact that Qingshan had died at his hands, she naturally believed it completely. She immediately began to transmit messages. Clearly, Shinta Wuxia was also frightened. Moments later, the Eternal Palace's light shook, and dozens of warriors were teleported out. Lil Han? It's Lil Han. Ha! Clan leader. Lil Han is here to save us. Yi Tianlong, Yi Qinyo, and the others were in the Eternal Palace and did not know what was happening outside. Suddenly, the scene in front of them changed, and they were teleported out. Yi Qinyo looked around and saw Yi Qinghan on Supreme Island. He immediately widened his eyes and roared. Yi Qinghan was shocked. This was the first time he smiled since coming to the immortal world. His body flashed, and he teleported over, immediately bringing everyone into the War Imperial Palace. Then, under Shinto Wuji's shocked expression, he did not stop and sealed Shinto Wuxia's divine crystal. He threw it into the War Imperial Palace and immediately flew towards the Blood Knight continent. After Yi Qinghan left, the tens of millions of martial artists on Supreme Island all heaved a sigh of relief. They had received news that Yi Qinghan had killed Qing Shan and was teleporting towards Supreme Island. Everyone was terrified. They all knew that Shen Tuxiong had sent people to the Fire Dragon continent to massacre cities. They thought that Yi Qinghan would also massacre the entire Supreme Island on the Blood Knight continent. There was a place called the Poison Dragon Swamp. It was the third most dangerous place in the divine world. Yi Qinghan quickly moved through the swamp, following the route that Yao Ji had taken last time, and easily entered the cave. In a fork in the cave, a beautiful woman was sitting inside, quietly reading a book. Suddenly, her eyebrows twitched and her body tensed up. A moment later, it flew out in ecstasy directly into a frail body and hugged it tightly. Little Han, you've finally come out. I was so worried. The enchantress raised her head and looked at Yi Qinghan affectionately. There was a faint sparkle in her eyes, and her face was a mixture of anger and joy. She was extremely beautiful. Enchantress, let's talk about this later. Let's leave the immortal world first. Go into the War Emperor Palace. Yi Qinghan caressed Yao Ji's hair and kissed her forehead gently. He kept this woman, who had been guarding this place for thousands of years, into the War Emperor Palace, then flew out of the Poison Dragon Swamp directly into the sky and into the boundless void. Outside the boundless void, a 9-story pagoda was flying slowly nearby. When it saw Yi Qinghan coming out, it immediately shot over like a rocket, pulling Yi Qinghan in and turned into a shooting star, drifting towards the Fire Dragon Plain. Grandpas, third uncle, old ancestors, elders, Yi Qinghan has caused you to suffer and caused the deaths of millions of people in Song City. Yi Qinghan has let you down. In the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yi Qinghan threw Shinto Wuxia, who was sealed in the divine crystal, into the first floor. Then he transported Yi Tianlong, Yao Ji, and the others from the War Emperor Palace to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Suddenly, he knelt to Yi Tianlong, the Night Emperor, and the others, his face full of grief and shame. Fireworks, Yao Ji, and the others, as well as the Yi family elders beside Yi Tianlong, also knelt down. Yi Tianlong's tears flowed freely, and Yi Qingwu hugged Yi Qingyo and cried bitterly. Everyone thought of the tens of millions of people in Song City who had been killed. For a moment, they were heartbroken, and the atmosphere in the Soul Emperor Pavilion was extremely stifling. Yao Ji did not understand what had happened, and quietly sent a message to Fireworks to ask about it. Little Han, get up. This is not your fault. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Shen Tuxiong. You just have to remember to cultivate hard and avenge them. After a moment, the Night Emperor and Yi Tianlong picked up Yi Qinghan, their eyes shining with hatred. The enmity between the Yi family and Shen Tuxiong could not be resolved no matter what, and the only way left was for them to fight to the death. Yi Qiu, Yi Chun, kneel. Abruptly, Yi Tianlong shouted at the two senior members of the Yi clan with a stern face. The two senior members trembled and immediately fell to the ground, kneeling down with a terrified look on their faces. "Qingyao, kill them!" Yi Tianlong's eyes were full of pain. He turned his head away from the two of them and shouted at Yi Qingyao coldly. Yi Qinghan and the others were confused. They saw Yi Chang's killing intent burst forth and was about to attack, while the two of them paled, not daring to say anything. They only looked pitifully at Yi Chang, as if hoping that Yi Chang would plead for them. The two of them were Yi Chang's grandchildren, and they had refined divine crystals to become gods. "Wait," Yi Qinghan spoke, looking at Yi Tianlong in confusion. Unexpectedly, Yi Chang did not wait for Yi Tianlong to explain. Divine power burst forth from his hands and directly hit the two of them on the head. The two of them widened their eyes in disbelief and fell to the ground. "Little Han, third uncle has let you down." These two bastards revealed information about the mystery realm of reincarnation. Yi Chang looked at Yi Qinghan with a face full of shame. His fair and unshaven face was flushed red, and he looked like he was too ashamed to show his face. Not good. Shinta Xiong went to the endless void. Does he know the location of the mystery realm of reincarnation? Yi Qinghan's face paled. She did not know much. She only knew that Shinta Xiong, Monarch Wind and Moon, and Inkue had brought 100 venerables to the endless void. She did not know where they went. Combining this information, she realized that Shinta Xiong might know the exact location of the reincarnation plane. She immediately asked Yao Ji to transport herself to the first floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. She hurriedly went to find Shinta Wuxia, who was looking around. As a result, the news was immediately confirmed after he asked. Shinta Xiong had gone to Mount Pan. He was a lord of the divine world and had the qualifications to obtain the map of the divine world. Monarch Wind and Moon had created a divine tool similar to the Soul Emperor Pavilion and was currently rushing to the mystery realm of reincarnation. Once the information was confirmed, everyone's expression changed. The mystery realm of reincarnation was a medium-level plane. Shinta Xiong could easily enter. Once he entered, Lord Devour's clone would not be able to defeat him. There was only one outcome. Everyone in the mystery realm of reincarnation would die. Yi Qinghan's women, children, Venerable Li Quan, Lei Zhan, Flying Rain, soul-devouring city's senior elders. Countless people were in the mystery realm of reincarnation. If these people died or were captured, it would be an unprecedented blow to Yi Qinghan. Li Shui Air, Fireworks, Yi Qingwu, Yi Qingyu, and the others were all trembling uncontrollably. Their faces were filled with fear. Li Shui Air subconsciously let out a mournful cry. She went to hug Xiaohe, but ended up falling to the ground. In her panic, she had forgotten that Xiaohe was a spirit body. Yi Qinghan saw this scene and his face darkened. He forced himself to calm down. However, when he thought of Yu Qingcheng, Yi Sahan, and the others facing an incomparably dangerous situation, he could not calm down. "Don't be hasty." Mo Xiaoxiao, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke up. After attracting people's attention, she said faintly, "Our Lady has guessed that Shinta Xiong will find the mystery realm. She has set up some barriers by the space vortex. Let's go back to the Fire Dragon continent to see her first." Yi Qinghan and the others were a little relieved. Lord Devour was the symbol of an expert in their hearts. Moreover, she was more intelligent than others. If she had prepared, there should be hope. "Lady, do you know that Shinta Xiong's current strength has reached the peak of Grade 9 Supreme Elder?" However, Monarch Yenran, who was sitting in the corner, suddenly said something that made people's hearts beat faster. Of course, Lord Devour didn't know that Shinta Xiong's strength had increased again. Yi Qinghan's face became cold. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. He shouted, "Yao Ji, go to the Fire Dragon continent as fast as possible." Chapter 12:26. The Flame Dragon continent was still shrouded in a sorrowful atmosphere. The Holy Land, Song City, was massacred. This was a big blow to the Flame Dragon continent. At the same time, it made countless people grieve. Everyone was thinking, if their Frost Tharch came back and saw the new graves outside Song City, how sad would he be? Without Frost Tharch, the Flame Dragon continent would have been destroyed. Of course, this was news that Lord Devour deliberately spread. Therefore, the people of the Flame Dragon continent worshipped Yi Qinghan. When Yi Qinghan's deeds in the God world came back, the people of the Flame Dragon continent were even more proud. Therefore, everyone hoped that their Frost Tharch would come back. With Yi Qinghan here, they had a backbone. But they also hoped that he would not come back. They were afraid that Yi Qinghan would be sad, afraid that he would bleed. The Soul Emperor Pavilion finally arrived, slowly descending in the sky above Song City. Countless warriors waiting outside Song City all flew up, looking at the Soul Emperor Pavilion with complicated emotions. Buzz. When a familiar blue figure appeared in the sky, everyone shivered. Their noses felt sour, and they wanted to cry. They all gazed at that expressionless face, wanting to say something, but they couldn't. Yi Qinghan's eyes did not linger on them. He looked at the ruins of Song City and the countless graves in front of it. He did not speak, and there was no murderous aura around him. His face was expressionless, but deep in his eyes was sorrow. He slowly flew downwards, and everyone hurriedly followed him. Fireworks and the others looked at Yi Qinghan worriedly. They wanted to send a voice transmission to comfort him, but in the end, they didn't. They slowly followed Yi Qinghan and flew towards the graveyard. Plop! Yi Qinghan knelt in front of the graves, scaring the people behind him. They all knelt. Yi Tianlong, Night Emperor, and the others also knelt. Although they were senior, the dead were more important. Many of them were not members of the Yi family. They died because of Yi Qinghan and the others. Yi Qinghan respectfully bowed 3 times, then raised his head and let out a sorrowful howl. His voice was incomparably lonely and desolate, incomparably sorrowful, incomparably furious, and filled with killing intent. This voice was not amplified by divine power, but it seemed to resound through half of the house of Ares. Countless fire dragon citizens in the city all trembled, feeling an inexplicable sorrow. Needless to say, Yi Qinghan's temperament was more emotional. He valued affection the most and was extremely impulsive. Back when the Flame Dragon City was massacred, even though Yi Qinghan's strength was still very low, he dared to lead the Wind Emperor and the others to conquer the entire Star Sea, declaring war against the #1 force in the immortal realm. His temperament could be seen from this. The descendants of the Yi family, who had been reproducing for thousands of years, numbered in the millions. Now, there were less than 100 of them left. It wasn't hard to imagine the sorrow and guilt in Yi Qinghan's heart. The murderous intent and hatred in his heart were so strong. Everybody looked at Yi Qinghan's back, which wasn't considered broad. His shivering shoulders felt an inexplicable pain. Yi Qinghan had shouldered the death of millions of people on his shoulders. When they were about to send some people to comfort Yi Qinghan suddenly stood up. Then he teleported, disappearing from his spot. There was a beautiful dark castle in the dark forest. On the rooftop of the castle, fresh flowers were still blooming. Clusters of green grapes hung on the grape trellis, which looked so alluring. This time, Lord Devour didn't sit on her chair. Instead, he stood on the edge of the rooftop with his back facing the grape trellis, looking into the distance, quietly. Swoosh! As soon as Yi Qinghan appeared on the rooftop, Lord Devour shivered. He struggled to turn around, his emotionless face showing a gleam of shame. Looking at Yi Qinghan, his mouth twitched. Eventually, he sighed, "Little Han, I'm sorry." Yi Qinghan forced a smile, shaking his head. "It's not your fault, my lord." Lord Devour sighed, his face a little gloomy. "I have to take some responsibility. If I had been more cautious that year, I would have asked little you to control the Soul Emperor Pavilion to pick you up. This tragedy wouldn't have happened. Sigh, it's my fault. Let's not talk about this. It's meaningless. The dead are gone. We should consider the living more." Yi Qinghan shook his head and said hurriedly, "My lord, Shinta knows the location of the secret reincarnation domain. Wind Moon Sovereign has helped him refine a flying divine weapon. Moreover, he has become the lord of the divine world. At this moment, his competence has reached the peak of 9th grade." "What?" Lord Devour's face changed, asking, "When did he leave?" Yi Qinghan was also anxious. "At least 3 months ago." "Oh no, it's too late for the Soul Emperor Pavilion to pick him up. Shinta has reached the peak of 9th grade. I'm afraid the previous barrier is useless. No, I'm going to arrange it first." Lord Devour's face changed completely. His body transformed into a snow-white rabbit, closing his eyes. Apparently, the clone of the secret reincarnation domain had taken action. Yi Qinghan's face darkened. Pondering for a while, he gritted his teeth and disappeared from the rooftop. "Yao Ji, bring Shinta Wuxia out." Back in Song City, Yi Qinghan said in a low voice to Yao Ji. Yao Ji's eyes turned cold, and she immediately teleported away. She then carried Shinta Wuxia, who was looking around in confusion, and flew over. "Shinta, you killed my people. Now, I will use your son's blood to pay tribute to them. One day, I will bring your head back to pay tribute to them. God Emperor, if I can't do it, Yi Qinghan would rather die." Yi Qinghan grabbed Shinta Wuxia with one hand, and the Slaughter God saber appeared in his hand. He raised his hand, and the saber fell. A head rolled down. The eyes were wide open, and he died with a grievance. "Yao Ji, go. Fireworks. Stay in the Fire Dragon continent. Tell Lord Devour that I'm going to the secret reincarnation domain first." Throwing the headless corpse in his hand, Yi Qinghan teleported to the Soul Emperor Pavilion with the Yao Ji. Before anyone could react, seeing the Soul Emperor Pavilion light up, the three of them and Xiaohei's faces changed. "Qinghan, take us with you." "Boss, I'll go with you." Fireworks, and the two of them flew towards the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Xiaohei turned into a gust of wind and enveloped the Soul Emperor Pavilion. "I'm not going to die. I'm just going to save someone. I'm confident that even if I can't kill Shinta, I can still protect myself. What are you all going for?" Yi Qinghan's voice sounded out helplessly. However, the women's expressions were unusually resolute. Xiaohei condensed into a human form and stuck tightly to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Yi Qinghan sighed and said, "Forget it. Yao Ji, bring them in. Let's go together." The women were instantly overjoyed. The Yao Ji pulled Li in as well. Then, the Soul Emperor Pavilion turned into a shooting star and flew towards the sky. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the clouds. Night Emperor, Yi Tianlong, Mo Xiaoxiao, and the others did not make a fuss about following. They just looked at the sky sadly. Every time something happened, it was Yi Qinghan's shoulders that were not broad enough to shoulder it. This made them feel extremely ashamed, especially Night Emperor. He felt even more ashamed. Everyone looked at the sky with heavy expressions. They were all worried, although Yi Qinghan's strength had improved a lot, and he could even kill Qingshan, who was at the peak of 9th grade in the immortal realm. Shen Tuxiong's strength had reached 9th grade supreme martial artist. However, Shen Tuxiong's strength had reached 9th grade sovereign and had even obtained the overlord's position. His strength had even reached the pinnacle of 9th grade sovereign. Could Yi Qinghan be his opponent? The Soul Emperor Pavilion spun madly and broke through the void of the Fire Dragon Plain. Then it pulled Monarch Yenran, who was waiting outside, into the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Monarch Yenran was a 9th grade martial artist. She could not enter the material plane. Shintu Wuxie, on the other hand, was a false 9th grade martial artist. He did not have any godly aura, but he could enter. The Soul Emperor Pavilion paused for a moment and flew again. It turned into a shooting star and flew into the endless void. Chapter 12:27. The map of the divine world clearly shows that the reincarnation plane is nearby. Why can't we find it? Strange. Could it be that the map is wrong? Impossible. In the endless void, a large black bird with white light on its surface was slowly flying in the void. In the middle of the large bird's hall, Shen Tuxiong was holding a jade slip in his hand. His sword-like eyebrows were tightly furrowed. From time to time, he would scan the jade slip with his divine sense, and from time to time, he would look at the nearby planes in the void, comparing them. My lord, is there something wrong with the map? The South Mountain sovereign, Ing Kuei, stood at the side with a fawning smile and asked carefully, Impossible. The god emperor wouldn't make a mistake. As the manager of Pan Realm, who knows it better than him? Shen Tuxiong shook his head and said firmly, thinking back to the last time he went to the planar battlefield to ask for a map of the divine world, the divine emperor revealed a trace of his aura. Shen Tuxiong still had a lingering fear in his heart. The god emperor. Lord, is the god emperor really as omnipotent and invincible as the legends say? In Kuei's eyes flashed with fanaticism. Wind Moon Monarch's eyes also lit up as he listened. I don't know if he's omnipotent, but he's definitely invincible, Shen Tuxiong said with certainty, and then waved his hand. Let's not talk about the god emperor too much. AI, where is this reincarnation plane? Ing Kuei's eyes flashed as he pointed at the super-large whirlpools outside. Lord, do you think it's inside these spatial whirlpools? Wind Moon Monarch was dazed, then shook his head resolutely. How is that possible? Even if Lord is sucked in by the spatial whirlpools, it'll be hard to get out. How could Devour Jiawu and Yi Qinghan go in? No, it's possible. Shen Tuxiong's eyes lit up. Did you forget about the Soul Emperor Pavilion? The Soul Emperor Pavilion is many times stronger than the Flying Phoenix. It must be. Wind Moon Monarch, control the Flying Phoenix to fly around. Let me check. Shen Tuxiong was shocked. He hadn't thought about this before. The Flying Phoenix flew around the spatial whirlpools for a few days. Shen Tuxiong checked and compared. He easily found the passage that the Soul Emperor Pavilion used to enter the reincarnation plane. It's here. The distance between the two spatial vortexes is quite far, so the suction force isn't that strong. If I'm careful, I can easily pass through the two vortexes and enter the back of these vortexes. Ha ha! Devour Jiawu, Yi Qinghan, let's see how you survive this time. Shen Tuxiong laughed heartily. The suffocation of the past few months completely swept away. He waved his hand and pointed to the front as he ordered, Wind Moon Monarch, fly in that direction. I will kill everyone in the plane of reincarnation and leave no one alive. However, after Shen Tuxiong finished speaking, the Wind Moon sovereigns did not move, and even Ing Kuei became somewhat hesitant. The two of them looked at Shen Tuxiong with awkward expressions. wanting to say something but hesitating. Although the distance between these two spatial vortexes wasn't as close as the other spatial vortexes, their suction was still extremely powerful. These spatial vortexes were no joke. Once they were sucked in, they didn't know if Shinta could come out, but they would definitely die. It was true that they had sided with Shinta. If Shinta wanted them to kill or fight with others, they wouldn't hesitate but to send them to their deaths. What are you afraid of? These spatial vortexes aren't as powerful as you think. It should be fine if we fly slowly. Shinta face darkened, clearly noticing the hesitation of the two. The Wind Moon Monarch's mind turned, and his face lit up with joy. He had an idea and sincerely said, "Sir, the flying phoenix is large, and its suction force is even greater. If the flying phoenix is sucked into the spatial vortexes, how will we return? How about I wait outside?" And that's right. Inkue, come with me to take a look. Shinta thought about it and felt that it made sense. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he locked onto Inkue. Inkue couldn't find a reason and could only nod with a crying face. The two of them jumped off the flying phoenix and carefully flew inside. Inkue's speed was extremely slow, like a snail. Only after Shinta coldly snorted did he slowly increase his speed. Chi, chi. As they got closer and closer to the spatial vortexes, a strange suction force started to affect the two of them. Inkue and Shinta sensed it and felt slightly relieved. They continued to fly slowly, and after an hour, they reached the center of the two vortexes. Shinta sensed it and let out a sigh of relief as he laughed. "Ha! Inkue, I was right. The suction force here is a bit weak. The two vortexes' suction force is restricting each other. That's right, Yi Qinghan, and the others definitely entered from here." Inkue wiped the cold sweat off his face and nodded, not daring to refute, but he became even more nervous. It felt like he was walking on a steel wire with knives all around him. It was impossible for him not to be nervous. Shinta looked relaxed on the surface, but his divine sense was constantly scouting. If it wasn't for the fact that his hatred for Yi Qinghan and Shi Jia Wu surpassed his fear of this place, Shinta would have retreated long ago. Especially Yi Qinghan's strange supernatural power. If he didn't get rid of it, he wouldn't be able to feel at ease in the divine world. At this moment, he could only grit his teeth and fly forward. "They're here. Shinta, there's a path to heaven, but you didn't take it. There's no gate to hell, but you barged in. Soul Emperor, Jiawu will take revenge for you today." Inside the reincarnation's secret realm, Lord Shi, who was sitting cross-legged in an elegant pavilion on the reincarnation island, suddenly opened her eyes. There was no fear in her eyes, but excitement. As soon as Yi Qinghan sent her the news, she immediately made many arrangements. There was only one path to enter the reincarnation's secret realm. At this moment, Shinta and Inkue had bumped into the small restriction she had set up, which alerted her. Yi Qinghan and the Yao Ji were controlling the Soul Emperor Pavilion, flying from the Fire Dragon continent to this place. However, it would take them a few months to arrive. Without the Soul Emperor Pavilion, the people inside the reincarnation's secret realm couldn't escape, even if they wanted to. However, because of the special terrain outside the reincarnation's secret realm, as well as her foresight, not only was Lord Shi not afraid, she was also full of fighting spirit. She quietly flew up to the sky, her divine sense sweeping through the demon devourer, Yu Qingcheng, and the others. She revealed a sweet smile, turned into an afterimage, and flew into the endless void. Left, Shinta origin power revolved around him, and the power of space also condensed quietly. His divine might was released, and his spirit was highly tense, sensing the suction force between the two whirlpools. Behind him, Inkue was drenched in cold sweat. The deeper they flew, the stronger the suction force. He even had the urge to turn back. However, it was hard to get off the tiger, so he could only grit his teeth and follow Shintashiong. Ha! Inkue, look ahead. Suddenly, Shintashiong stopped and said with a loud laugh, but his eyes were shining brightly in front of him. Inkue was startled and immediately looked ahead. He saw a blurry white light in front of him and was instantly overjoyed. He shouted, "There really is a plane. It's the reincarnation plane. That's right, it's definitely the reincarnation plane." "Humph, this is indeed the reincarnation plane, but the two of you have no hope of entering. Shintashiong, Inkue, prepare to die." At this moment, the blurry light in front of them was blocked by a fiery red figure. A bone-chilling voice rang in Shintashiong and Inkue's ears, and their expressions changed. Inkue used his divine sense to check, and immediately shouted, "Devourer Butterfly Dance." Chapter 1228. What's Sir doing there? Inside the reincarnation secret domain, Kid was sitting with Li Shirshir in a private room. His hands had reached into Li Shirshir's robe, enjoying the soft fragrance brought by his sexual desire. At this moment, he paused, mumbling suspiciously, "Sir? Kid, what's wrong?" Li Shirshir, the king of the reincarnation secret domain, blushed. She was kissing Kid's body, her clothes disheveled. She was bewildered, asking suspiciously, "I don't know. Sir's out of this place." "Yeah, I'm going to check. Take off your clothes. If you come back with half of them, I'll use the venomous dragon spear to kill you." Kid pondered for a while, and then laughed evilly. His body flashed, chasing after Lord Devour, heading into the endless void. *TCH. Let's see where you can run to today. As soon as Kid got out, he heard a shout. Shintashiong released a tremendous, murderous aura. His bright eyes gazed at Lord Devour in front of him. Although he had shouted, he didn't move. Quite the contrary, he was more anxious, scanning the surroundings. All of a sudden, Shintashiong felt something different in the space around him. His face changed dramatically, and a shiver came from deep in his soul. It was the signal of fatal danger. Thinking that he was in the middle of two vortexes, he suddenly understood why Lord Devour dared to say such arrogant words. "Run? Why do I need to run? Shintashiong, the Soul Emperor, died because of you. Today, I'll take revenge for him. Inkue, you don't want to be a good monarch, but a dog. Today, you'll die with him." Lord Devour sneered, sending a message to Kid to stay put. Then, a pair of beautiful hands danced. A massive palm appeared in front of her, whistling as it flew toward her. "With your low competence, you want to deal with His Excellency? His Excellency can crush you with just one finger." Inkue sneered continually. He had finally found the reincarnation secret domain. Lord Devour, Yi Qinghan, and Kid, how could they not die? However, he felt something wrong in the next second. A huge force rushed at him from behind, and his body actually flew forward violently. Inkue was so scared that smoke rose from his soul. He hurried to release space power to stabilize his body while turning into a strange beast to resist Lord Devour's palm. There was only one person by his side. Needless to say, the palm strike on his back was from Shintashiong. Furthermore, at this moment, his divine sense detected that Shintashiong was actually retreating explosively. Inkue was anxious and angry, but he was even more perplexed. Why did Shintashiong attack him? Why should he retreat? With the strength of a grade 9 sovereign, how could he be afraid of Devour Jiawu? The next second, his doubts were solved. As Lord Devour's giant palm moved, the space around them glowed with 7-colored divine light. Then, a terrifying aura covered Inkue. All the barriers that Lord Devour had set up had been activated. God damn it! Shintashiong, I will *CK your entire family for 100 generations. If Inkue still didn't understand at this moment, he would really be a fool. It was obvious that Shintaxiong had discovered Lord Devour's restriction in advance. At this moment, he wanted Shi Yen to attract and trigger these restrictions so that he could escape. Bang! A burst of electric arcs flashed, and a violent explosion rang out, causing the entire space nearby to shake. Ingkue's eyes were as big as a cow's, and the muscles on his face were completely twisted. Lord Devour's attack wasn't powerful, and the restriction's explosion wasn't powerful either. It wasn't enough to kill him. However, under Lord Devour's attack and the restriction's explosion, his body flew 1,000 meters toward the space whirlpool on the left. A huge suction force acted on Ingkue's body, pulling him toward the center of the whirlpool. Inkue was like a beast that had fallen into a trap, struggling to survive. He kept shouting and struggling. However, his body was still slowly drifting toward the center of the whirlpool. His speed was getting faster and faster, and eventually he disappeared into the whirlpool. Jita's heart was pounding as he watched from behind. At first, when he saw someone flying toward the reincarnation's secret realm, his face changed in fright. After realizing that it was Shintaxiong, his soul almost left his body. Then, when he saw that Lord Devour had already set up the trap, he heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, when he saw that Shintaxiong had sent Inkue to his death, easily breaking the restriction and dodging the attack, his face changed again. However, when he saw that Lord Devour's face didn't change, his heart was in his throat again. His soul consciousness locked on Shintaxiong, his eyes flickering. Shintaxiong saw that Inkue was mercilessly sucked into the space whirlpool without any sound or movement. Shintaxiong's face turned pale, his heart still fluttering with fear. If he hadn't sensed that something wasn't right and immediately pushed Inkue away, he would have been the one falling into the space whirlpool. Lord Devour had a good trick, using the space power and the restriction at the same time. He didn't want to kill the enemy, but just moved the two of them, using the space whirlpool to trap them. What's wrong? Shintaxiong, you don't dare to come anymore? I can tell you clearly that Yi Qinghan has gone to the God world and killed your two sons. Also, Qingshan, Yi Tianlong, and the others have been rescued. Ha! You're all alone now without any descendants. When Yi Qinghan comes back, you will die for sure. Lord Devour stood at his spot, looking at Shintaxiong coldly as he spoke leisurely. Kid was shaken. He didn't know if what Lord Devour had said was true or not. He didn't understand why Lord Devour would provoke Shintaxiong in such a situation. Shintaxiong was also shaken. Then he sneered mockingly. Humph, bitch, if you want to make up a lie, you should make it a better one. How could that bastard Yi Qinghan kill Qingshan with his meager strength? You don't believe me? Lord Devour wasn't moved. He said leisurely, Yi Qinghan didn't have the ability to kill Qingshan before, but it's different now. No matter how different he is, how many years has he cultivated? Less than 10,000 years. Reaching the 9th grade supreme martial artist in less than 10,000 years. Are you trying to fool a kid? Shintaxiong couldn't deny it. Lord Devour said coldly, Shintaxiong, have you ever heard of a supreme spirit treasure? If Yi Qinghan has a supreme spirit treasure, do you think he can kill Qingshan? Supreme spirit treasure? Shintaxiong's pupils shrank. Of course, he knew about supreme spirit treasures, but he still didn't believe it. He said, even if he has a supreme spirit treasure, he can't kill Qingshan. A supreme spirit treasure is powerful, but can it make a lower 9th grade cultivator reach the 9th grade supreme martial artist level? What a joke! That's the biggest joke in the world. What if this supreme spirit treasure is the fire god's armor? What if Yi Qinghan has already refined the chaotic divine crystal and reached the upper ninth grade? You think it's possible? The Eternal Palace is powerful, but you seem to have forgotten who made it. Yi Qinghan is the disciple of the Battle Emperor. Ha ha! Shintaxiong, you massacred Song City. Do you think Yi Qinghan will be satisfied if he doesn't kill your two sons and the Supreme Island? Ha ha! Lord Devour laughed wantonly. He laughed so hard that he couldn't catch his breath. He completely ignored Shintaxiong, who was only 10,000 miles away from him. He seemed to have forgotten that Shintaxiong was a peak ninth grade supreme martial artist. Behind him, Jida was confused. His palms and back were covered in sweat. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Lord Devour and Shintaxiong's actions were too strange. They were so close, but Shintaxiong didn't come to kill them. Lord Devour seemed to be provoking Shintaxiong on purpose. The two of them talked nonsense, which made Jida very confused. Swish! Suddenly, Shintaxiong moved. He dashed forward. Jida's body tensed. He gathered the power of space. A few invisible giant dragons hovered around him, ready to attack at any time. At this moment, Lord Devour moved too. His eyes were filled with the light of success. He laughed and waved his beautiful hand, sending out a huge palm. Chapter 12:29. Be asterisk Tisich. Do you think I'll be fooled? Shintaxiong roared, then retreated rapidly. In just a few blinks, he had disappeared from their sight, dashing into the endless void outside. What? Jida was even more bewildered. Why did Shintaxiong suddenly retreat? He exhaled in relief, but then he saw Lord Devour's body soften, almost falling. In just a blink, he had figured out the key. Lord Devour had scared Shintaxiong away. Shintaxiong didn't know if Lord Devour had set up any restrictions or not, so he had tried to probe. Lord Devour had also tricked him to provoke him. It had created a false impression that Lord Devour had tricked him to attack so that he could trigger the restrictions and fall into the space vortex. And the truth was, it was possible that this passage didn't have any restrictions anymore. Now, seeing Lord Devour's appearance, it wasn't just a possibility, but a confirmation. Jida, help me keep an eye on it. I need to set up a restriction now. Lord Devour's body shook a little, then he forced himself to calm down. He didn't even bother to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead as he turned into a dragon, flying forward. Swoosh! Countless array heartstones shot out from his hand. At the same time, Lord Devour released his god power, dancing in the air. Light flashed around him. Countless array heartstones and formation tools were shot to the designated spots, and then she used her god power to guide them, preventing the space vortex from sucking them in. Half an hour later, Lord Devour had created a barrier that looked like a spider web. Light flashed, and the colorful spider web was pulled away. The surroundings resumed their tranquility. At first glance, there was nothing. Even the soul consciousness couldn't sense anything. At this moment, Lord Devour flew back, his face tired and frightened. Her understanding of restrictions wasn't high. If the enchantress were here, it would be much easier. Setting up such a restriction had already consumed a lot of her brain power. Thinking about the situation, Lord Devour sighed. If Shintaxiong had come, she and Jida would have been finished, and so would everyone in the reincarnation's secret domain. Jida looked at Lord Devour with admiration. This woman was so smart. If it were him, he would have been exposed. Sir, are you all right now? Kid swallowed a mouthful of saliva and then asked, Is what you said about Little Han true? Half real, half fake. One of Qing Shan and Shintaxiong's sons was indeed killed by Little Han, and at this moment, he and Yao Ji are rushing over. After resting for a while, Lord Devour's eyes were still solemn as he sighed. Originally, I thought that I could smash Shinto into the space vortex this time. I didn't expect to fail on the verge of success. Shinto strength has indeed reached the peak of 9th grade supreme martial artist. His vigilance is incomparably strong. Sigh, this is troublesome. What's the trouble? How dare he barge in? You can still trap him with a restriction. If we attack together, won't he fall into the spatial whirlpool? Jida said disapprovingly. Humph, you're too naive. Lord Devour shook his head. My formation skills are limited. If Shinto wakes up and sends people to die in the front, he will follow us from the back. Do you think we are his opponents? Jida's face changed drastically. Lord Devour was right. If Shinto sent people to open the way while he was at the back, once the restriction was broken and he came in, it would be the death of all of them. Jida was slightly panicked and said, "What should we do? There's no other way." Lord Devour sighed and said, "Now, I hope that Shinto will find out later. When Yi Qinghan and Yao Ji arrive, with Yao Ji's restriction and Little Han's strength, we will have the capital to contend with Shinto. If Shinto comes in earlier, we will be dead." Jida blinked his eyes and suddenly thought of a problem. He quickly asked, "Then, sir, can't you set up a few more restrictions?" "The place where I set up the restriction is the best and has the strongest suction force. The other places don't have much effect." I will set up a few more small restrictions. Hopefully, we can wait for Little Han's arrival. Lord Devour quickly set up some small restrictions in the air. Then, he and Jida sat cross-legged in the void, waiting for Shinto next attack. Of course, they were also waiting for Yi Qinghan and the others' arrival. What? There's a restriction on the passage, and Inkue was accidentally sucked in? Shinto face was dark as he came in from the Flying Phoenix and explained. The Wind Moon Monarch's face changed. He thought that he was lucky that he didn't follow them in. Otherwise, he would have been dead. It seemed that the reincarnation's secret domain was in there. Lord Devour and Yi Qinghan had chosen a good place. They could advance and retreat at the same time. If this continued, when Yi Qinghan's strength continued to increase, he wouldn't even know what the divine world was. It seemed that after returning to the divine world, he shouldn't be too close to Shinto. If Yi Qinghan came back, he would end up like Inkue. Shinto face darkened. He didn't care about what the Wind Moon Monarch was thinking. He was thinking about Lord Devour's words. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. He knew about the Fire God battle armor. It was the #1 supreme spirit treasure in the divine world. As the favorite disciple of the Battle Emperor, how could he not know about it? If Yi Qinghan got the Fire God battle armor and refined the Primal Chaos divine crystal, it was possible that he could kill Qingshan and kill his 2 sons. Yi Qinghan, Devour Jiawu, you 2B asterisk stars. Don't fall into your father's hands. Otherwise, I will make you beg for death. Abruptly, Shinto roared, his murderous aura surging. The Wind Moon Monarch and the 100 venerables in the back hall were shivering in fear. They were afraid that Shinto would vent his anger on them. The more Shinto thought about it, the angrier he got. Thinking about the restriction in the passage and Lord Devour's mocking expression, he was angry, helpless, and bewildered. He didn't dare to gamble. Although his strength had reached the peak of the God realm, it was like the sealed God Valley in the past. Even though venerables could come out, grade 9 experts didn't dare to take the risk. Although he didn't believe that the spatial whirlpool could trap him, he didn't dare to try. Wind Moon Monarch, do you understand restrictions? Do you have the confidence to break Devour Jia Wu's restriction? After a moment, Shinto seemed to think of something. His eyes lit up as he locked onto the Wind Moon Monarch and shouted, "I don't really understand. Lord, it's not that I'm afraid of death. It's just that Devour Jia Wu's restriction skill is comparable to the Soul Emperor's, and the Soul Emperor's restriction was learned from the Battle Emperor's restriction manual. The Battle Emperor's restriction skill is number 1 in the divine world." The Wind Moon Monarch's pupils shrank, not to mention that he didn't have the confidence. Even if he did, he wouldn't help Shinto Xiong. Moreover, even if he broke the restriction and killed Devour Jia Wu, what benefits would he get? Would Shinto Xiong give him the Primal Chaos Divine Crystal? Trash. AI. Let's return to the divine world first, and think about it later. Shinto Xiong felt a headache, adding on the fact that he was anxious to confirm Lord Devour's words. He was filled with worry. If he couldn't go in now, then he could only retreat and think of a way. The Wind Moon Monarch let out a sigh of relief and quickly sent a message to the 100 venerables in the back hall. They controlled the flying phoenix and flew towards the divine world.